If you are not listening first, second, and third part, the click I button and enjoy it, and don't forget to subscribe this channel. Variations, after all. Variations, Heian Sukuna repeated, contempt dripping from the word. Is that what you consider yourself? A variation? A pale shadow of the true king of curses. Without warning, he attacked, two of his arms extending to dismantle invisible cutting force that sliced through the air towards Sukuna. Sukuna didn't use cursed energy to counter. Instead, he relied on his newly integrated smart atoms, his body moving with impossible speed and precision to evade the attack. He weaved between the invisible cutting forces and closed the distance between them with fluid grace. Heian Sukuna's eyes widened in surprise as Sukuna delivered a devastating punch to his midsection, a purely physical attack that nonetheless sent him crashing through the remains of a nearby building. Impossible! Heian Sukuna growled as he emerged from the rubble, dust falling from his robes. No mere physical attack should affect me to this degree. Perhaps your understanding of mere is limited by your experience, Sukuna replied calmly, not bothering to pursue his advantage. Heian Sukuna's face contorted with rage. You dare mock me? I am Ryaman Sukuna, the king of curses, feared across Japan, worshipped as a god. Entire clans of sorcerers fell before me. And yet here you stand, Sukuna observed, shouting your accomplishments like a child seeking validation. Truly, the mighty have fallen. With a roar of outrage, Heian Sukuna began to form his domain malevolent shrine. Black lines started to spread outward from his position, reality itself beginning to warp as his innate domain attempted to manifest. Before the domain could fully form, Sukuna moved with blinding speed, appearing directly before Heian Sukuna. With a precise strike to his counterpart's chest, he disrupted the flow of cursed energy, causing the emerging domain to collapse before it could fully materialize. How? Heian Sukuna demanded, genuine shock registering on his face. No one can disrupt my domain formation. No one. I am not no one, Sukuna replied. I am you, evolved, refined, transcended. What you are, I was. What I am, you could never become. Sunset, a new voice observed casually. Both turned to see Emperor Mark descending from the darkening sky, his cape billowing behind him as he landed with precision on a chunk of broken concrete. He surveyed the scene with calculated interest, his eyes lingering on the wheel spinning above Sukuna's head before shifting to Heian Sukuna. Another version? Emperor Mark asked, addressing Sukuna. You seem to have quite the collection of selves scattered across the multiverse, Megumi. Mark, Sukuna acknowledged, his posture relaxing slightly despite the potential threat. Right on schedule. Emperor Mark smiled, a genuine expression that held actual warmth when directed at Sukuna. Hey, when have I ever been late for something important, especially when it comes to getting you back? His gaze shifted back to Heian Sukuna. Though I gotta say, I'm kinda curious about this primitive version of you. Is he giving you trouble? Hardly, Sukuna replied. He's merely a sideshow, an evolutionary dead end. Heian Sukuna's rage was palpable, cursed energy swirling around him in violent patterns. You speak to this human as an equal? You permit him such familiarity? Have you forgotten what you are, what we are? I haven't forgotten, Sukuna said quietly. I've evolved. Something you, apparently, never managed to do. You're holding back, Emperor Mark observed, studying Sukuna with the practiced eye of someone who had witnessed his capabilities firsthand. Why not just end this stupid show? Show him what you can really do. Patience has its virtues, Sukuna replied. Some lessons are best learned slowly. Emperor Mark laughed, a sound that contained genuine amusement. Always the teacher, aren't you? Even when facing yourself. This is why I've missed you so damn much, Megumi. No one else gets the value of the lesson itself. Their casual banter seemed to infuriate Heian Sukuna further. With a howl of rage, he launched himself at Sukuna, all four arms extended, cursed energy concentrated for a direct physical attack that would allow him to use cleave. Sukuna sidestepped the attack with contemptuous ease, delivering a precise strike to Heian Sukuna's back as he passed. The blow sent his counterpart crashing into the ground, creating a crater in the already devastated street. Pathetic, Sukuna commented, watching as Heian Sukuna struggled to rise. You rely too heavily on your cursed energy, on your reputation, on the fear you inspire. But what are you, truly, without those crutches? Just another being clinging to power without purpose. Purpose? Heian Sukuna spat, blood staining his perfect teeth. What purpose does a god need beyond his own satisfaction? What meaning exists beyond power itself? That, Sukuna said softly, is precisely why you fail. With blinding speed, he closed the distance between them, delivering a series of strikes so precise and powerful that Heian Sukuna had no chance to defend himself. Each blow landed with devastating effect, targeting pressure points and energy meridians with immense accuracy. Heian Sukuna collapsed to his knees, blood flowing from multiple wounds, his cursed energy fluctuating wildly as he struggled to maintain his composure. Impossible, he gasped, staring up at Sukuna with a mixture of rage and disbelief. No mere physical attacks should affect me this way. My body is vulnerable, Sukuna finished for him, as all bodies are when one understands their true nature. And stop repeating yourself. You sound like a fool. With a final, decisive movement, Sukuna drove his fist directly into Heian Sukuna's chest. But this time, cursed energy flowed from his hand not to destroy, but to extract. Heian Sukuna's eyes widened in horror as he felt his own cursed energy being drawn out, pulled through the point of contact into Sukuna's body. What are you doing? He managed, his voice weakening as his power drained away. Taking what I need, Sukuna replied calmly. Your cursed energy will serve a greater purpose than you ever could. As the transfer neared completion, Sukuna made a swift cutting motion with his free hand. 20 perfect incisions appeared on Heian Sukuna's arms, severing his fingers with surgical precision. The digits fell to the ground, each one containing the cursed energy Sukuna had extracted. My fingers, Heian Sukuna whispered, staring in disbelief at his mutilated hands. My vessels. You're stealing my... Not stealing, Sukuna corrected. Repurposing. As the last of the cursed energy left his body, Heian Sukuna's magnificent form began to wither. His skin lost its luster, the patterns fading like old tattoos. His extra arms shriveled, retracting into his torso with sickening cracks of bone and sinew. His extra eyes clouded over, then sank into his skull, leaving empty sockets that wept blood. What am I becoming? He gasped, his voice now barely audible. A weak, lifeless, pathetic human, Sukuna replied simply. What you always feared most. With a final, rattling breath, Heian Sukuna collapsed, his body continuing to deteriorate until only a withered husk remained, a mortal shell that had once housed a god, now empty of the power that had defined it. Sukuna gathered the severed fingers, each one pulsing with cursed energy, and stored them within his own body through a technique that caused his skin to ripple and absorb them, a trick he learned from Maharaga through the use of smart atoms. Throughout the entire confrontation, the wheel above his head had continued to spin, its rotation neither slowing nor accelerating, its purpose still unrevealed. Damn, that was impressive, Emperor Mark commented, having watched the entire exchange with calculated interest. Though I notice you didn't go four-armed mode on him. Saving your energy for our inevitable chat, maybe? Sukuna turned to face him fully, his expression revealing nothing of his thoughts. Perhaps. Emperor Mark's eyes narrowed, his tactical mind reassessing the situation. No, he said slowly. There's something else. That wheel above your head. It's been there since I got here. It's connected to whatever you're planning. He took a step forward, his casual demeanor shifting to something more dangerous. What are you up to, Megumi? What game are you playing? No game, Sukuna replied, merely ensuring survival in the face of dimensional collapse. Emperor Mark's expression hardened. My sentimentality has made me a fool, he said, his voice taking on a harder edge. In my joy at finding you again, I momentarily forgot who you are, what you are. The strategic genius who taught me to anticipate every possibility, to never leave an outcome to chance. He took another step forward, his cape billowing in the wind that had begun to pick up as the dimensional energy in the sky intensified. I'm sorry, my dear teacher. It was stupid of me to think you would just accept coming back to our world without looking for alternatives. If anyone could find a way to resist me, to avoid returning home, it would be you. Without warning, he moved faster than most eyes could track, his body a blur as he closed the distance between them. Sukuna reacted instantly, meeting the charge with his own enhanced speed, their collision creating a shockwave that shattered windows for blocks around. The battle that followed was a masterclass in superhuman combat. Emperor Mark attacked with the practiced precision of someone who had conquered worlds, each strike calculated to disable rather than kill, holding back significantly. Sukuna defended with equal skill, using his knowledge of martial arts and his newly enhanced physiology to counter the Emperor's superior strength. Yet he did not transform into his forearm state, despite the clear advantage it would provide. The wheel above his head continued its steady rotation, seemingly unaffected by the violence below. Why won't you transform? Emperor Mark demanded as they grappled mid-air, their movements creating sonic booms that echoed across the devastated city. Show me your true form, Megumi. Show me what you've become. This is who I am, Sukuna replied, breaking the clinch with a technique that used Emperor Mark's own momentum against him. For arms or two, the essence remains the same. They crashed back to Earth, their impact creating twin craters in the already damaged street. Emperor Mark emerged first, his costume torn but his body unmarked. You're holding back, he accused, genuine hurt entering his voice for the first time. After everything we've been through, everything I've done to find you, you still don't trust me. Sukuna rose more slowly, blood trickling from a cut above his eye. Without his four-armed form, his regenerative capabilities were reduced, making the physical disparity between them more apparent. Trust has nothing to do with it, he replied calmly. This is simply the most efficient approach to the current situation. Efficient, Emperor Mark repeated, a bitter smile touching his lips. Always calculating, always 3 moves ahead. It's what made you such a perfect advisor, such a brilliant strategist. His expression softened. Such an amazing friend. Without warning, he lunged forward again. But this time his attack was different, not a strike but an embrace. His arms wrapped around Sukuna with careful strength, pinning his arms to his sides in what appeared to be a hug but functioned as an inescapable restraint. Got you now, Emperor Mark whispered, his voice breaking slightly. After all this time, all this searching, I finally got you back. To Sukuna's surprise, he felt wetness against his shoulder, tears falling from the Emperor's eyes as he held him. You're so strong now, Emperor Mark continued, his grip tightening as Sukuna tested its limits. So much stronger than before. It's amazing, Megumi. You've evolved beyond anything I could have imagined. Despite his enhanced strength, Sukuna found himself unable to break the Emperor's hold. The Viltrumite's power was simply too great, his control too perfect. I had plans, you know, Emperor Mark said, his voice taking on an almost conversational tone despite the tears still flowing. For when I found you, I was going to keep you safe in the Imperial Palace, where no one could ever hurt you again. Only Eve and I would be allowed to see you, to talk with you. The rest of the universe would have to live without your guidance, your wisdom. His grip tightened further, causing Sukuna to wince as his ribs creaked under the pressure. But now I see I don't need to worry about that. You're strong enough to protect yourself. Strong enough to stand at my side as we rule together, like it was always meant to be. Mark, Sukuna managed, his voice strained by the crushing embrace. This isn't the way. It's the only way, Emperor Mark insisted, his tone hardening even as tears continued to fall. I lost you once. I won't lose you again. Not to death, not to dimensional collapse, not to your own stubborn independence. You're coming home with me, Megumi, where you belong. The wheel above Sukuna's head spun faster, its metallic surface catching the light of the dimensional energy that pulsed overhead with increasing intensity. "I'm sorry," Sukuna said quietly, "but I have my own path to follow." "No!" Emperor Mark roared, his grief transforming instantly to rage. "You don't get to decide this time. You don't get to leave me again." His grip became punishing, threatening to crush Sukuna's ribcage despite his enhanced durability. The wheel spun faster still, its rotation now audible as a high-pitched whine that cut through the night air. Just as it seemed Sukuna might be crushed by the Emperor's desperate embrace, a blast of pink energy struck Emperor Mark from behind. The impact wasn't enough to harm him, but the surprise caused his grip to loosen momentarily, just enough for Sukuna to break free, rolling away with fluid grace. "Get away from him!" Eve shouted, hovering above them, her hands glowing with concentrated molecular energy. Her expression was fierce, protective, her usual scientific detachment replaced by raw emotion. Emperor Mark turned slowly, his eyes narrowing as he regarded the newcomer. "You," he said, recognition and contempt mingling in his voice. "The pale imitation, the unworthy version." "I don't care what you think of me," Eve replied, descending to stand protectively in front of Sukuna. "But you're not taking him anywhere against his will." Emperor Mark's laugh was cold, devoid of the warmth it had held earlier when speaking with Sukuna. "Against his will? You understand nothing. Megumi and I share a bond you couldn't possibly comprehend. A connection forged through years of shared vision, shared purpose." "I understand enough," Eve countered, her hands still glowing with pink energy. "I understand that you're obsessed with a memory, with a version of Megumi that doesn't exist anymore, that maybe never existed except in your mind." Emperor Mark's expression darkened dangerously. "You dare!" "She's right," Sukuna interrupted, rising to his feet beside Eve. "The Megumi you knew is gone, Mark. Changed by time, by circumstance, by choice. Just as you have changed." "No." Emperor Mark shook his head, denial written across his features. "No, I can see you, the real you, beneath whatever this world has done to you. My friend, my brother, my teacher. The one who showed me what true leadership could be. Perhaps that version of me did exist in your world," Sukuna acknowledged. "But I am not him. I cannot be him, no matter how much you wish it." Emperor Mark's expression cycled through grief, rage, and finally settled on a cold determination. "It doesn't matter," he decided. "When the merger completes, when only one version of each being remains, you'll remember. You'll understand. And until then, I'll keep you safe whether you want my protection or not." He moved again, this time targeting Eve, clearly intending to remove her from the equation before securing Sukuna. His speed was incredible, crossing the distance between them in a fraction of a second. But Sukuna was ready. He intercepted the Emperor mid-charge, his body moving with precision that belied his earlier difficulty breaking free from the embrace. Their collision created another shockwave that sent debris flying in all directions. "You would protect her?" Emperor Mark demanded, genuine hurt in his voice. "This replacement? This inferior version of your true partner?" "I would protect what is mine," Sukuna replied simply, his stance shifting to a more aggressive posture. "As would I," Emperor Mark countered, his own stance mirroring Sukuna's. "And you, Megumi, have always been mine, my friend, my brother, my guide." They clashed again, their movements too fast for ordinary human perception to track. Buildings shook from the force of their impacts, the ground cracking beneath their feet as they traded blows that would have shattered mountains. Eve maintained her distance, looking for an opening to assist without getting caught in the crossfire. Her molecular control was precise, but against a being of Emperor Mark's caliber, a direct confrontation would be suicidal. The battle carried them across the devastated commercial district, through abandoned buildings and across empty streets. Wherever they touched down, destruction followed, concrete pulverized, steel bent, glass shattered into dust. Throughout it all, the wheel above Sukuna's head continued to spin, its rotation now so fast that it appeared as a solid disk of light rather than a spoked wheel. "The wheel," Eve murmured to herself, her mind analyzing its purpose even amid the chaos. It's related to his plan. It's been spinning since he returned from dealing with the other Sukuna variants. She watched as Sukuna fought defensively, never transforming into his forearm state despite the clear disadvantage he faced against Emperor Mark's overwhelming physical power. He's stalling, she realized suddenly, waiting for something to complete. Emperor Mark seemed to reach the same conclusion. With a burst of speed that left a sonic boom in his wake, he disengaged from Sukuna and shot upward, aiming directly for the spinning wheel. "No!" Sukuna shouted, genuine alarm in his voice for the first time. Too late. Emperor Mark's hand closed around the wheel, his fingers gripping the spinning metal with enough force to stop its rotation instantly. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like shattering glass magnified 1,000-fold, the wheel cracked. Fractures spread across its surface like lightning, each one glowing with an inner light that seemed to intensify as it spread. Until finally, within the Mad Emperor's grip, the heavenly will shattered into 1,000 pieces. "There, whatever you were planning has failed," the Emperor stated as he opened his palm, and the pieces within it fell with the others to the ground. Sukuna's expression, seeing this, turned into a seething rage. "Now," Mark continued as he extended his hand, his face softening, the tear streaks still on his face. "Come back with me. You have nothing left you can do. If you don't," the Emperor began as he clenched his extended hand into a fist. "Then I will kill them all. I will raise this planet till only the dust remains, and then you'll have no choice but to return with grief rather than joy. It will hurt me more than it will hurt you, but it will be necessary." The Emperor spread his arms. "So choose. Are you coming willingly, or do I have to take you with me kicking and screaming? Either way you're coming with. After all, don't forget, you made me the strongest." The end of this second, beginning the shattered fragments of Maharaga's will fell to the ground, each piece dissolving into motes of light as they touched the earth. The Emperor stood triumphant, palm open as the last glittering remnants slipped through his fingers. "There," Emperor Mark declared, satisfaction evident in his voice. "Whatever you were planning has failed." Sukuna's expression darkened, rage building behind his eyes as he watched years of careful preparation seemingly destroyed in an instant. The Emperor extended his hand, his face softening despite the tear streaks still visible on his cheeks. "Come back with me," he said, his tone gentler now. "You have nothing left you can do." His extended hand clenched into a fist. "If you don't, then I will kill them all. I will raise this planet till only dust remains, and then you'll have no choice but to return with grief rather than joy. It will hurt me more than it will hurt you, but it will be necessary." The Emperor spread his arms, his eyes burning with imperial resolve. "So choose. Are you coming willingly, or do I have to take you with me kicking and screaming? Either way you're coming with. After all, don't forget, you made me the strongest." The tension in the air was palpable, the dimensional energy in the sky pulsing with increasing intensity as if responding to the confrontation below. Eve stood, frozen, her powers ready but virtually useless against an opponent of Emperor Mark's level. Before Sukuna could respond, the air behind Emperor Mark distorted. A massive beam of purple energy, hollow purple, tore through space itself, aimed directly at the Emperor's back. Sukuna reacted instantly, grabbing Eve and launching them both backward. Emperor Mark sensed the attack at the last moment, turning to face it with narrowed eyes. Rather than dodging, he extended his hand, catching the devastating technique in his palm. For a brief moment, the purple energy struggled against his grip, threatening to overwhelm even his Viltrumite durability. Then, with a flex of his fingers and a pulse of strength that created a visible shockwave, Emperor Mark crushed the technique. The compressed energy exploded outward in a brilliant flash, leaving the Emperor unharmed but visibly irritated. "Who dares?" he demanded, scanning the surroundings for the source of the attack. His answer came in the form of a massive spectral beast soaring overhead, its body crackling with electricity as it carried a familiar figure on its back. Yakuna stood tall atop his shikigami, his expression cold and calculating as he gazed down at the confrontation. "I believe I do," Yakuna replied. "I find myself with a particular interest in this situation." Emperor Mark's eyes narrowed. You again. You didn't think our last encounter would be our final one, did you? Sukuna replied smirk, directing Nu to descend until he stood a safe distance from the Emperor. I've decided to join forces with my counterpart against you. I already have a bone to pick with you after our earlier encounter, and I'd rather see another version of myself, no matter how compromised by humanity, triumph over an arrogant fool who thinks he can cage and possess a variation of me. Emperor Mark's laugh was cold. 2 against 1? You think that improves your odds? 3 against 1 isn't fair, a new voice called out. All heads turned to see Mohawk Mark landing with casual grace on a nearby pile of rubble, his spiked hair and modified costume making him instantly recognizable. But then again, who gives a shit about fair? He wasn't alone. Behind him, descending from the rippling sky, came 4 more variants. Astronaut Mark with his tactical precision, Sinister Mark with his cold cruelty, Viltrumite Mark with his imperial bearing, and Dark Mark with his haunted eyes partially hidden beneath his hood. The Emperor requires assistance, Astronaut Mark announced, his voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to command. And we've decided to provide it. The situation grew more complex as additional figures appeared from the opposite direction, Original Mark and Alternate Mark, accompanied by Nolan and Original Eve. They landed in formation, creating a standoff across the devastated commercial district. No one's taking Megumi anywhere against his will, Alternate Mark declared, his stance mirroring his father's beside him. For a moment, everyone stood frozen as they readied themselves for battle. Then Emperor Mark moved a blur of motion as he launched himself toward Sukuna once more. Sukuna intercepted, a wall of cursed energy manifesting between them. The collision created a shockwave that sent debris flying in all directions, signaling the start of a battle that would reshape the devastated landscape. Chaos erupted as the various marks engaged each other, the air filling with sonic booms and the crash of impacts powerful enough to shatter concrete. Original Mark and Alternate Mark fought back-to-back against Mohawk Mark and Sinister Mark, their coordinated movements suggesting a growing partnership despite their different backgrounds. Nolan faced off against Viltrumite Mark. Original Eve and Alternate Eve found themselves defending against Astronaut Marks, their molecular powers combining to create barriers and counterattacks. Dark Mark hung back, his movements hesitant, his eyes tracking the battle with an expression that suggested internal conflict rather than bloodlust. Amid this chaos, Sukuna turned to Alternate Eve, who as well tried to help him. You need to focus on joining the others, he instructed, his voice carrying that unmistakable authority. I'm not leaving you, she protested, pink energy swirling around her hands. You'll only distract me, Sukuna replied, his tone softening slightly despite the urgency. And against opponents of this caliber, distraction means defeat. She wanted to argue, but the truth in his words was undeniable. With a reluctant nod, she stopped to assist him and focused on assisting the others. Sukuna guided Nu closer to Sukuna, the 2 versions of the King of Curses standing side by side as they faced Emperor Mark, who had disengaged from his initial assault and now hovered above them, cape billowing in the air. Do you have a plan? Sukuna asked, his voice low enough that only Sukuna could hear. Of course, Sukuna replied without taking his eyes off the Emperor. I would be a fool not to. Care to share it? Sukuna pressed. Maharaga's adaptation should be complete, Sukuna explained. But the final integration was disrupted when the wheel was shattered. I need time to complete the process. Sukuna laughed a cold, amused sound. Fine, I'll buy you the time you need. Do what you must. Sukuna raised an eyebrow, studying his counterpart with newfound curiosity. You're surprisingly supportive. Aren't you concerned that my plan might result in the elimination of all other variations including yourself? Sukuna scoffed. I'm not fool enough to come without my own contingencies. Besides, he added with a dismissive glance, you're too soft a version of me to execute such a ruthless strategy. Normally, I'd find that disgusting, but in this case, it works to my benefit. Before Sukuna could respond, Emperor Mark attacked again, this time targeting Sukuna directly. The 2 engaged in a brutal exchange, cursed energy clashing against Viltrumite's strength in a display that lit up the night sky. Sukuna used the distraction to focus inward, gathering the scattered fragments of Maharaga's adaptation that remained within him. Though the wheel had been destroyed, its purpose had been largely fulfilled. The divine general had spent a long time studying the dimensional energies, the various Sukunas, and most importantly, the mechanics of the merger itself. The plan had always been multifaceted, with contingencies built upon contingencies. The first step had been completed when he defeated Heian Sukuna without using cursed energy, a binding vow of immense difficulty that granted him proportionate power in return. This had allowed him to extract and seal Heian Sukuna's cursed energy into 20 fingers, just as he himself had once been sealed. The second step involved Maharaga's adaptation to the constraints heaven had placed upon his binding vow capabilities. As the first son of heaven, albeit fallen, Sukuna's connection to the divine realm was complex. Heaven did not wish to sever its ties with him completely, limiting what he could sacrifice through binding vows. But Maharaga, with its ability to adapt to any phenomenon, had gradually developed a countermeasure, a temporary window during which Sukuna could circumvent these limitations. Now, as the battle raged around him, Sukuna prepared for the third and most crucial step. He gathered his cursed energy, focusing it. Sukuna was thrown backward by a particularly devastating blow from Emperor Mark, crashing through the remains of a building before recovering with remarkable resilience. "Whatever you're planning," he called to Sukuna, "do it quickly. This one is stronger than he looks." Emperor Mark turned his attention back to Sukuna, his expression a complex mixture of determination and desperation. "It's over, Megumi," he declared. "Whatever trick you're attempting won't change the outcome. You're coming home with me." "No," Sukuna replied simply. "I'm sending everyone home." With that, he initiated the binding vow, the most powerful he had ever attempted. In exchange for his cursed energy and his source of it, his status as the son of heaven coming from them, and his connection to the binding vow system itself, he would reverse the merger's destructive effect, returning all variations to their original world before the dimensional collapse began. Under normal circumstances, such a vow would be impossible. Even sacrificing something as fundamental as his cursed energy and binding vow capabilities would not provide enough power to affect reality on such a scale. But Sukuna had found a loophole by sacrificing not just these abilities themselves but all the potential future applications of them, for there was much one could gain by sacrificing the binding vow system. He could be cruel and let the merger happen, survive, and with it gain power that would be enough to dominate the universe, but he isn't. And that, in itself, is a sacrifice. Not that he never planned this to gain abilities from it, that is, for since he got Maharaga he has been trying this approach, it only recently finally succeeding. The air around him began to shimmer as the binding vow took effect. The dimensional energy in the sky responded, the green ripples shifting and changing pattern as they reacted to the new force being introduced into the system. "What are you doing?" Emperor Mark demanded, sensing the change. "Stop this immediately." But it was too late. The binding vow had been sealed, the sacrifice accepted. Portals began to open throughout the battlefield, swirling vortices of energy, each one tuned to a specific dimension, a specific reality. "No!" Emperor Mark roared, understanding dawning in his eyes. "You can't do this. You can't send me back without you." He launched himself at Sukuna with desperate speed, but Sukuna intercepted once more, buying precious seconds as the portals continued to form and stabilize. The various marks fighting across the devastated district began to feel the pull of their native dimensions. Mohawk Mark cursed as he was dragged toward one of the portals, his attempts to resist proving futile against the metaphysical force. "This isn't over," he shouted as he disappeared into the swirling energy. One by one, the variants were pulled toward their respective portals. Astronaut Mark went with dignity, offering a salute to his opponents before stepping through voluntarily. Sinister Mark fought to the last, his fingers leaving gouges in the concrete as he was dragged away. Viltrumite Mark, engaged in combat with Nolan, found himself suddenly pulled backward. "This changes nothing," he declared. "The Empire endures, with or without you." Dark Mark, who had remained on the periphery of the battle, approached his portal with what might have been sorrow and relief, disappearing without resistance. Sukuna, still battling Emperor Mark, felt the pull of his own dimension. He disengaged, allowing himself to be drawn toward the portal that had formed for him. "This isn't over, Emperor," he called, his laughter echoing across the battlefield. "One day, I'll find you and settle the score." With that, he vanished into the swirling energy, leaving Emperor Mark alone against Sukuna. The Emperor turned to Sukuna, rage and desperation warring in his expression. "I won't go back without you," he declared. "I can't." He charged forward, but this time Sukuna didn't attempt to evade. Instead, he stood his ground, focusing on maintaining the binding vow as it continued to reverse the merger. Emperor Mark seized him by the shoulders, his grip powerful but not crushing. "Please," he begged, his voice breaking, "don't do this. Don't send me back to a world without you in it." "Mark!" a voice called from behind them. Both turned to see a woman hovering near one of the portals Emperor Universe Eve. Her expression was a mixture of shock, joy, and determination as she gazed at Sukuna. "Megumi?" she whispered, clearly struggling to believe what she was seeing. "Is it really you?" Emperor Mark's grip on Sukuna tightened. "Eve, help me bring him back." Understanding flashed across her face, followed by resolve. She flew toward them, her powers already reaching out to envelop Sukuna in a molecular field that would allow her to transport him. Alternate Eve saw what was happening and launched herself forward. "No!" she shouted, her own pink energy colliding with her counterparts. "You can't take him." The two Eves engaged in a brief but intense battle, their powers evenly matched despite Emperor Eve's greater experience. In the confusion, Emperor Mark began dragging Sukuna toward the portal to his dimension. Alternate Mark saw what was happening and rushed to intervene. "Let him go," he demanded, grabbing Emperor Mark's cape and pulling with all his strength. The Emperor didn't release his grip on Sukuna, and as the portal's pull intensified, all four found themselves being drawn inexorably toward it. Emperor Mark refusing to release Sukuna, Alternate Eve trying to pull Sukuna free, Alternate Mark trying to stop the Emperor. "No!" Original Mark shouted, seeing what was happening. He launched himself toward them, but it was too late. With a final surge of energy, the portal expanded, enveloping Emperor Mark, Sukuna, Alternate Eve, and Alternate Mark. The last thing Original Mark saw was his counterpart's desperate expression before the portal collapsed, leaving behind only empty space where the four had been. The remaining portals began to close one by one, the dimensional energy in the sky gradually stabilizing as the merger reversed itself. Original Mark, Original Eve, Nolan, and the others found themselves standing in the devastated commercial district, now eerily quiet after the chaos of battle. "They're gone," Original Eve said, her voice hollow with disbelief. "All of them." "Not gone," Nolan corrected, his tactical mind already analyzing what had happened. "Returned to their proper dimensions. Except our Mark and Eve went with the Emperor," Original Mark finished, his expression grim. "And Megumi too." The implications hung heavy in the air between them. Their friends and counterparts were now trapped in another dimension, the domain of a being with the power to conquer 17 galaxies. A being obsessed with possessing Megumi at any cost. In another reality, in the grand throne room of the Viltrumite Empire's central palace, a portal opened with a sound like tearing fabric. For figures tumbled through, landing on the polished marble floor as the dimensional gateway closed behind them. Emperor Mark recovered first, rising to his feet with the fluid grace of someone accustomed to command. His eyes immediately found Sukuna, who lay unconscious nearby, the strain of the binding vow having finally overwhelmed even his enhanced physiology. Alternate Eve and Alternate Mark were also unconscious, the journey between dimensions having taken a greater toll on them than on the Emperor, who was accustomed to cosmic travel. Emperor Eve rushed forward from where she had been waiting, having returned through her own portal moments earlier. "Megumi," she breathed, kneeling beside his still form, her fingers gently brushing hair from his face. After all this time, Emperor Mark stood over them, relief and joy washing away the rage and desperation that had consumed him during the battle. "Welcome back," he said softly as Sukuna's eyes began to flutter open. "Welcome home." The binding vow had succeeded, the merger had been reversed, the dimensions separated once more. But in his careful wording of the vow, Sukuna had created an unexpected outcome. He had sacrificed his cursed energy and binding vow capabilities to reverse the merger and return all variations to their original dimensions. But he had never specified which dimension he himself would return to. He couldn't, it was too much already what was gained. He couldn't risk not having the enough power. And now, as consciousness slowly returned, Sukuna found himself in the heart of the Viltrumite Empire, with the Emperor standing triumphant above him, and no immediate way to return to the world he had come to call home. Back in the original dimension, as dawn broke over the devastated city, the green energy in the sky had completely disappeared, leaving only the familiar blue of Earth's atmosphere. The merger had been reversed, reality restored to its proper configuration. But for those left behind, a new mission had already begun to form, finding a way to rescue their friends from a dimension ruled by an emperor who would never willingly let them go. Original Mark stared up at the sky, determination hardening his features. "We'll find them," he promised. "Somehow we'll find a way to bring them back." Beside him, Original Eve nodded, already calculating possibilities. "If Sukuna could create portals between dimensions once, we can find a way to do it again." Nolan placed a hand on his alternate son's shoulder. "It won't be easy," he cautioned. "But you're right. We'll find a way." As the sun rose higher, casting long shadows across the ruins of what had once been a battlefield between realities, they turned and began the long walk back to what remained of the GDA facility. They had a rescue to plan, a team to assemble, and a dimension to breach. The Invincible war might be over, but a new conflict was just beginning. In the vast throne room of the Viltrumite Empire, Emperor Mark watched as medical staff attended to the still unconscious forms of alternate Mark and alternate Eve. His attention, however, remained fixed on Sukuna, who had regained consciousness but remained silent, his expression unreadable as he took in his surroundings. "I know this isn't what you wanted," Emperor Mark said softly, kneeling beside him. "But in time you'll see that this is where you belong. With me, with Eve, with the empire we built together." Emperor World Eve stood nearby, her eyes never leaving Sukuna's face, drinking in every detail as if afraid he might disappear again. "We've waited so long," she whispered. 17 years of emptiness, of preserving your vision, your memory." Sukuna's gaze shifted between them, calculating, assessing. The binding vow had cost him his cursed energy temporarily, at least. The 20 fingers of Heian Sukuna remained sealed within his body, a resource he had deliberately preserved through careful wording of the vow. Soon, when he is alone, he could instantly extract that energy, gain a new source of CE from it, restore his powers. But for now, needing to keep the illusion of weakness, he must appear to remain weakened, in an unfamiliar dimension, wary as is expected of him in being surrounded by beings of immense power who had no intention of letting him go. "Rest?" Emperor Mark urged, misinterpreting his silence as exhaustion rather than strategic assessment. "We have all the time in the world now. The Empire awaits its architect's return." As medical staff helped Sukuna to a recovery chamber, he caught sight of alternate Mark and alternate Eve being taken to separate rooms. He gritted his teeth but kept himself controlled. For now, Sukuna would wait, observe, plan. The game had changed, the board reset. New pieces, new rules, new strategies required. The Emperor had won this round, but the King of Curses was far from defeated. After all, he had faced worse odds before and emerged victorious. This would be no different. Just another challenge for the one who had transcended death itself. To clarify, hello everyone, just to clarify again. Since some things appear to be misunderstood. The 20 fingers he got from Heian Sukuna are in his body. He just needs to instantly want to regain his CE and then he's back at full strength. He wishes to maintain illusion of weakness for now to see what to do in this unfamiliar world and be underestimated. As for the binding vow system, it is gone for now that it, as made sure of in the vow, nothing sacrificed was sacrificed permanently. Since we have the cheat code, Maharaga, the most awesome general ever, it will simply take a lot of time for the link to be established again. I won't specify yet how much. So yeah, hope this clarified everything. See ya. Father, the recovery chamber was luxurious despite its medical purpose. Sukuna lay on a bed that seemed to conform perfectly to his body, the material adapting to his every movement with subtle precision. The walls glowed with a soft, ambient light that adjusted automatically to his comfort level, and the temperature remained at an ideal balance regardless of how he shifted. But despite these comforts, Sukuna remained alert, his smart atoms requiring minimal rest compared to an ordinary human. More importantly, he didn't trust himself to be unconscious in this unfamiliar place, surrounded by potential threats disguised as allies. Emperor Mark had been insistent on him resting, clearly operating under the assumption that the binding vow had left him genuinely weakened. Sukuna had done nothing to correct this misconception, for he had already regained his full power. Let them believe him vulnerable. It would only make his eventual moves more effective. His mind worked methodically, cataloging everything he'd observed since arriving in this dimension. The palace architecture suggested a blend of Viltrumite aesthetics with human influences. Emperor Mark's attempt to merge his heritage with the design sensibilities Megumi had apparently preferred. The staff moved with military precision, their eyes always downcast in the presence of the emperor, some stealing curious glances while others reverent at Sukuna when they thought he wasn't looking. And then there were the painting's massive murals depicting Emperor Mark's conquests across the galaxy, always with two figures at his side. This world's Emperor Eve and a young man with Sukuna's face, but a very different bearing. The Megumi of this world, the architect of an empire spanning 17 galaxies. The contradiction was fascinating. This Megumi had apparently been a strategic genius who helped shape a galactic empire, yet he'd been killed by Nolan Grayson, a being who, while powerful, was hardly invincible. It suggested a vulnerability, a weakness that Sukuna himself had long since overcome. His thoughts were interrupted by a commotion outside his chamber. Raised voices, the sound of something heavy falling, guards shouting orders that were being summarily ignored. Sukuna tensed, his body automatically preparing for potential conflict despite his outward appearance of weakness. The doors to his chamber burst open with enough force to dent the metal frame, and a figure stormed in, tall, powerfully built, with features that struck Sukuna with unexpected familiarity. "Megumi!" the man shouted, his voice raw with emotion. "My son!" Sukuna's eyes narrowed as he focused past his initial shock to study the intruder. The face, he knew that face. It had stared back at him from photographs in Uncle Kenji's house, from family albums he'd examined during quiet moments of curiosity about the body he now inhabited. Toji Fushiguro, Uncle Kenji's brother, his father, or rather Megumi's father. The man who, in his original timeline, had been dead. The man in the Jujutsu timeline had sold his son to the Zenin clan and disappeared, only to die years later during Gojo's youth. Yet here he stood, very much alive and radiating a mixture of desperate joy and barely contained violence as he approached the bed. "They told me you were back," Toji continued, his voice rough with emotion. "That Mark had found you in another dimension. I didn't believe it until..." He broke off, his eyes drinking in every detail of Sukuna's face. "It's really you." Before Sukuna could respond, the chamber shook as Emperor Mark flew in through the same doors, stopping abruptly when he saw who had entered. His initial expression of alarm shifted to something more complex: resignation tinged with annoyance. "Toji," Emperor Mark acknowledged, his imperial bearing momentarily replaced by the wariness of someone dealing with an unpredictable force. "This is why I didn't immediately tell you. I wanted to give Megumi time to recover before. That would have just made my reaction more explosive." Toji interrupted, not bothering to look at the emperor as he moved closer to Sukuna's bedside. "Nothing will keep me from my son. Not even you, your majesty." The title was delivered with a sarcasm that bordered on insubordination, yet Emperor Mark seemed to accept it with resigned tolerance. There was history here. Sukuna realized a complex relationship between two men who clearly didn't like each other, but had been forced to coexist for years. "Megumi needs rest," Emperor Mark insisted, his voice taking on that imperial edge once more. "The dimensional transition was taxing, and I'll be the judge of what my son needs." Toji cut him off again, finally turning to face the emperor. The tension between them was palpable, two apex predators circling the same territory. You've had your reunion. Now it's my turn. Emperor Mark's jaw tightened, but surprisingly, he didn't press the issue. 10 minutes, he conceded. Then the medical staff need to complete their evaluation. With that, he turned and exited the chamber, though Sukuna noted he didn't go far, hovering just outside the doorway, within earshot but giving the illusion of privacy. Toji waited until the emperor had withdrawn before turning back to Sukuna, his expression softening as he pulled a chair closer to the bed. "You look good," he said, studying Sukuna's face with an intensity that was almost uncomfortable. "Different but good. Stronger than I remember." Sukuna remained silent, assessing the situation. This was an unexpected development, one that could either complicate his plans or provide an unforeseen advantage. Either way, he needed more information before deciding how to respond. "Not talking, huh?" Toji continued, a hint of familiar disappointment creeping into his voice. "Some things never change. You always did get quiet when you were processing something big." He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "I know this must be strange for you. Mark says you don't remember this world, that you've been living a completely different life in another dimension. That true?" Sukuna decided on a measured response. "My experiences have been different," he acknowledged, keeping his tone neutral. Toji nodded as if this confirmed something. "Different how? Did you have a father in that world too? Was he better than me?" The question caught Sukuna off guard. There was vulnerability beneath the gruffness, a hint of genuine fear that the alternate reality might have provided Megumi with a superior parent. "I had an uncle," Sukuna replied carefully. "Kenji Fushiguro, your brother." Toji's eyes widened. "Kenji? That soft-hearted fool raised you." He barked out a laugh that seemed to contain equal parts amusement and disbelief. "Well, that explains the politeness, at least. Always was too proper for his own good." He studied Sukuna more closely. "But you're not soft. I can see that much. There's something in your eyes that's harder than I remember. Sharper." A hint of pride entered his voice. "Good. The universe isn't kind to the soft." The last part, though, he stated with a dark look in his eyes, a hidden rage. Sukuna guessed he was remembering the death of his world's Megumi. Sukuna remained silent, allowing Toji to continue. Every word provided more information, more context for this strange new reality he found himself in. "You know, when Mark told me he was going to find you in another dimension, I thought he'd finally lost what was left of his mind," Toji said, leaning back in his chair. 17 years of obsession, and suddenly he claims there's a way to bring you back? It sounded like the desperate fantasy of a man who couldn't let go. His expression darkened. "But then I remembered what you always said about the multiverse, about infinite possibilities existing simultaneously. You used to lecture me about it when you were just a kid, theories way beyond what a child should understand." He shook his head, a mixture of bewilderment and pride in his expression. "Always were too smart for your own good. Guess you were right all along." The conversation was interrupted by a discreet knock at the door. A medical attendant entered, clearly nervous about interrupting, but determined to fulfill their duties. "Forgive the intrusion," they said, bowing deeply. "But His Imperial Majesty insists that the evaluation proceed now." Toji's expression hardened, but he nodded reluctantly. "Fine, but I'll be back later." He turned to Sukuna, his voice softening once more. "We have a lot to catch up on, son." He stood, hesitated for a moment as if considering something, then reached out and briefly squeezed Sukuna's shoulder, a gesture so unexpected that Sukuna had to consciously prevent himself from reacting defensively. "Rest up," Toji said, "and don't let them push you around too much. Emperor or not, Mark doesn't own you." With that, he strode from the room, his posture challenging as he passed Emperor Mark in the doorway. The two exchanged a look loaded with unspoken tension before Toji disappeared down the corridor. Emperor Mark entered once more, watching as the medical staff began their evaluation. "I apologize for the interruption," he said, his voice carrying that strange mixture of imperial authority and personal warmth. He seemed to reserve exclusively for Sukuna this time, forgoing his normal informality. Toji can be difficult to manage. He's alive, Sukuna observed, the statement carrying more weight than the Emperor could possibly understand. Yes, Emperor Mark confirmed, misinterpreting Sukuna's meaning, despite his best efforts to get himself killed over the years. He's too valuable to the Empire to lose, though there have been times I've been tempted to execute him myself. A small, reminiscent smile touched his lips. You always did have a tempering effect on him. Even as a child, you could talk him down when no one else could get through. It was remarkable to watch this hardened assassin listening to his 12-year-old son's strategic advice. It seems in this world unlike the one he was brought from, where he died in a car crash. Toji does have his heavenly restriction. The medical staff worked silently around them, scanning Sukuna with advanced technology that seemed to analyze his physical condition without requiring invasive procedures. Your father will want to spend more time with you, Emperor Mark continued. I've arranged for him to have access to your quarters once you're settled. I hope that's acceptable. It wasn't a question, despite being phrased as one. The Emperor was informing, not asking, maintaining the illusion of consideration while already having made the decision. Of course, Sukuna replied, his mind already calculating how to use this unexpected development to his advantage. Toji Fushiguro alive, and clearly devoted to his son in a way that contradicted everything Sukuna knew about the man from his jujutsu counterpart. He knew little about him from his life as Megumi, the memories of that time too distant compared to his first and second life. Yet still, this is important. Toji is a wild card in this carefully controlled environment. A potential ally or a complication, depending on how Sukuna played the situation. As the medical staff completed their evaluation and began to withdraw, Emperor Mark moved closer to the bed. Once you're cleared, I'd like to show you the palace, he said, his voice taking on an almost childlike enthusiasm. Everything was built according to your original designs, the architecture, the layout, even the gardens. Eve oversaw the construction personally after what happened. His expression clouded momentarily. It won't be exactly as you remember, of course. We've made some adaptations over the years. But the essence is there, your vision, your influence in every detail. Sukuna nodded, maintaining his facade of weakened compliance while his mind continued to analyze and plan. The Emperor's obsession was both a weakness to exploit and a danger to navigate carefully. The intensity of his fixation meant he would be watching Sukuna closely, looking for any sign that Megumi was returning to his former self. Rest now, Emperor Mark said, seemingly satisfied with Sukuna's passive acceptance. Tomorrow, when you're stronger, we'll begin reintroducing you to the empire you helped create. As the Emperor finally withdrew, leaving Sukuna alone in the luxurious chamber, the King of Curses allowed himself a moment of genuine reflection. He could sense his Eve and Mark, they were fine. More than fine, even more rested and healthy than they have ever been. His child was also growing in an acceptable manner. Sukuna didn't know what to make of that. He was going to be a father. A true father, not merely in the spiritual sense as he was with Yuji, but one his own in both body and soul. It was exhilarating. It was terrifying. He, the King of Curses, was terrified of being a father, not because he feared the prospect or couldn't handle responsibility. Of course not. There was none more responsible than him, but because he already was feeling love toward the growing child. Could already feel the pulse of its soul. Yet, he did not know how to love such a fragile thing when in his second life as Sukuna. Such creatures were often collateral damage in his wars. In his conquests of the Heian era's emperor's armies and territories, Sukuna quickly shook his head. He couldn't get too emotional right now. Those thoughts could wait for later. He was nothing if not an adapter. Now, back to the important parts of his situation. The appearance of Toji Fushiguro, it had been unexpected, a variable he hadn't accounted for in his initial assessment of this dimension. The man's presence complicated matters, adding another layer to the already complex situation. But complications could be advantages in disguise for those skilled enough to use them. And if there was one thing Sukuna excelled at, it was turning unexpected developments to his advantage. He closed his eyes, appearing to rest while his mind continued to work, planning his next moves in this dangerous new game. The Emperor had won the first round, bringing him to this dimension against his will. But the game was far from over, and the King of Curses was a very patient player indeed. Confrontation between women. The private chamber within the Imperial Palace was designed with both luxury and security in mind. Soft, ambient lighting illuminated walls of a material that resembled marble, but was actually a specialized compound developed on Torlia Prime, capable of absorbing and neutralizing energy-based attacks. The furnishings were elegant yet practical, each piece positioned to provide both comfort and clear sight lines to all entrances. It was in this carefully designed space that Eve awoke, her consciousness returning in stages. First came awareness of the unfamiliar softness beneath her, then the subtle scent of something floral yet alien, and finally the realization that she was not alone. Her eyes snapped open, molecular energy immediately gathering around her hands as she bolted upright, ready to defend herself. "Easy," a familiar voice cautioned. "You're safe." Eve's gaze fixed on the speaker, and she found herself staring at herself, or rather, a version of herself that was both recognizable and distinctly different. The woman sitting calmly in a chair beside the bed wore her face, but there was a maturity to her features that spoke of additional years and harder experiences. Her hair was longer, elegantly styled, and she carried herself with a regal bearing that the Eve of Earth had never cultivated. "You," Eve said, her voice tight with tension. "Emperor World's Eve." The woman inclined her head slightly. "I prefer Adam Eve, actually. It's what I've always gone by, even after." She gestured vaguely at their surroundings. All this. Eve's molecular energy continued to swirl around her hands. "Where is Megumi? What have you done with him?" Adam Eve raised her hands in a placating gesture. "He's resting, recovering from the strain of the dimensional transition. You can sense him yourself. Your powers should be able to detect his molecular signature, even at this distance." Eve hesitated, then cautiously extended her awareness, searching for the familiar pattern that was uniquely Sukuna's. To her surprise, she found it almost immediately strong, stable, and unmistakably alive, somewhere else in the massive structure. The relief that washed through her was so intense that her molecular control faltered momentarily, causing the energy around her hands to flicker. "He's unharmed," Adam Eve assured her. "Mark would never allow anything to hurt him. Neither would I." Eve's energy didn't dissipate completely, but it stabilized, no longer fluctuating with her emotions. "And Mark? My world's Mark. Also safe," Adam Eve confirmed. "In a separate wing, under guard but comfortable. Our Mark thought it best to keep you separated initially, to prevent any coordinated resistance." Eve's eyes narrowed. "Smart of him, but unnecessary. I'm not leaving without Megumi, and Megumi isn't leaving without me." A small smile touched Adam Eve's lips. "On that, at least we agree, though perhaps for different reasons." She rose gracefully and moved to a small table, where she poured 2 glasses of a pale blue liquid from an elegant carafe. "You should drink. The dimensional transition can be dehydrating, and your body needs to replenish." Eve eyed the offered glass suspiciously. "Is it poisoned?" Adam Eve sighed, taking a deliberate sip from her own glass before extending the other. "If I wanted you dead, you would be. I don't need poison for that." After a moment's hesitation, Eve accepted the glass, though she continued to analyze its molecular structure before taking a cautious sip. The liquid was cool and refreshing, with a subtle sweetness unlike anything she'd tasted on Earth. "It's called cerulean nectar," Adam Eve explained, "from the floating gardens of Altair 7. One of the few pleasures I've allowed myself over the years." Eve lowered the glass, studying her counterpart with scientific precision. "Why are you here? Why not let your emperor handle me?" "Because I thought you deserved to hear certain things from me directly," Adam Eve replied, returning to her chair. "Woman to woman, scientist to scientist, Eve to Eve." She crossed her legs, her posture relaxed yet maintaining that subtle regality. "And because I believe you'll understand my perspective better than anyone else could. After all, in the most fundamental ways, we are the same person." "We're not the same," Eve countered immediately. We've lived different lives, made different choices. Have we? Adam Eve asked, her head tilting slightly. Or have we simply experienced different circumstances while remaining fundamentally the same in our core nature? She gestured between them. We both fell in love with Megumi Fushiguro. We both recognized something extraordinary in him that captured us completely. We both devoted ourselves to understanding him on a molecular level, studying him with scientific precision while simultaneously being consumed by emotions that defy rational analysis. Eve wanted to argue but found herself unable to refute the observation. Instead, she changed tack. You said you wanted to tell me certain things. What things? Adam Eve's expression softened, a distant look entering her eyes. I want to tell you about us. About Megumi and me and Mark. About the life we shared before everything changed. I think you deserve to know who he was, who we were together before you judge our determination to reclaim him. Eve hesitated, then nodded once, her curiosity temporarily overriding her wariness. Tell me. Adam Eve's gaze grew distant, looking back through years of memories. We met when we were children. I was the new girl at school, brilliant but socially awkward, more comfortable with molecules than with people. Mark was already popular, athletic, everyone's friend. And Megumi was the quiet transfer student from Japan who somehow saw right through everyone's facades, including mine. A soft smile touched her lips. The three of us became inseparable. Mark was the heart, I was the mind, and Megumi was the soul, the one who gave direction and purpose to our little trio. Even at 12 years old, he had this gravity to him, this quiet certainty about how the world worked and how it could be better. She took another sip of her drink, her eyes never leaving Eve's face. We grew up together, navigating the typical teenage dramas, but always with this sense that we were meant for something more. When Mark's powers manifested, Megumi was the first person he told before his parents, before me. And Megumi's response was to immediately start developing training protocols, strategic applications, ethical frameworks for how such power should be used. That sounds like him, Eve acknowledged quietly. Adam Eve nodded. By the time we were 16, I knew I was in love with him. I tried to hide it, worried about ruining our friendship, about making things awkward with Mark. But Megumi, being Megumi, had already figured it out. Her expression grew fond at the memory. He approached me in the lab one day. I was working on a molecular stabilization experiment. Without preamble, he said, "Your pulse accelerates by approximately 12.3% when I enter a room. Your pupils dilate, and you demonstrate increased clumsiness despite your normally precise motor control. These are classic physiological indicators of attraction." Despite herself, Eve laughed. That's very him, especially recently, isn't it? Adam Eve agreed, her own laughter joining Eve's for a brief moment. So clinical, so matter-of-fact. And then he simply said, I find these responses mutually satisfactory and propose we explore their implications further. His version of asking me out. Her expression softened. We were together from that moment on. Through high school, through the revelation of Mark's Viltrumite heritage, through the discovery that Nolan was not the hero Earth believed him to be. Megumi was. He was simply always there, always 3 steps ahead, always seeing patterns the rest of us missed. She rose again, moving to the window that overlooked the imperial capital, a breathtaking vista of crystalline spires and elegant bridges, with ships of various designs moving through designated aerial lanes. When Nolan offered to take us to Viltrum, to show Mark his heritage, Megumi insisted on coming along. He said he didn't trust Nolan's motivations, that there were inconsistencies in his behavior that suggested hidden agendas. We didn't fully understand his concerns then, but we trusted his judgment. Adam Eve's voice took on a harder edge. He was right, of course. Nolan had been sent to evaluate Earth for conquest, to prepare it for Viltrumite occupation. But what none of us anticipated was how Megumi's brilliance would impact the Viltrumite High Council. She turned back to Eve. Can you imagine it? A human boy, barely 12, walking into the most powerful governing body in the galaxy and telling them their conquest strategy was inefficient? That he had a better way. Despite the tension of the situation, Eve found herself smiling at the image. It was so perfectly in character for the Megumi she knew that absolute confidence, that dismissal of conventional power structures in favor of pure strategic efficiency. They were going to kill him on the spot, Eve continued. But then he outlined a plan that would reduce their casualties by 60% while increasing territorial gains. Even Thrag couldn't argue with those numbers. She returned to her seat, her expression growing more animated as she recounted their shared history. After that, Megumi became integral to Viltrumite strategic planning. The council members hated it, a human child advising the Empire, but the results spoke for themselves. And as we grew older, his influence only expanded. Her eyes met Eve's directly. We were engaged when he was 19. It wasn't a grand romantic proposal that wasn't his style. We were reviewing the architectural plans for what would eventually become this palace, and he simply said, "This would function more efficiently if we shared living quarters permanently. A formalized partnership would simplify administrative processes." Eve couldn't help but laugh again. He proposed by citing administrative efficiency? He did, Eve confirmed, her own smile widening. And I understood exactly what he meant. That was always our language: precision and efficiency as expressions of deeper emotions neither of us was entirely comfortable articulating directly. Her smile faded slowly. We were to be married 3 months later. The ceremony was planned, the arrangements made. Her voice caught slightly, and she paused, collecting herself. I was 4 months pregnant with our child. Eve's breath caught, the revelation hitting her with unexpected force. You were pregnant? Eve nodded, her composure wavering for the first time. We had worked for years to make it possible. My molecular powers had always affected my reproductive system, an unintended consequence of my abilities. Megumi helped me develop specialized blockers, more sophisticated than the mental controls I'd used since childhood. He was meticulous in his research, determined to find a solution. Her hand moved unconsciously to her abdomen, a gesture of remembered loss. When we finally succeeded, he was different. Still Megumi, still precise and methodical in everything, but there was a new softness to him. He would talk to the baby at night, explaining complex theoretical concepts in that serious voice of his, as if our unborn child needed to understand quantum mechanics and strategic theory from the womb. A ghost of a smile touched her lips at the memory, though her eyes remained shadowed with grief. And then Nolan happened. Eve felt a chill run through her at the sudden darkness in Eve's voice. He killed Megumi, she said softly. Not a question but a statement of empathy. To teach Mark a lesson in detachment. Eve confirmed, her voice hardening. To show him that humans were beneath Viltrumites, that no human should have influence over their kind. She looked down at her hands, which had clenched into fists in her lap. I was there. I watched it happen. Nolan stabbed him in the heart with such casual disdain, as if he were discarding something worthless rather than destroying the most brilliant mind of our generation. Her voice dropped to barely above a whisper. I held him as he died. His last words were about the baby, instructions for prenatal care, contingency plans for possible complications. Even dying, he was thinking 3 steps ahead, trying to protect us. Eve felt tears forming in her own eyes, the scientist in her temporarily overwhelmed by the sheer human tragedy of the story. The baby. I lost her that same day, Eve said, her voice hollow with remembered pain. The shock, the stress, the grief. My body couldn't maintain the pregnancy. The blockers we developed were sophisticated, but they weren't designed to withstand that kind of trauma. She looked up, meeting Eve's gaze directly. It was the only reason I didn't tear the palace apart molecule by molecule in that moment. The only reason I didn't try to kill Nolan on the spot, suicidal as that would have been. I was focused entirely on trying to save our child, using every bit of my molecular control to maintain the pregnancy. But it wasn't enough. Eve swallowed hard, finding herself at a loss for words in the face of such profound loss. I'm so sorry, she finally managed, the words feeling woefully inadequate. In a single day, I lost everything. Eve continued, her voice gaining strength again. My fiancé, our child, our future together, all of it, gone in an instant of Viltrumite cruelty. Her expression hardened with resolve. But I refused to let his legacy die with him. In that moment, as I lost both Megumi and our child, I made a promise that I would preserve everything he had built, everything he had envisioned. That his death would not be the end of his story. Eve nodded, understanding dawning. That's why you stayed with Mark, why you helped him build the empire. Mark was as devastated as I was, Eve confirmed. When he found us in the garden, me cradling Megumi's body, already bleeding from the miscarriage, something in him simply broke. He killed his father without hesitation, without mercy. Punched straight through his chest before Nolan even realized what was happening. Just like the way he killed Megumi. She shook her head slightly, remembering. The empire fractured after that. Half supported Mark's actions, viewing Nolan's murder of Megumi as treason against the empire itself. The other half saw it as justifiable discipline of an uppity human. Civil war followed, with Mark eventually emerging as emperor. And you stood by him, Eve observed. We stood by each other, Eve corrected. United in grief, in rage, in determination to build the empire Megumi had envisioned. To ensure his death meant something. She leaned forward, her intensity growing. For 17 years, I've kept that promise. Helped Mark build the empire Megumi designed. Maintained his principles, his vision. Never sought comfort in anyone else's arms, not even for a moment. Never allowed myself to form emotional attachments that might dilute my devotion to his memory. Her eyes took on a fierce light. And all the while I studied dimensional theory. I researched the multiverse, the possibilities of alternate realities where there might be a way to revive him. I never stopped believing that somehow, someday, I would find him again. Eve set down her glass, her own emotions threatening to overwhelm her scientific composure. Why are you telling me all this? Eve's gaze was steady, unflinching. Because you're pregnant with his child. The words hit Eve like a physical blow. What? You're pregnant? Eve repeated calmly. About 3 weeks along, I'd estimate, though that may be wrong since you are special, and the child could simply be developing too fast. The molecular changes are subtle but unmistakable to someone with our level of perception. Eve's hand moved instinctively to her abdomen, her powers immediately focusing inward to analyze her own cellular structure. And there it was, a small cluster of cells already developing, already containing the unique genetic signature that combined her DNA with Sukuna's. I didn't know, she whispered, genuinely shocked. How did you? I've been studying human reproduction at the molecular level for decades, Eve explained. Particularly as it relates to enhanced beings. The signs are clear to me, though they might not have been noticeable to you yet, especially given the chaos of recent events. Eve's mind raced, processing this new information with scientific precision, even as her emotions threatened to overwhelm her. A child, Sukuna's child, growing within her at this very moment. I'm not surprised by it, Eve continued. You are the peak specimen of women, and Megumi, especially Megumi as he is now, with his evolution and power, is the peak of male specimens. The compatibility between you is exceptional. She paused, something vulnerable entering her expression. And he has fallen in love with you. That much is clear even to me. Eve's head snapped up. You're wrong. Megumi, my Megumi, isn't the same as yours. A being with a different soul, different experiences. No. Eve interrupted firmly. I know what I see. The soul is the same, regardless of the name or the experiences. She rose again, pacing with elegant precision. But that isn't my point. My point is that I will get Megumi back in my life, and you must accept that. Eve's molecular energy flared defensively. If you think I'm just going to step aside, that isn't what I'm saying. Eve cut in, her own energy responding but remaining controlled. Initially, during the merger, there was a simpler solution. If you had died and I had remained, things would have been uncomplicated. But now, the situation is more complex. Her expression hardened. Megumi does not tolerate betrayal. If I were to kill you, especially now that you carry his child, he would not forgive me. He might even kill me in retribution, and I don't know that I would stop him, because the thought of him hating me is more abhorrent than death itself. Eve stared at her counterpart, recognizing the truth in her words. This was not a threat but a statement of fact, an analysis as clinical and precise as any scientific observation. So, Eve continued, you must accept that from now on, I will do everything in my power to make Megumi remember who he was, who we were together. I will be with him again. If you wish to remain by his side, that is your choice and I will accept it. I will even share him, if that is what he desires. Her eyes met Eve's with unwavering intensity. But I will not let him go again. Not after 17 years of emptiness. Not after losing him and our child. Not after finally finding him across the dimensions. Eve's mind worked rapidly, analyzing the situation from every angle. This woman before her was not evil, not in any conventional sense. She was simply herself, shaped by different circumstances, driven by the same fundamental devotion to the same being. And now there was the added dimension of shared motherhood, one who had lost a child, and one who was just beginning the journey of creating new life. And if he chooses me? Eve asked quietly. If, despite your efforts, he remembers nothing of your shared past and wants only the life he's built with me? Eve's expression flickered with pain, but her resolve remained unshaken. Then I will accept his choice, while continuing to hope that in time, his memories might return. But I don't believe that will happen. The connection we shared was too profound, too fundamental to who we both are. She moved closer, her energy field brushing against Eve's, not aggressively, but in a gesture almost like recognition. We, again, are more alike than different, you and I. We both love the same man with an intensity that defies conventional rational explanation. We both have devoted ourselves to understanding him, to protecting him, to standing beside him against whatever threats arise. Her voice softened. Is it so unthinkable that we might find a way to coexist? To share in his life rather than forcing him to choose between us? Eve's immediate instinct was to reject the suggestion outright. The thought of sharing Sukuna with anyone, even another version of herself, triggered a possessive response so intense that the molecules in the air around her began to vibrate visibly. But beneath that initial reaction, her analytical mind continued to work, examining the situation from all angles. This woman had loved and lost the same being Eve herself had only recently found. She had preserved his memory, his vision, for 17 years without wavering in her devotion. She had lost a child, their child, in circumstances of unimaginable trauma. And now, Eve herself carried a new life within her, a child who would need both stability and protection in a universe far more dangerous than Earth had ever been. I need time, Eve said finally. Time to process all of this. Time to speak with Megumi. Eve nodded, accepting this response. Of course, but understand that time is something we have in abundance here. Mark rules 17 galaxies. We have resources, technology, and lifespans that extend far beyond what you knew on Earth. This is not a decision that needs to be rushed. She moved toward the door, pausing before she reached it. You'll be given freedom to move within certain areas of the palace once you've recovered fully. I've arranged for a complete wardrobe and personal items to be delivered. If there's anything specific you require for your pregnancy, you need only ask. The mention of her pregnancy, still so new, so shocking, sent another wave of emotion through Eve. Her hand moved protectively to her abdomen, a gesture that did not go unnoticed by her counterpart. I lost my chance to be a mother, Eve said softly. I won't interfere with your opportunity. Whatever happens between us, between you and Megumi, I want you to know that your child will be protected and cherished in this empire. That is a promise I make without condition or expectation. The sincerity in her voice was unmistakable, and Eve found herself nodding in acknowledgement of this unexpected pledge. As Eve reached for the door, a final thought occurred to Eve. The child you lost, was it a boy or a girl? Eve paused, her hand on the door. A girl, she said softly. We had already chosen her name Shinobu. It was one of the few times Megumi ever referenced his Japanese heritage directly. He said it represented both beauty and resilience, qualities he hoped our daughter would embody. A small, sad smile touched her lips. Perhaps that's another reason why the universe brought us all together now. A second chance, not just for me and Megumi, but for the family we lost before it could truly begin. With that, she exited the chamber, leaving Eve alone with her thoughts, her hand still resting protectively over her abdomen where a new life miraculously had already begun to grow. Broken Emperor consciousness returned to Mark gradually, a slow awareness of unfamiliar surroundings filtering through the haze of disorientation. The room was spacious yet somehow intimate, designed with both luxury and security in mind. The lighting was soft, ambient, emanating from hidden sources that cast no shadows. The air carried a subtle scent, clean, slightly metallic, nothing like earth. As his vision cleared, Mark realized he wasn't alone. Leaning against the far wall, arms crossed casually over his chest, was himself, or rather, the version of himself who ruled 17 galaxies with an iron fist. Emperor Mark watched him with calculating eyes, his posture deceptively relaxed despite the coiled power evident in every line of his body. He wore a simplified version of his imperial regalia, a fitted black uniform with subtle red accents. No cape, no crown, yet somehow more intimidating for its understated elegance. "Finally awake," Emperor Mark observed, his voice neutral. "You've been out for nearly 6 hours." Mark bolted upright, instantly alert, his muscles tensing for combat. "Where's Eve? Where's Megumi?" He launched himself forward with explosive speed, but Emperor Mark was faster, impossibly, unnaturally faster. Before Mark could even register the movement, he found himself pinned against the wall, the Emperor's forearm pressed against his throat with just enough pressure to demonstrate control without causing actual harm. "Let's not do this," Emperor Mark said, his voice calm despite the physical confrontation. "You're in my palace, in my dimension, surrounded by my guards. Even if you somehow manage to overpower me, which you won't, you'd never find your friends without my help." Mark struggled against the hold, his Viltrumite strength impressive but clearly outmatched. "If you've hurt them, they're fine," Emperor Mark interrupted, maintaining his grip with effortless precision. "Eve is recovering in the East Wing. Megumi is being attended to by medical staff in the royal quarters. Neither is in any danger." He eased the pressure slightly, though he didn't release his hold. "I'm going to let you go now. We're going to talk like civilized people, like the brothers we essentially are. Okay?" Mark glared at his counterpart, hatred and frustration burning in his eyes. But beneath the anger was a flicker of uncertainty. The manic intensity he'd witnessed in the Emperor during their confrontation on Earth was notably absent, replaced by a controlled composure that was somehow more unsettling. After a moment of tense silence, Mark gave a single, reluctant nod. Emperor Mark released him and stepped back, maintaining a cautious distance. "Good choice." Mark straightened his clothing, standard-issue garments provided by palace staff. He assumed and took a deep breath, forcing himself to think strategically rather than emotionally. "You said they're safe. Prove it." Without taking his eyes off Mark, Emperor Mark tapped a small device on his wrist. A holographic display materialized in the air between them, showing 2 separate video feeds. In one, Eve sat in a comfortable-looking chamber, apparently deep in conversation with her counterpart. In the other, Sukuna reclined on a medical bed, surrounded by advanced technology, while attendants moved efficiently around him. "Live feeds," Emperor Mark explained, "updated every 30 seconds for security purposes. As you can see, they're both unharmed and being treated with appropriate respect." Mark studied the images intently, searching for any sign of distress or coercion. Finding none, he felt some of the tension leave his body. "When can I see them?" "Soon," Emperor Mark promised. "But first, I think you and I need to have a conversation. One that's long overdue." He gestured toward the door. "Walk with me." Mark hesitated, weighing his options. Fighting would be futile, that much was clear from their brief physical encounter. Escaping was equally unlikely without knowledge of the palace layout or the location of his friends. For now, cooperation seemed the only viable strategy. Fine, he agreed reluctantly. Lead the way. Emperor Mark nodded in approval and opened the door, revealing a corridor of polished stone that seemed to glow with an inner light. 2 guards stood at attention outside, tall, imposing figures in armor that Mark suspected could withstand even Viltrumite strength. Stand down, Emperor Mark ordered as they passed. We won't be needing an escort. The guards bowed and stepped aside, their movements precise and practiced. Mark noted the mixture of fear and reverence in their eyes as they watched the Emperor pass, the look of men who served out of both duty and dread. They walked in silence through a series of increasingly ornate corridors, each more impressive than the last. The architecture was unlike anything Mark had seen before, blending elements that seemed both ancient and futuristic, Earth-like and alien. Occasionally they passed other palace staff or officials, all of whom immediately bowed or saluted before hurrying on their way. Where are we going? Mark finally asked as they entered a vast atrium filled with plants. He didn't recognize trees with silver leaves, flowers that seemed to pulse with inner light. Somewhere private, Emperor Mark replied. Somewhere Megumi and I used to go when we needed to think, to plan, to be away from the demands of the Empire. They continued through the atrium and down a narrower corridor that appeared to be carved directly into living rock. At its end stood a simple door conspicuously plain amid the grandeur of the palace. Emperor Mark placed his palm against the door, which glowed briefly before sliding open. After you. Mark stepped through into what appeared to be a natural cavern, transformed into something between a study and a meditation chamber. Soft lights embedded in the rock walls illuminated a space furnished with simple cushions, low tables, and shelves lined with books and scrolls, actual physical texts, rather than digital displays. A small waterfall cascaded down one wall, creating a soothing background murmur. What is this place? Mark asked, his hostility momentarily forgotten as he took in the unexpected sanctuary. We called it the Quiet Room, Emperor Mark explained, closing the door behind them. Megumi designed it himself after we first came to Viltrum. Said he needed somewhere the Empire couldn't reach us, even for a few hours. He moved to one of the cushions and sat, gesturing for Mark to do the same. No surveillance here, no guards, no imperial protocols, just peace. Something that became increasingly rare as our influence expanded. Mark cautiously took a seat opposite the Emperor, still wary but increasingly curious. Why bring me here? Emperor Mark was silent for a moment, his expression thoughtful as he gazed at the waterfall. When he finally spoke, his voice had lost some of its imperial authority, sounding more like the Mark Grayson he had once been. Because I owe you an explanation, he said. And an apology. Mark blinked in surprise. An apology? I was unfair to you, Emperor Mark continued, meeting his counterpart's gaze directly. In my desperation to reclaim Megumi, I disregarded your own connection to him. I tried to take your best friend whether he was mine first or not, and in doing so, I acted against everything Megumi ever taught me. He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture so familiar that Mark felt a strange disconnect. This was him, in some fundamental way, despite the vast differences in their experiences. I disappointed myself, Emperor Mark admitted. And worse, I disappointed Megumi's memory. He would have been displeased with my methods. Mark studied his counterpart, searching for deception and finding none. That's not what I expected you to say. A small, rueful smile touched Emperor Mark's lips. Having him back, even if he doesn't remember me, even if he's changed, it's cleared my head somewhat. 17 years of obsession doesn't disappear overnight, but seeing him again, being in his presence, it's brought back more than just the pain of losing him. It's reminded me of who I was when he was alive, who he helped me become. Flashback. The memory surfaced with vivid clarity. 16-year-old Mark Grayson sitting on the roof of Reginald Vell Johnson High School, head in his hands, shoulders shaking with silent sobs. Your father's expectations are unreasonable, a calm voice observed. Mark looked up to find Megumi standing a few feet away, his expression as composed as always despite the precarious height. "How did you find me?" Mark asked, hastily wiping tears from his face. "Process of elimination," Megumi replied, moving to sit beside him with careful precision. "You weren't at any of your usual locations. Logic suggested you would seek elevation, a psychological response to feeling metaphorically weighed down by expectations." Despite everything, Mark found himself smiling slightly. "Only you would psychoanalyze someone's hiding spot." Megumi shrugged, the gesture almost imperceptible. "Efficiency in locating you meant more time for addressing the actual problem." He sat in silence for a moment, giving Mark space to collect himself. "Your father's training session today. It didn't go well." It wasn't a question, but Mark answered anyway. "He said I'm too soft, that I'm not progressing fast enough, that a real Viltrumite would have mastered flight maneuvers by now." "Your father's perspective is flawed," Megumi stated, his tone matter-of-fact rather than consoling. "He judges your progress against an arbitrary standard based on pure Viltrumite development. Your hybrid physiology necessitates a different timeline." He turned slightly, meeting Mark's gaze directly. "Additionally, his definition of softness is based on a cultural paradigm that values dominance over strategy, brute force over precision. It's an outdated model even within Viltrumite society, which is why their conquest efforts have become increasingly inefficient." Mark stared at him. "How do you make your dad's wrong sound like a scientific paper?" The faintest hint of a smile touched Megumi's lips. "Because it is scientific. Your development follows a different curve than a pure Viltrumite's. Your strengths manifest in different ways. These are observable facts, not opinions." He looked out over the school grounds, his expression thoughtful. "Your father sees only what you haven't yet become. He fails to observe what you already are." "And what's that?" Mark asked, unable to keep the bitterness from his voice. "Someone who questions rather than simply obeys," Megumi replied. "Someone who considers the implications of power rather than merely exercising it. Someone who values connection over domination." He paused. "These are strengths, Mark, not weaknesses." Mark was silent for a long moment, processing this perspective. "He doesn't see it that way." "Then his vision is limited," Megumi said simply. "And you should not allow his limitations to define your potential." He stood with fluid grace, offering a hand to Mark. "Come. I've developed a new training protocol that will work with your hybrid physiology rather than against it. We'll demonstrate your progress in ways even your father can't dismiss." Mark took the offered hand, feeling something shift inside him, a new confidence, a different kind of strength. "Thanks, Megumi." "No need for gratitude," Megumi replied as they made their way toward the roof access door. "Your success validates my methodology. It's mutually beneficial." Mark smiled, recognizing the statement for what it was, Megumi's way of saying, "That's what friends are for," without using such emotionally direct language. Always trying to distance himself to not get hurt. Mark sometimes wonders what it was that could have possibly made him this way, what hurt him, and how can he destroy it. "Still," Mark insisted, "thanks for finding me." Megumi glanced at him, his expression softening almost imperceptibly. "I will always find you, Mark. That's what brothers do." "He was more than my best friend," Emperor Mark said, his eyes distant with memory. "He was my brother in everything but blood. My teacher. My guide." He looked down at his hands that had conquered worlds, that had killed thousands. "In many ways, he was more of a father to me than Nolan ever was." Mark shifted uncomfortably, recognizing the truth in these words despite his continued wariness. "He sounds a lot like my Megumi." "Sukuna." Emperor Mark nodded. "Because they're the same person at their core. Different experiences, different names perhaps, but the same fundamental essence. The same soul." Another memory emerged, 17-year-old Mark hovering unsteadily in the air above the Viltrumite training grounds, struggling to maintain position while holding a massive weight in each hand. "Your flight control is deteriorating," Megumi observed from the ground, his voice carrying clearly despite the distance. Recalibrate your core stabilization. Easy for you to say, Mark called back, sweat pouring down his face as he fought to maintain altitude. You're not the one holding half a ton in each hand. The weight is irrelevant, Megumi replied calmly. Your Viltrumite strength is more than adequate for the task. The issue is your mental approach. He made a small adjustment to something on the tablet he was holding. You're treating flight and strength as separate functions. They're integrated aspects of the same physiological system. Redirect your focus. Mark gritted his teeth, trying to follow the instruction despite his frustration. I don't understand what that means. Yes, you do, Megumi countered, his voice taking on that particular tone of absolute certainty that somehow always managed to cut through Mark's doubts. Stop thinking about flying while lifting. Simply exist in your complete capability. Something in the phrasing clicked for Mark. He closed his eyes briefly, mentally shifting his approach. Instead of concentrating on maintaining altitude while also supporting the weights, he simply was. When he opened his eyes, he found himself hovering with perfect stability, the weights feeling suddenly almost weightless, like a feather. How did you know that would work? He called down to Megumi, genuine wonder in his voice. Because I know you, Megumi replied simply. Better than you know yourself in some ways. He made another adjustment on his tablet. Now, execute flight pattern Theta 7 while maintaining your current load. Mark groaned but complied, beginning the complex series of aerial maneuvers they had developed together. To his surprise, he found himself moving with unprecedented precision, the weights no longer hampering his flight, but somehow enhancing his control through their consistent resistance. Later, as they sat reviewing the data from the training session, Mark shook his head in amazement. How do you always know exactly what I need to hear? Megumi continued scrolling through the performance metrics, his expression focused. Pattern recognition, observation, analysis of previous successful instructional approaches. He glanced up, meeting Mark's gaze. And perhaps some intuition, since that doesn't hurt. Mark laughed. Did you just admit to having a gut feeling? I admit that there is logic to instincts one has, though one must always think through what triggers these intuitions. Megumi corrected, though there was the faintest hint of amusement in his eyes. So don't misrepresent my statement in acting without thinking. Right. Mark agreed, still grinning. Heaven forbid anyone think you operate on anything but pure logic. Megumi's expression grew more serious. The training is progressing well. Your father will be impressed. Mark's smile faded slightly. That's the goal, right? No, Megumi said firmly. The goal is your development as a balanced individual capable of utilizing your abilities effectively and ethically. Your father's approval is incidental, not central. He set down the tablet, giving Mark his full attention, a rare occurrence that always signaled the importance of what would follow. Mark, you must understand something fundamental. Your worth is not determined by your father's assessment. Your path is not defined by his expectations. Then what defines it? Mark asked quietly. Your choices, Megumi replied without hesitation. Your values, your understanding of responsibility and consequence. These are the metrics that matter, not Nolan's arbitrary standards of Viltrumite adequacy. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze intense. You have the potential to be something greater than what Viltrumite culture envisions. Not because of your strength or speed, but because you question, because you care, because you see power as a means rather than an end. Mark stared at him, startled by the uncharacteristic passion in his usually composed friend's voice. You really believe that? I don't believe things without evidence, Megumi stated flatly. I observe, analyze, conclude. And my conclusion, based on extensive data, is that you are capable of redefining what it means to be Viltrumite, of evolving beyond the limitations of their cultural paradigm. He picked up the tablet again, returning to his review of the performance metrics. Now, regarding your deceleration rate during the inverted maneuvers. But Mark barely heard the technical analysis that followed, too struck by the realization that someone whose opinion he valued above almost anyone else's saw in him a potential he had never fully recognized in himself. He taught me everything, Emperor Mark continued, his voice taking on a reverent quality. Not just how to use my powers, but how to think, how to lead, how to see beyond the immediate to the strategic, how to build something lasting rather than simply conquering. He gestured at their surroundings. This empire exists because of him, not just because I built it in his memory, but because he designed its fundamental structure, his principles of governance, its approach to expansion and integration, all of it, conceived by a human teenager with a mind unlike any I've ever encountered. Mark found himself nodding despite his continued suspicion. That sounds like him, always 3 steps ahead, seeing patterns no one else can see. Exactly, Emperor Mark agreed, leaning forward slightly. That's why I was so desperate to find him again. Not just because I missed my friend, my brother, but because the Empire needs him. I need him. His guidance, his perspective, his ability to see beyond conventional thinking. His expression darkened with remembered grief. When my father killed him, he didn't just take my best friend. He took my moral compass, my strategic advisor, the one person who could tell me when I was wrong and make me listen. Flashback. The memory was sharper, more painful. 18-year-old Mark standing in the Viltrumite High Council chamber, his clothing still stained with his father's blood, his eyes wild with grief and rage. The traitor Nolan Grayson has been executed for his crimes against the Empire, he announced, his voice carrying across the vast space. I claim his position and authority by right of conquest. Murmurs spread through the assembled council members, some approving, others clearly alarmed by this unprecedented challenge to the established order. Thrag, Grand Regent of the Viltrumite Empire, rose from his central throne, his massive frame towering over the young hybrid. You presume much, boy. Nolan's actions, while regrettable, were within his rights as a Viltrumite commander disciplining a human who had forgotten his place. Mark's fists clenched, the floor beneath him cracking from the pressure of his barely contained rage. Megumi Fushiguro was under imperial protection. His strategic value to the Empire was beyond calculation. My father's action was not discipline, it was treason. Careful, half-breed, Thrag warned, his voice dropping to a dangerous rumble. You stand on the edge of treason yourself. No, Mark replied, his voice suddenly cold, controlled, channeling Megumi's calm precision rather than his own emotional turmoil. I stand at the beginning of a new era for the Viltrumite Empire, one where strength serves strategy rather than ego, where conquest has purpose beyond mere dominance. He stepped forward, addressing the entire council rather than just Thrag. For too long, this empire has expanded without direction, conquered without vision. Megumi Fushiguro provided that vision, a path to more efficient conquest, to sustainable rule, to an empire that would last millennia rather than burn bright and collapse under its own weight. Several council members nodded, clearly swayed by this argument. Megumi's strategic brilliance had proven itself too many times to be dismissed, even by those who despised his human status. And now you believe yourself capable of implementing this vision? Thrag asked, contempt evident in his voice. No, Mark admitted, surprising everyone with his candor. I am not Megumi. I don't have his mind, his insight, his ability to see patterns across centuries of development. He straightened, his resolve hardening. But I have his plans, his strategies, his detailed projections for imperial expansion and governance. And I have something else, something he valued above all else. And what might that be? Thrag demanded. The willingness to learn, Mark replied simply. To adapt, to evolve beyond outdated paradigms that no longer serve our purpose. He looked around the chamber, meeting the eyes of each council member in turn. Megumi Fushiguro may be dead, but his vision for this empire lives on. The question before this council is simple. Will you embrace that vision and the prosperity it promises? Or will you cling to traditions that have left us with barely 100 Viltrumites where once there were billions? The silence that followed was deafening. Then, slowly, one of the elder council members rose from his seat. The boy speaks wisdom beyond his years. Perhaps there is merit in hearing more of these plans. Others began to nod, murmurs of agreement spreading through the chamber. Thrag remained standing, his expression thunderous, but even he could sense the shifting mood of the council. "This discussion is premature," he declared, attempting to reassert control. "The boy has no standing to address this council, much less propose changes to our imperial doctrine." "I disagree," came a new voice from the chamber entrance. All heads turned to see Eve standing there, her clothing still stained with Megumi's blood and her own, her face pale but determined. "Mark Grayson has proven his strength by defeating Nolan, a full-blooded Viltrumite. By your own laws, that gives him standing." She moved forward to stand beside Mark, her presence lending him additional credibility. "Furthermore, as the designated executor of Megumi Fushigiro's strategic plans, I can confirm that Mark has full access to and understanding of the imperial restructuring proposals that this council has already approved in principle." Thrag's eyes narrowed dangerously. "You dare, human? You think your word carries weight here?" "My word? Perhaps not." Eve conceded, her voice steady despite the threat looming before her. "But the empirical results of Megumi's strategies? Those speak for themselves. 63% reduction in Viltrumite casualties. 47% increase in territorial gains. 38% improvement in resource allocation efficiency." She looked around the chamber, her scientific precision matching Megumi's strategic brilliance. "These are not opinions. They are measurable outcomes that this council has already acknowledged and approved. To abandon them now would be to choose ego over efficiency, tradition over success." Thrag's expression darkened further, rage building in his eyes. With a roar of fury, he launched himself at Mark, moving with the devastating speed that had made him the most feared Viltrumite in the Empire. But Mark was ready. In the years before Megumi's death, they had trained together extensively, preparing for this very possibility. Megumi had recognized Thrag's inevitable opposition and had developed specialized techniques to counter the Grand Regent's possible fighting styles. Every possibility, to perfection. Most importantly, Megumi had taught Mark how to control his smart atoms, the fundamental particles that gave Viltrumites their extraordinary abilities. While Nolan had focused on brute strength and speed, Megumi had shown Mark how to manipulate his atomic structure at a molecular level, granting him unprecedented control over his own physiology. As Thrag's fist hurtled toward him, Mark didn't dodge or block in the conventional sense. Instead, he stood perfectly still, his expression calm as the Grand Regent's attack connected with his face with enough force to shatter a planet's crust. The impact created a shockwave that shattered the council chamber's windows and sent cracks racing across the ancient stone floor. But Mark himself remained unmoved, his body completely unaffected by the devastating blow. Thrag staggered backward, genuine shock registering on his face for perhaps the first time in centuries. "Impossible!" he gasped, staring at his own fist as if it had betrayed him. "No," Mark replied simply, his stance relaxed and confident. "Just the result of understanding Viltrumite physiology better than Viltrumites themselves." He took a single step forward, the movement casual yet somehow profoundly threatening. "Megumi taught me how to control my smart atoms at a fundamental level, not just for strength or speed, but for perfect structural integrity. My body doesn't break, doesn't damage, doesn't feel pain. My atoms remain exactly where I want them, regardless of outside force." Thrag's shock gave way to rage. With a bellow that shook the chamber, he charged again, unleashing a barrage of strikes that would have pulverized planets, each blow landing with catastrophic force but producing no effect whatsoever on Mark's uncompromised form. It was like attacking a statue made from the heart of a neutron star, an immovable, indestructible object that absorbed every impact without registering the slightest damage. After exhausting his initial fury, Thrag stepped back, his breathing heavy not from exertion but from disbelief. "What are you?" he demanded. "The future," Mark replied, his voice eerily calm in a way that reminded everyone present of Megumi's clinical detachment. The evolution of Viltrumite potential, guided by human innovation. With that, Mark moved a single, precise strike delivered with perfect form. His fist connected with Thrag's chest, the impact transferring energy directly into the Grand Regent's body while Mark's own form remained completely stable, not even shifting from the recoil. Thrag flew backward, crashing through multiple support columns before embedding in the far wall, blood erupting from his mouth as internal organs ruptured from the perfectly calculated strike. The battle, if it could even be called, that was over in seconds. The council chamber lay in ruins, and Thrag, the undefeated champion of the Viltrumite Empire for thousands of years, hung, embedded in the wall, broken and defeated by a single blow. "Impossible," one of the council members whispered, staring at the fallen Grand Regent in disbelief. "No," Eve corrected, her voice carrying clearly through the stunned silence. "Inevitable. This is the future Megumi Fushiguro envisioned, a future where intelligence guides strength, where strategy supersedes brute force." Mark stood in the center of the destruction, completely unmarked, not a hair out of place, his expression calm as he addressed the stunned council. "I claim the position of Emperor by right of conquest," he declared, his voice echoing through the ruined chamber. "Any who oppose me may challenge now or accept my authority." Not a single council member moved. The demonstration had been too definitive, too overwhelming to invite further resistance. They had just witnessed something beyond their understanding of Viltrumite who could truly not be harmed, who could not be moved, who stood as the living embodiment of their species' image. Invincible. "The civil war lasted a single day," Emperor Mark said, his expression distant with memory. "There was not much a war after that, not really. There were those who ganged up on me, hundreds of Viltrumites, but died all the same. For I was truly, utterly invincible, made so by Megumi's training, by his understanding of how to control smart atoms in ways that even pure Viltrumites had never mastered. I declared myself emperor that same day," Emperor Mark continued, his gaze focused on some distant point as he recalled the events that had shaped his reign. "Not out of ambition or ego, but because it was the most efficient way to implement Megumi's vision for the Empire. The council recognized my authority immediately, not just because of my strength, but because they had already seen the results of Megumi's strategies." He looked down at his hands that had conquered worlds, that had killed thousands. "Eve was instrumental in the transition. While I provided the necessary strength to maintain order, she interpreted and implemented Megumi's plans with as close to one can get to his perspective. Together, we built the framework for what would become a galactic empire spanning 17 systems." His expression darkened with remembered grief. "But we did it without him, without his guidance, his insights, his ability to see connections and patterns that no one else could perceive. We had his plans, his strategies, but not his mind, not his capacity to adapt those plans to changing circumstances." Mark shifted uncomfortably, recognizing the truth in these words despite his continued wariness. He looked up, meeting Mark's gaze directly. "That's why finding him again meant everything to me. Why I was willing to tear apart reality itself for even the chance of bringing him back. Not just to fill the void his death left in me personally, but once again because the Empire, the vision he created, needs him." Mark studied his counterpart, searching for deception and finding none. "I think I understand. But that doesn't justify kidnapping him, kidnapping all of us and bringing us here against our will." "No, it doesn't," Emperor Mark agreed, surprising Mark with his candor. "As I said, I was unfair. I acted out of desperation rather than principle. I failed to honor what Megumi taught me about respecting individual choice, about the difference between conquest and true leadership." He ran a hand through his hair, the gesture so familiar it was disconcerting. "I can't undo what I've done, but I can try to make it right or at least less wrong." "How?" Mark asked, his tone skeptical despite his growing understanding. "By giving you a choice," Emperor Mark replied. "All of you. I won't force Megumi to stay if he truly wishes to return to your dimension. I won't keep you or Eve prisoner here against your will." He held up a hand before Mark could respond. "But before you make that choice, I ask only that you take the time to understand what this empire is, what it could offer all of you. The resources, the technology, the opportunity to effect change on a galactic scale rather than being limited to a single planet. Mark studied his counterpart, searching for deception and finding none. And if we still choose to leave, then I will find a way to send you home, Emperor Mark promised. It won't be immediate. The dimensional technology we used to reach your world was experimental, and the return protocols are still being refined. But I give you my word that if, after seeing what we've built here, you still wish to return to Earth, I will make it happen. The sincerity in his voice was unmistakable, and Mark found himself believing his counterpart despite his initial distrust. Why the change of heart? You were ready to tear the world apart to get Megumi back. Now you're offering to let him go. Emperor Mark was silent for a moment, his expression thoughtful. Because having him here, seeing him again even changed as he is, has reminded me of who I was when he was alive. Who he helped me become. He met Mark's gaze directly. Megumi would be disappointed in what I've become in his absence. In the methods I've employed, the lines I've crossed. He always believed that power without principle was merely tyranny, that conquest without purpose was empty victory. A small, sad smile touched his lips. I've spent 17 years building an empire in his name while gradually betraying the fundamental principles he taught me. It took seeing him again, seeing the disapproval in his eyes when I tried to force him to come with me, to make me recognize how far I've strayed from his vision. Mark nodded slowly, recognition dawning. He has that effect on people. That ability to make you want to be better just by being in his presence. Exactly, Emperor Mark agreed. Something like relief crossing his features at being understood. So I'm trying to be better now. To honor his memory and his present self by acting according to the principles he valued. Starting with respecting your autonomy, your right to choose your own path. He stood, moving toward the small waterfall that continued its soothing cascade down the cavern wall. I won't pretend I don't hope you'll choose to stay, that Megumi won't find something familiar in this empire, in the vision he himself created. But the choice must be yours, freely made. Mark rose as well, his stance more relaxed though still alert. I want to see them, even Megumi. I need to know they're truly all right. Of course, Emperor Mark agreed immediately. I'll take you to them now if you wish. He moved toward the door, then paused, turning back with an expression of unexpected vulnerability. Whatever you decide, Mark, I hope you understand that I never saw you as an enemy. In my world, you and I were as close as brothers, united by our shared love for Megumi and our commitment to his vision. He extended his hand not imperiously, not with any hint of command, but as one equal to another. Perhaps, in time, we might find some version of that brotherhood again. Different, certainly, shaped by our different experiences, but built on mutual respect rather than conflict. Mark hesitated, studying the offered hand and the man extending it. This was still the being who had kidnapped them, who had threatened to destroy Earth if he didn't get his way. But it was also a version of himself who had experienced loss beyond imagination, who had built an empire according to the principles of someone they both admired, who was now attempting, however imperfectly, to make amends. After a moment of consideration, Mark reached out and clasped the Emperor's hand. I'm not making any promises, but I'll listen, I'll look, and I'll keep an open mind. Emperor Mark nodded, acceptance rather than triumph in his expression. That's all I can ask. What remains? The sun rose over a changed world. The green dimensional energy that had rippled across the sky for days was gone, leaving only the familiar blue of Earth's atmosphere. But the scars of what had happened remained in the landscape, in the memories, and in the hearts of those left behind. Original Mark flew alongside Nolan and Original Eve, their path taking them back to the GDA facility. The devastated commercial district fell away behind them, giving way to suburbs and then the government sector where the facility stood. None of them spoke. What was there to say? Their counterparts, alternate Mark, alternate Eve, and Sukuna, were gone, pulled through a dimensional portal into the Emperor's reality. The victory of reversing the merger felt hollow in the face of such a loss. We'll find them, Mark said, breaking the silence as they approached the GDA building. Whatever it takes. Eve nodded, her scientific mind already cataloging possibilities. If dimensional travel happened once, it can happen again. We just need to understand the mechanics. It won't be easy, Mark Nolan cautioned, his expression grim, having lost his own son, and the boy who, despite his attempts at distance, had begun to see as his son as well. The Emperor's reality could be anywhere in the multiverse. Finding one specific dimension among infinite possibilities. We'll find it, Mark insisted, his jaw set with determination. We have to. As they descended toward the GDA facility, Mark noticed something wrong. The building's security perimeter had been breached, with sections of the outer wall torn away as if by immense force. Something's happened, he warned, accelerating toward the damage. They landed in what had once been the facility's main entrance, now a gaping hole surrounded by twisted metal and shattered concrete. Inside, alarm lights flashed silently, the accompanying sirens disabled. Be careful, Nolan advised, taking point as they moved deeper into the facility. Whatever did this could still be here. They found the first signs of resistance in the main corridor, GDA agents unconscious but alive, scattered across the floor like discarded toys. Medical staff were already tending to them, moving with the practiced efficiency of people accustomed to crisis. What happened here? Mark demanded, helping a dazed agent to her feet. Someone broke in, the agent managed, blood trickling from a cut on her forehead. Tore through our defenses like they were paper, headed straight for the lower levels. The containment areas, Eve realized, where they were keeping Battle Beast's body. Mark's expression darkened. Let's go. They moved quickly through the facility, following the path of destruction. Each level showed signs of a powerful being's passage, walls punctured, security doors torn from their hinges, more injured but mercifully alive personnel. On the fifth sublevel, they found both Cecils coordinating a response team, their identical expressions of controlled concern almost comical despite the situation. Mark, original Cecil acknowledged, relief evident in his voice. You're back. The merger reversed, Mark confirmed. But our counterparts were pulled through to the Emperor's dimension. What happened here? We're still assessing, Altered Cecil replied, gesturing toward the monitoring stations where technicians worked frantically. Something breached our perimeter approximately 47 minutes ago. It moved too fast for our cameras to track clearly. Uram and the Itadori boy are checking the lower levels, original Cecil added. We believe the intruder was headed for a deafening roar interrupted him, the sound reverberating through the facility with enough force to shake dust from the ceiling. The morgue, both Cecils said in unison. Mark didn't wait. He shot down the corridor, following the sound with Eve and Nolan close behind. They descended 2 more levels, the roars growing louder, now accompanied by crashes and the sound of metal tearing. They burst into the morgue antechamber to find Uram maintaining an ice barrier around the entrance to the main chamber. Her expression strained as she fought to contain whatever was inside. It arrived minutes ago, she explained, ice crystals forming in the air around her as she reinforced the barrier. Broke through all defenses like they weren't there. What is it? Mark demanded, preparing himself for combat. Uram's expression was grim. Battle Beast. But not the one that died here. Another variant? Eve asked, her powers flaring in preparation. No, Yuji Itadori said, emerging from a side corridor. Though still weakened from his ordeal with Shibuya Sukuna, the young man stood tall, his eyes reflecting a determination that belied his exhausted appearance. It's your world's one, the one from your timeline. As if to confirm his words, another roar shook the facility, followed by the sound of Uram's ice barrier shattering. The doors to the morgue blew outward, and through the cloud of ice and debris emerged a figure they all recognized. Battle Beast stood in the doorway, his massive frame silhouetted against the morgue's emergency lighting. Blood not his own covered his muzzle and chest, dripping onto the floor in a steady rhythm. In his hands he held what appeared to be a half-eaten arm, the flesh torn and ragged where his teeth had ripped through muscle and bone. For a moment, no one moved. Then Battle Beast's eyes focused on them, recognition and something like shame flickering across his bestial features. With a roar that seemed more frustration than rage, he hurled the arm aside and charged, not at them but at the wall beside them. The reinforced concrete crumbled under his assault, creating a new exit that he immediately used, disappearing into the depths of the facility. After him, Original Cecil ordered through their communicators. Containment teams to Sublevel 7. Mark was already moving, flying through the hole Battle Beast had created. The others followed, tracking the alien warrior through his path of destruction. They found him in a large storage area, surrounded by the remains of security drones that had attempted to stop him. He stood with his back to a wall, chest heaving, eyes darting between the various entrances as if expecting an attack from all sides. "Battle Beast," Nolan called out, his voice carrying both authority and caution. "Stand down. We don't want to fight you." The alien warrior's eyes fixed on Nolan, recognition dawning. "Omni-Man," he growled, his voice rougher than they remembered. "You live. Good. A worthy opponent should not fall to mere dimensional chaos." "What were you doing in the morgue?" Mark demanded, hovering cautiously out of immediate reach. Battle Beast's expression shifted, something like embarrassment crossing his features before hardening back into its usual fierce mask. "What I had to do," he replied cryptically. "You were eating the other Battle Beast's remains," Eve stated, her understanding cutting through to the heart of the matter. "Why?" For a moment, it seemed Battle Beast might attack her for the directness of the question. Then, surprisingly, he laughed a harsh, barking sound that held little humor. "Instinct," he admitted, wiping blood from his muzzle with the back of his hand. "When the green light in the sky began to intensify before it began to fade, I felt compelled, driven by something beyond conscious thought. I had to find my other self, had to consume what remained." "But why?" Yuji asked, stepping forward despite the danger. Unlike the others, who maintained combat readiness, the young man approached Battle Beast directly, showing no fear despite the alien's blood-covered appearance. Battle Beast studied him, perhaps sensing something different in this human who had once housed a being of immense power. "To survive," he said simply. "When dimensions merge, duplicates cannot exist side by side indefinitely. One must prevail. One must continue. My primal instincts overcame me. By consuming your counterpart," Eve realized, her scientific mind racing ahead. "You ensured it would be you who survived the merger's aftermath." "Yes," Battle Beast confirmed. "Though the merger has been reversed, its effects linger. Those who consumed their counterparts have evolved, grown stronger." He flexed his massive arms, and they all noticed what they hadn't before. His musculature seemed denser, more defined. His presence more imposing, his energy signature subtly altered. "I have absorbed his strength," Battle Beast continued. "His experiences, his death." He looked directly at Nolan. "I remember fighting the four-armed one, being defeated with honor. Though it was not me, I carry the memory now as if it were." Nolan's expression darkened with sudden understanding. If this happened to the Viltrumites too, it would explain how strong Conquest was. Mark finished, the implications dawning on him. He must have found and consumed his counterpart during the merger. And if Thrag did the same, Eve began. Then the Grand Regent of the Viltrumite Empire is now twice as powerful as before, maybe even more, Nolan concluded grimly. Battle Beast snorted, the sound somewhere between dismissal and anticipation. "More worthy opponents. Good. Is that all you think about? Fighting?" Mark demanded, frustration coloring his voice. "People are dead. Our friends are trapped in another dimension. The world is still recovering from what just happened." Battle Beast regarded him with something almost like pity. "Young Viltrumite, you still do not understand. Battle is life. Challenge is purpose. Without these, existence is meaningless. There's more to life than fighting," Yuji said quietly, drawing Battle Beast's attention once more. The alien warrior studied him, his expression thoughtful. Perhaps, he conceded after a moment. But it is what I know. What I am. So what now? Eve asked, her powers still at the ready despite the apparent de-escalation of the situation. Are you here to challenge us? To fight? Battle Beast's laugh was genuine this time. No, Pink One. I am here to protect. This declaration surprised everyone, Mark most of all. Protect? Since when do you protect anything? Since I consumed the memories of my other self, Battle Beast replied. Since I felt his respect for the four-armed one who defeated him with honor. Since I understood what is coming. And what's that? Nolan asked carefully. Battle Beast's expression turned serious. Viltrumites will come. More and more, drawn to this world by reports of dimensional anomalies, by stories of beings who could challenge even their might. They will come seeking conquest, seeking to finish what was started. He straightened to his full height, his bearing suddenly regal despite the blood still drying on his fur. Until the four-armed one returns, I will stand as this world's guardian. For 2 reasons. He held up one clawed finger. First, Viltrumites make worthy opponents. The battles will be glorious. A second finger joined the first. Second, I am grateful to the one called Sukuna for giving my other self an honorable death. Counterpart or not, I remember it, I respect it, and I will honor it by protecting what he valued. The declaration hung in the air, unexpected and profound from a being they had only ever known as a ruthless gladiator, a creature of pure combat. How do we know we can trust you? Mark asked, still suspicious. Battle Beast's smile was all fangs. You don't. But consider this, young Viltrumite, if I wanted to kill you, would we still be talking? Nolan placed a hand on Mark's shoulder. He's right, Mark. If he wanted to kill us, then this talk would have been much shorter and a lot more violent. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then both Cecils arrived, accompanied by security teams that immediately took up defensive positions around the perimeter. Stand down, Original Cecil ordered after assessing the situation. Maintain distance, but hold your fire. So, Altered Cecil said, addressing Battle Beast directly. You're offering your services as Earth's defender? Not Earth, Battle Beast corrected. The four-armed one's interests, until he returns. And if he doesn't? Original Cecil pressed. Battle Beast's expression darkened. He will. And until then, I will fight what comes. It is payment of a debt. The Cecils exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. We'll need to discuss this, Original Cecil said finally. Arrangements would have to be made. Parameters established. Discuss all you wish, Battle Beast replied dismissively. I will be here when the Viltrumites come, whether you approve or not. With that, he strode forward, the security teams parting before him like water around a stone. No one moved to stop him as he made his way toward the exit. Where are you going? Mark called after him. Battle Beast paused, glancing back over his massive shoulder. To prepare, to hunt, to wait. A predatory smile spread across his blood-stained muzzle. The Viltrumites will come soon enough, and when they do, I will be ready. He continued on, his heavy footsteps echoing down the corridor until they faded into silence. Well, Original Cecil said dryly, that was unexpected. Can we trust him? Mark asked, looking to Nolan for guidance. His father's expression was thoughtful. Battle Beast lives by a strict code of honor. If he says he'll defend Earth in Sukuna's absence, I believe him. Whether his methods will align with our preferences is another matter entirely. We should keep tabs on him regardless, Altered Cecil decided. But having a being of his caliber as an ally, even temporarily, could prove valuable in the coming days. Speaking of coming days, Eve interjected. We need to focus on finding a way to reach the Emperor's dimension, to bring back our friends. Agreed, both Cecils said in unison. As the group began to disperse, Yuji spoke up. I'm going after Battle Beast, he announced, his voice carrying the same unwavering resolve that had once helped him resist Sukuna's influence. Everyone turned to look at the young man, surprise evident on their faces. "That's not advisable," Original Cecil responded, his tone carrying that bureaucratic caution that defined his character. "We have sophisticated tracking systems designed for precisely this purpose. No need to endanger yourself unnecessarily." Yuji shook his head, that familiar stubborn set to his jaw taking a formal tone and wording gained from sharing memories with Sukuna for a time. "With all respect, sir, cameras and fancy tech won't cut it with someone like him. He'll just smash them if he doesn't want to be watched." His eyes followed the path of destruction. "Besides, I get him in a way you guys might not." "How exactly do you figure that?" Mark asked, his voice carrying that mixture of skepticism and genuine curiosity. Yuji's expression softened, his hand unconsciously moving to his chest where Sukuna's fingers had once been sealed. "I had someone inside me who saw the world as nothing but a playground for the strong, who measured everything by power and dominance. But even Sukuna had moments of respect, honor for worthy opponents. Battle Beast has that same code. It's still dangerous," Nolan cautioned. "He's unpredictable with his new memories and enhanced strength even more than normal. That's exactly why someone should be there," Yuji insisted, that passionate conviction rising in his voice, the same quality that had once made him declare he wanted a proper death. "Not to control him, I don't think anyone can, but to understand him, to help him see the line between protecting and destroying." A slight smile crossed his face. "Plus, I'm probably the only one here he won't immediately try to pulverize if I annoy him." Eve studied him with that analytical gaze of hers. "Your hypothesis is that your connection to Sukuna grants you some form of immunity?" "Partly," Yuji nodded, "but mostly because I'm not a threat or a challenge to him. Just a regular guy trying to do the right thing." His expression hardened. "And right now, the right thing is making sure our new ally doesn't cause more destruction than protection while guarding what Sukuna valued." Yuram, who had maintained her typical stoic silence, finally spoke. "I shall accompany you," she stated with absolute finality. Yuji turned to her in surprise. "You really don't have to." Sukuna-sama's final directive before his departure, Yuram interrupted, her tone carrying that unwavering devotion, "was to ensure your continued well-being. He specifically commanded me to maintain your health and facilitate your recovery from the possession." This revelation visibly stunned Yuji. His eyes widened, his face showing complete disbelief. He actually said that? About me?" Yuram nodded. "Sukuna-sama's reasons are his own and not for me to question. If you intend to pursue Battle Beast, then my duty compels me to accompany you." Yuji struggled to reconcile this information with everything he knew about Sukuna, the evil force of nature that had possessed him, that had reveled in destruction and death. That any version of the King of Curses would show concern for his well-being seemed almost impossible to believe. Yet Yuram's unwavering certainty convinced him she was telling the truth. This dimension's Sukuna, different as he might be from the one Yuji had known, had commanded his most faithful servant to protect the vessel he had inhabited. "All right," Yuji finally said, regaining that determined optimism that defined him. "We'll go together then." "I still think this is a terrible idea," Mark said, that protective nature showing through. "Battle Beast isn't exactly the friendly type. Sometimes the craziest path is the right one," Yuji replied with that characteristic grin. "Besides, between Yuram's ice powers and my experience dealing with difficult personalities, I think we've got this covered." The Cecils exchanged another of their identical calculating glances before Original Cecil nodded reluctantly. "Very well, but you will maintain regular communication protocols, and at the first indication of hostility, you will request immediate extraction. Is that understood?" "You got it," Yuji agreed with a smile and thumbs up that seemed almost out of place given the gravity of the situation. "Let's do this," he said to Yuram as they began to leave. "We've got a beast to catch." As they headed toward the exit, following the swath of destruction Battle Beast had left behind, Yuji couldn't help but wonder what other challenges awaited him in this new world, and when exactly he'll find his way back to his own. He still had a purpose after all, 5 more fingers of Sukuna remain in his world, and he is the only one that can make sure that monster dies, permanently his life being forfeit a worthy price. His atonement in his eyes. Until then he'll try to do as much good as he can. Perhaps, the Imperial Gardens stretched for miles, a meticulously designed paradise that blended elements from 1,000 worlds. Crystal trees with leaves that chimed softly in the breeze stood alongside flowering plants whose blooms shifted color with the changing light. Fountains of liquid that formed various shapes before dissolving back into their basins. Sukuna walked these gardens with measured steps, taking in every detail with analytical precision. Behind him, always maintaining a respectful distance of exactly 3 paces, was Anissa, his assigned guardian. Though they both knew the term was a polite fiction. She was his watcher, his jailer, his constant shadow. She was also, he had quickly realized, a valuable source of information. 4 days had passed since his arrival in this dimension. 4 days of careful observation, of mapping the palace layout, of assessing potential allies and enemies. 4 days of pretending to be weaker than he actually was, maintaining the illusion that the binding vow had left him genuinely depleted. Most importantly, 4 days of gathering intelligence about the Megumi Fushiguro of this world, the strategic genius whose death had shaped an empire and whose memory had driven an emperor to dimensional madness. The cerulean orchids are particularly vibrant today, Anissa observed, breaking the comfortable silence that had developed between them during their morning walk. They respond to emotional energy in their vicinity. The gardeners say they've never seen them this blue before. Sukuna paused, studying the flowers in question, delicate blooms that seemed to pulse with an inner light, their color indeed a deep, almost hypnotic blue. Emotional energy, he repeated, his tone neutral. Did they work on the same principle as cursed energy but broader? This might need eventual investigating. Interesting. They were your favorite, Anissa continued, moving to stand beside him rather than behind for the first time that morning. You had them planted throughout the palace gardens. Said they were useful indicators of emotional states people tried to hide. Sukuna nodded, filing away this information. Another piece of the puzzle, another fragment of the man whose identity he was both investigating and, to some extent, assuming. Tell me more, he said, resuming his walk at a slower pace that invited conversation. About myself. About what I was capable of. Anissa studied him for a moment, her expression carefully neutral despite the intensity in her eyes. You were asking about your abilities yesterday as well. Are you starting to remember? Fragments, Sukuna lied smoothly. Images, sensations. Nothing concrete. But I feel drawn to certain knowledge. As if my body remembers what my mind does not. It was a calculated response, designed to encourage her to share more information while maintaining the fiction that he might be recovering memories of a past life. The more they believed he might be their Megumi returning to himself, the more freely they would speak around him. Anissa seemed to accept this explanation, nodding as they continued along the garden path. You were not merely intelligent, she began, her voice taking on a reverent quality that Sukuna had noted whenever anyone in the palace spoke of this world's Megumi. You were transcendent. Your mind operated on levels that even the most advanced Viltrumite scientists couldn't comprehend. They approached a small pavilion overlooking an artificial lake, where exotic creatures with translucent bodies glided beneath the surface. Anissa gestured for him to sit on one of the stone benches, positioning herself where she could observe both him and their surroundings, ever the vigilant guard. By the time you were 15, she continued, you had developed nanomachines capable of enhancing human strength to Viltrumite levels. You used yourself as the test subject naturally. Sukuna raised an eyebrow, genuine interest piqued. Nanomachines? Not genetic modification. You had your own pride, Anissa explained. You wanted to prove that humans could also be strong, to not be inferior to Viltrumites. And to a certain extent you did. She looked out over the lake, her expression distant with memory. I remember the first time you demonstrated their effectiveness. Thrag had arranged a combat trial, a test to see if your claims about the technology were valid. Flashback. The combat arena was circular, its walls reinforced with materials designed to withstand Viltrumite-level impacts. Observation platforms ringed the upper level, where the Viltrumite High Council watched with expressions ranging from curiosity to outright disdain. In the center of the arena stood Megumi Fushiguro, 15 years old but carrying himself with the composure of someone far older. He wore a simple black training uniform, no visible weapons or protection. His expression was calm, analytical, as he surveyed his surroundings. Across from him stood a Viltrumite warrior, not one of the elite, but still a formidable opponent with centuries of combat experience. The warrior smirked, clearly unimpressed by the human teenager he'd been ordered to fight. "This is a waste of time," the warrior complained, loud enough for the observation platforms to hear. "The human will be dead in seconds." Thrag, seated in the central position of honor, leaned forward slightly. "Begin," he commanded, his voice echoing through the arena. The Viltrumite moved with blinding speed, crossing the distance between them in a fraction of a second. His fist aimed directly at Megumi's chest with enough force to shatter concrete. What happened next caused a ripple of shock through the watching council. Megumi didn't dodge. He didn't flinch. He simply raised his hand and caught the Viltrumite's fist mid-strike, the impact creating a shockwave that rippled visibly through the air, but leaving the teenager completely unmoved. For a moment, the arena was utterly silent, the Viltrumite warrior staring in disbelief at his captured fist. "Impossible," he whispered. Megumi's expression didn't change. No triumph, no effort, just the same calculating assessment. "No," he replied calmly. "Simply the application of advanced nanomechanical integration with human musculature and skeletal structure. The impossible becomes quite possible with sufficient understanding of molecular engineering." Before the warrior could respond, Megumi twisted, using the Viltrumite's own momentum against him in a throw that sent him crashing into the arena wall with enough force to crack the reinforced material. The warrior recovered quickly, rage replacing his initial shock. With a roar, he launched himself at Megumi again, this time holding nothing back. What followed wasn't so much a fight as a demonstration. Megumi moved with precision that bordered on prescience, each action perfectly calculated for maximum efficiency. He didn't just match the Viltrumite's strength. He applied it with a strategic understanding that made brute force irrelevant. From the observation platform, a young Anissa watched with growing fascination as the human teenager systematically dismantled a warrior who had conquered worlds. There was something almost beautiful about the precision of his movements, the economy of his actions. When the Viltrumite finally lay unconscious at Megumi's feet, the arena remained silent, the High Council too shocked to immediately respond. Megumi looked up at Thrag, his expression unchanged. "The demonstration is complete," he stated simply. "The nanomachines function as designed, allowing human physiology to match and, with proper application, exceed Viltrumite capabilities." Thrag's expression was unreadable as he studied the human who had just defeated one of his warriors. Then, to everyone's surprise, he nodded, a small gesture of acknowledgement that carried immense weight coming from the Grand Regent. "Impressive," he said, the single word echoing in the silent arena. "Most impressive." As Megumi exited the arena, Anissa noticed something that others might have missed, a brief flicker of emotion crossing his usually composed features. Not pride or triumph, but something else. Something almost like loneliness, as if the victory meant nothing to him beyond its practical applications. It was the first time she had seen what would later become his most recognizable trait. The distant gaze that seemed to look beyond immediate circumstances to some greater pattern only he could perceive. The expression that would eventually earn him the name that would be whispered across galaxies. The Lonesome Devil. "After that demonstration, your status changed," Anissa continued, pulling herself back from the memory. "You were no longer viewed as merely Mark's human friend or a strategic advisor. You became something else, a power in your own right, respected and feared across the Empire." Sukuna absorbed this information with careful neutrality, though internally he was fascinated by the differences between this world's Megumi and his own experiences. The nanomachine enhancement was particularly interesting, a technological solution to power rather than the spiritual/cursed energy approach of his world. And my relationship with Thrag? He prompted, sensing there was more to that dynamic than she had revealed. Anissa hesitated, her expression suggesting internal conflict. That's complicated, she finally said. Thrag was not known for respecting any species other than Viltrumites. But you were different. She glanced around, as if checking for listeners despite their isolated location in the gardens. What I'm about to tell you might sound like treason to some, but you deserve to know the truth about your past. Sukuna nodded encouragingly, maintaining his facade of eager interest in recovering his memories. Thrag cared for you, Anissa said, her voice dropping lower. In his own way, he saw you as the son he never had. Not because of sentiment Thrag would have considered such emotions weakness, but because he recognized in you a mind that could elevate the Viltrumite Empire beyond mere conquest to true galactic governance. Flashback. The Grand Regent's private chambers were Spartan compared to his public spaces, reflecting the military discipline that defined Viltrumite culture. Thrag stood by the viewing window, staring out at the stars, his massive frame silhouetted against the cosmic panorama. Behind him, seated at a workstation covered in holographic displays, Megumi worked tirelessly, his fingers moving with precise efficiency as he adjusted calculations for the upcoming Centauri campaign. It was late, well past the time when most of the palace staff had retired. But neither Thrag nor Megumi seemed to notice or care about the hour. Their work rhythms had synchronized over the years, both preferring the quiet productivity of night to the political performances required during the day. Anissa stood guard near the entrance, technically there to protect Thrag, though everyone knew the Grand Regent needed no such protection. In reality, her presence was more about protocol than necessity, and about Thrag's growing paranoia regarding the human who had become increasingly integral to Imperial operations. She watched as Megumi's movements gradually slowed, his usual precision giving way to the subtle but unmistakable signs of human exhaustion. 3 days without sleep, even for someone enhanced by nanomachines, was pushing biological limits. To her surprise, Thrag noticed as well. The Grand Regent turned from the window, studying the teenager with an expression that, on anyone else, might have been called concern. "You require rest," Thrag stated, his voice carrying its usual commanding tone but lacking the harshness he typically displayed toward subordinates. Megumi didn't look up from his work. The Centauri calculations must be completed before the council meeting tomorrow. Sleep is inefficient at this juncture. Thrag moved closer, his shadow falling across Megumi's workstation. "Your efficiency is already compromised by fatigue. The biological limitations of your species cannot be entirely overcome, even with your enhancements." This time, Megumi did look up, meeting the Grand Regent's gaze directly, something few beings in the galaxy would dare. "The limitations of humanity are precisely what I'm working to transcend," he replied. "Each extension of my endurance provides valuable data for future modifications." "At what cost?" Thrag asked, the question surprising both Megumi and Anissa with its implication of concern for something beyond strategic value. Megumi's expression registered mild surprise before returning to its usual analytical calm. "Cost-benefit analysis indicates the knowledge gained outweighs temporary physical discomfort." Thrag's eyes narrowed slightly. "And if your calculations are compromised by fatigue? What then?" "They won't be," Megumi stated with absolute certainty. "Nevertheless," Thrag insisted, his tone leaving no room for argument, "you will rest now. The calculations can be completed after sufficient recovery time." For a moment it seemed Megumi might argue further. Then, with a slight nod that acknowledged the logic of Thrag's position if not the authority behind it, he saved his work and rose from the workstation. As he moved toward the door, his exhaustion finally manifested fully. He stumbled, his enhanced reflexes momentarily failing as fatigue overwhelmed his systems. What happened next shocked Anissa so deeply that she would later question whether she had imagined it. Thrag moved with his legendary speed, catching Megumi before he could fall. The Grand Regent's massive hands, capable of tearing planets apart, gently stabilized the teenager with a care that seemed utterly at odds with everything Anissa knew about him. "Your determination is admirable," Thrag said, his voice lower than usual. "But even the greatest strategists must recognize when tactical retreat is necessary." Without waiting for a response, Thrag lifted Megumi with both hands with surprising gentleness and carried him to a resting couch in the corner of the chamber, a piece of furniture that Anissa suddenly realized had been installed specifically for this purpose. As Thrag carefully laid the now unconscious teenager on the couch, Anissa saw something in the Grand Regent's expression that she had never witnessed before and would never see again. A softening, a moment of what in any other being might be called tenderness. "Monitor him," Thrag ordered, turning to Anissa with his usual authoritative manner restored. "Inform me when he wakes." As Thrag returned to the viewing window, resuming his contemplation of the stars, Anissa remained by the door, her worldview subtly but permanently altered by what she had witnessed. The mighty Thrag, Grand Regent of the Viltrumite Empire, feared throughout the galaxy for his ruthless strength, caring for a human teenager with a gentleness she would never have believed possible. Later, as she maintained her vigil, she studied the sleeping Megumi with new eyes. What was it about this human that could reach something in Thrag that centuries of Viltrumite companionship had never touched? The answer, she realized, lay in the very quality that had first caught her attention in the arena. That distant gaze, that sense of seeing beyond what others could perceive. Megumi Fushiguro wasn't just intelligent. He carried a perspective that transcended ordinary understanding, a vision that even Thrag, with all his power and experience, recognized as valuable beyond measure. "Thrag respected you enough to name you Emperor of Mankind," Anissa continued, her voice pulling Sukuna back to the present. "Earth was placed under your direct authority, unusual for a conquered world, but Thrag insisted. He said humanity needed a leader who understood their potential and their limitations equally." Sukuna absorbed this information with careful neutrality, though internally he was fascinated by the complex relationship being described. "And yet Nolan killed me," he observed. Despite this connection with Thrag, Anissa's expression darkened, old rage flickering in her eyes. Yes, in the most dishonorable way possible. She looked away, her jaw tightening with remembered fury. "You trusted him. Nolan was Toji's best friend, practically family to you. And he killed you when you were completely off guard, when you were asking him to be your daughter's godfather." The revelation hit with unexpected force, even though Sukuna had already known the basic outline of Megumi's death in this world. The additional context, the betrayal of trust, the timing coinciding with such a personal request, added layers of cruelty to an already tragic event. "My daughter," he repeated, the words feeling strange on his tongue. "Eve was pregnant," Anissa confirmed, her voice softening slightly. "For months along, you were both so happy. It was unusual to see you that way, genuinely happy, without the weight of strategic considerations visibly pressing on you." She hesitated, then continued. "After Nolan killed you, Eve lost the baby. The shock, the trauma. Her body couldn't maintain the pregnancy despite all your careful preparations, all the specialized blockers you designed to make it possible in the first place." Sukuna remained silent, processing this information. The parallel to his own situation, Eve pregnant with his child in this dimension, was not lost on him. It added another layer of complexity to an already complicated situation. When Thrag learned what had happened, Anissa continued, he was faced with an impossible choice. His care for you warred with how he was raised to value Viltrumites above all else. You were dead, and to choose your memory over a Viltrumite commander would have lowered the station of Viltrumites in the Empire, something unacceptable to someone raised to believe in Viltrumite supremacy. She looked at Sukuna directly, her expression intense. "If you had been alive, I believe he would have chosen you over Nolan. But you were gone, and principles of Viltrumite hierarchy won out over his personal feelings, leading to civil war," Sukuna concluded, pieces falling into place. Anissa nodded. "Mark killed Nolan without hesitation when he found you. The Empire fractured, Those who valued your contributions and saw Nolan's action as treason against the Empire itself sided with Mark. Those who believed in absolute Viltrumite superiority, regardless of strategic value, sided with Thrag. And you? Sukuna asked, genuinely curious about her position in this conflict. Where did you stand? A complex emotion flickered across Anissa's face, something between shame and pride. I was Thrag's right hand before the war, his most trusted lieutenant. I believed in Viltrumite supremacy because I had never seen evidence to the contrary. She met his gaze directly. Until you showed me that true strength isn't about species or bloodlines. It's about vision, about seeing patterns others miss, about applying power with precision rather than brute force. It reminded me of Emperor Argal. So you switched sides, Sukuna observed. Not immediately, not in the first hours of the Day of Ends, that is what the war is called. Anissa admitted and explained. I fought for Thrag at first out of loyalty if nothing else. But when I saw what Mark had become, how he had integrated your teachings, your strategies, your vision for what the Empire could be, I realized I was fighting against everything you had worked to build. Her expression hardened with resolve. I switched sides during the Battle of Proxima Centauri, turned on my own squadron and helped Mark secure a decisive victory. He made me his left hand after that, Eve as his right, me as his left. The perfect balance of strategic vision and military strength. Sukuna nodded, filing away this information. Anissa's loyalty had shifted once before from Thrag to Mark. That suggested potential flexibility that might be useful in the future. You called me something earlier, he said, changing direction slightly. The lonesome devil. What did that mean? Anissa's expression softened unexpectedly. It was what they called you across the galaxy. Not to your face a few would dare, but the name spread nonetheless. The most feared and respected human in the universe. But why lonesome? Sukuna pressed, sensing something significant in the descriptor. Something that resonated with him with his second life as Sukuna, as well as something he couldn't really put his finger on. Because of the look you always carried, Anissa explained, her voice taking on an almost gentle quality. Even surrounded by people who cared for you, Mark, Eve, Toji, you always seemed apart, as if you were seeing things from a perspective so profound, so elevated, that it separated you from everyone else. She gestured vaguely toward the sky. Some cultures believed you had a divine perspective, that you could see the universe from above, perceiving patterns and connections invisible to ordinary minds. Others thought it was profound sadness, a burden of knowledge too heavy to share. Anissa's voice dropped lower, more intimate. I always thought it was loneliness, the isolation of being the only one who could see what you saw, who could understand what you understood. Even those closest to you, even Eve, couldn't fully comprehend the way your mind worked. Sukuna remained silent, struck by the unexpected accuracy of her assessment. The loneliness of perspective, of seeing what others could not. It resonated with his own experiences across multiple lifetimes. Your mere presence caused entire planets to surrender immediately, Anissa continued, her tone shifting to something approaching reverence. Your name made civilizations tremble. Not because of cruelty or brutality. You were never needlessly cruel, but because they knew resistance was futile against someone who had already calculated every possible outcome of conflict. She smiled slightly, the expression softening her usually stern features. The Emperor of Mankind, Thrag called you, a title given in genuine respect, acknowledging you as the pinnacle of what humanity could achieve. Their conversation was interrupted by the soft chime of Anissa's communication device. She checked it with practiced efficiency, her expression shifting back to professional neutrality. The Emperor requests your presence, she informed him, rising from her seat. He wishes to show you something he believes will help with your memory recovery. Sukuna nodded, rising as well. Their garden walk was over, but he had gained valuable information, not just about this world's Megumi, but about the complex web of relationships and loyalties that define the imperial court. As they walked back toward the palace, Anissa maintained her usual 3 paces behind him at the perfect guard distance, close enough to protect, far enough to show respect. But something had shifted between them during their conversation. A connection had formed, tenuous but real, based on her devotion to the memory of who he had been in this world and his genuine interest in understanding that person. It was a connection he could potentially use, Sukuna thought coolly. Another piece on the board, another potential ally in this strange new game he found himself playing. Yet beneath the strategic calculation, a question lingered, one he wasn't entirely comfortable examining too closely. How much of this world's Megumi Fushiguro existed within him? How much of the lonesome devil's perspective, his vision, his fundamental nature did Sukuna share? And if the answer was more than he cared to admit, what did that mean for his plans moving forward? As the palace loomed before them, its crystalline spires reaching toward the alien sky, Sukuna pushed these uncomfortable questions aside. For now, he would continue his careful information gathering, his strategic positioning. The Emperor was waiting, and with him, undoubtedly, more pieces of the puzzle that was this strange new world and the ghost of himself that haunted it. Are you sure? The dimensional portal closed behind Sukuna with a sound like tearing fabric, the emerald energy dissipating as reality sealed itself once more. He stood in the center of his sanctum, a converted shrine deep within the mountains of Japan, far from prying eyes and interfering sorcerers. The familiar surroundings did little to soothe his seething rage. With a roar that shook the ancient timbers, Sukuna unleashed his cursed energy in a violent wave that shattered every object within 20 feet. Ceremonial vessels, priceless scrolls, and ancient artifacts exploded into dust as his power lashed out, physical manifestations of his fury. Insufferable, he snarled, pacing the length of the destroyed room like a caged predator. Absolutely insufferable. His mind replayed the confrontation with Emperor Mark the Viltrumite's casual dismissal of his attack, the ease with which he had been overpowered. He, Ryaman Sukuna, the king of curses, forced to retreat before a battle could properly conclude. The humiliation burned like acid in his veins. But worse than his defeat at the Emperor's hands was the encounter with his alternate self, who called himself Sukuna yet embodied everything Sukuna despised. Compassion, restraint, humanity. Soft, he muttered, his fingers curling into fists so tight that blood dripped from his palms where his nails pierced flesh. Compromised by humanity, by sentiment, by connection to lesser beings. Yet even as the words left his mouth, Sukuna couldn't fully convince himself of their truth. The other Sukuna had demonstrated power that rivaled, perhaps even exceeded his own. Not just raw strength, but a level of control, of precision, that spoke of mastery beyond anything Sukuna had achieved. Most disturbing of all was what he had witnessed in those final moments before the dimensional reversal. His counterpart had somehow performed a technique of unprecedented scale and complexity, one that affected reality itself. He manipulated the dimensions, Sukuna whispered, genuine awe momentarily replacing rage as he contemplated the implications. He bent the laws of reality to his will. Such a thing should have been impossible. The scale, the complexity, it defied everything Sukuna understood about cursed techniques and their limitations. Genius? Sukuna admitted reluctantly, the word bitter on his tongue. Absolute genius. He moved to a shattered cabinet, retrieving a bottle of sake that had somehow survived his outburst. Without bothering with ceremony or cups, he drank directly from the bottle, the alcohol burning a path down his throat that did nothing to dull his conflicted thoughts. The truth, as much as he loathed to acknowledge it, was that his counterpart had transcended the limitations that still bound Sukuna himself. While Sukuna had sought power through domination, through fear, through the subjugation of all who crossed his path, the other Sukuna had found strength in evolution, in adaptation, in the integration of seemingly contradictory aspects of existence. He surpassed me? Sukuna murmured, the admission like poison in his mouth. Not despite his humanity, but because of it. The realization was a dagger to his pride, piercing the armor of arrogance he had cultivated for centuries. He had always viewed his human vessel, first Yuji Itadori, now Yuta Okatsu, as necessary inconveniences, containers to house his magnificence until he could fully manifest his true form without losing what he gained. He had never considered that humanity itself might offer pathways to power he had overlooked. Unacceptable, he growled, hurling the empty sake bottle against the wall where it shattered into countless fragments. Absolutely unacceptable. Yet even as he rejected the notion, a part of him, the cold, analytical mind that had made him the king of curses, the strategic intellect that had dominated the Heian era, recognized the truth. His counterpart had discovered something profound, something revolutionary about the nature of power itself. The question was, could Sukuna swallow his pride enough to learn from it? Before he could pursue this uncomfortable line of thought further, a soft chime echoed through the sanctum. Sukuna turned, his eyes narrowing as he located the source, a small device resting on his thigh that had somehow survived his earlier outburst. The device was alien in design, clearly not of Earth origin. Its metallic surface gleamed with an inner light that pulsed in rhythm with the chiming sound. As Sukuna picked it off, it activated fully, projecting a holographic display into the air before him. The image stabilized, revealing a face with cold, calculating eyes and a smile that never reached them sinister mark. His expression as disturbing as it was familiar. Sukuna, sinister mark acknowledged, his voice carrying clearly through whatever dimensional barriers separated them. Or do you have another name you prefer in this form? Since I reckon this isn't your true one based on what we saw, and in my experience proper address smooths conversations over. Sukuna's eyes narrowed. How are you contacting me? The dimensional barriers have been restored. A testament to astronaut Mark's ingenuity, Sinister Mark replied, gesturing to someone off-screen. The view expanded, revealing astronaut Mark beside him in image, focused on a complex control panel. On another, Mohawk Mark lounged with affected casualness on his own throne in his own world with multiple red-headed women looking similar to Eve, but none of them were her, while Viltrumite Mark stood with arms crossed, his imperial bearing unmistakable even in this informal setting. This is a transdimensional communicator, astronaut Mark explained without looking up from his work. Rudimentary but functional. A proof of concept for more ambitious projects. What do you want? Sukuna demanded, his patience already thin after the day's events. Direct. I appreciate that, Sinister Mark commented, his smile thinning. We find ourselves in a position of mutual interest. All of us return to our respective dimensions. All of us, humbled by recent events. Sukuna bristled at the implication. Speak for yourself. Oh, I am, Sinister Mark assured him, his tone sharpening. Let's not pretend any of us achieved our objectives. The Emperor failed to retain Sukuna despite having him physically in his grasp. You were forced to retreat from a battle with him. And we, he gestured to the assembled marks, were returned to our dimensions against our will. Your point? Sukuna asked coldly. Sinister Mark leaned forward, his expression intensifying. My point is that we have all been shown our limitations. A hard truth, but a necessary one. We were weak, Mohawk Mark interjected, his affected casualness slipping to reveal genuine anger. All of us, fucking weak. A crude but accurate assessment, Sinister Mark agreed. The Emperor could have killed us all in an instant had he chosen to. That reality opened our eyes. Viltrumite Mark stepped forward, his massive frame dominating the holographic projection. We have grown complacent in our respective universes. Being the strongest in our own limited domains has made us frogs in a well, unable to see the vastness of the ocean beyond. And you believe I share this limitation? Sukuna asked, his tone dangerous. We believe you possess abilities unlike anything in our universes, Sinister Mark replied smoothly. Just as we possess resources, technology, and conquered worlds that could complement those abilities. Separately, we have been defeated. Together, we could claim the choicest worlds from across the multiverse, Astronaut Mark finished, finally looking up from his control panel. In infinite realities, there are infinite desirable worlds. We need never be enemies when the multiverse offers endless opportunities for all. Sukuna considered the proposal, his mind working through the implications. These variants had been returned to their dimensions just as he had, all of them defeated by the combined efforts of Sukuna and his allies. Their desire for revenge was predictable, their resources potentially valuable. But Sukuna had never been one to form alliances easily. Trust was a luxury he rarely extended, particularly to beings whose motivations might not align perfectly with his own. And the Emperor? Sukuna asked, testing their response. Is he part of this alliance? The variants exchanged glances, some unspoken communication passing between them. The Emperor has chosen a different path, Sinister Mark said carefully. His attachment to Sukuna clouds his judgment, makes him unreliable for our purposes. He's gone soft, Mohawk Mark added with a sneer. All that brother bullshit. Pathetic. His strength remains unmatched, Viltrumite Mark cautioned. But his priorities lie elsewhere, at least for now. Sukuna nodded, filing away this information. The Emperor's obsession with Sukuna, or rather, with Megumi Fushiguro, as he seems to prefer being called indeed, made him unpredictable, potentially unreliable as an ally. Not that he wanted him as an ally anyway, he had a bone to pick with him eventually, when he was strong enough. And what exactly do you propose? Sukuna asked, his tone carefully neutral. An alliance, Sinister Mark stated simply. Your abilities are resources. Together, we develop the means to traverse the multiverse at will, to claim the worlds most suited to our respective desires. And the other Sukuna? Sukuna pressed, already suspecting the answer. Is powerful, Astronaut Mark acknowledged. His dimensional manipulation abilities alone make him valuable. But he's chosen his side, made his allegiances clear. He stands in our way, Sinister Mark concluded, his cold smile returning. Unless you believe you can persuade him to join us instead? The implication was clear. Unlike the Emperor, these variants had no emotional attachment to Sukuna. They would use him if possible, eliminate him if necessary. Sukuna found himself in the unusual position of feeling a flicker of something at the casual way they discussed disposing of his counterpart. Not concern, certainly not protectiveness, such sentiments were beneath him, but perhaps a touch of territorial possessiveness? After all, if anyone had the right to destroy another version of himself, surely it was him. I'm listening, Sukuna said finally, neither accepting nor rejecting their proposal outright. Sinister Mark's smile widened, fractionally a predator sensing potential prey. Excellent. Astronaut will provide the technical specifications for a more permanent communication device. Once established, we can begin coordinating our efforts more effectively. Don't mistake my willingness to listen for agreement, Sukuna warned, his cursed energy flaring visibly around him. I am Ryaman Sukuna, the king of curses. I bow to no one, and I serve no one's interests but my own. Of course, Sinister Mark agreed smoothly. We wouldn't expect anything less. This is an alliance of equals, each bringing unique strengths to achieve mutual benefits. The communication ended shortly after, the hologram dissolving into motes of light that faded into the dim atmosphere of the sanctum. Sukuna stood motionless for several moments, contemplating the unexpected turn of events. An alliance with the variants offered significant advantages, resources he wouldn't otherwise have access to. But alliances meant compromise, coordination, the sublimation of his own desires to a collective goal, concepts that had always been anathema to him. Yet his counterpart had found strength in connection, in bonds that Sukuna had always dismissed as weaknesses. Perhaps there was something to be learned from that approach, distasteful as the notion might be. Adaptation, Sukuna murmured, the word feeling foreign on his tongue. Evolution. With deliberate movements, he began to clear the debris from his earlier outburst, restoring order to the sanctum. As he worked, his mind continued to analyze, to calculate, to plan. His counterpart had indeed achieved something unprecedented, manipulating dimensions themselves, breaking free of constraints that had bound conventional understanding of curse techniques. Understanding how he had accomplished this would be crucial to Sukuna's own evolution, his own transcendence. And if that understanding required temporary alliances, careful study of his counterpart's methods, even the uncomfortable consideration of concepts like connection and humanity, well, Sukuna had endured worse indignities in his long existence. The king of curses had never been one to shy away from unpleasant truths when they served his ultimate goals. And his goal now was clear. Not just to defeat his counterpart, but to surpass him, to absorb and transcend whatever insights had allowed Sukuna to achieve what Sukuna himself had not. Only then would he truly reclaim his title as the strongest, the uncontested king of curses across all worlds. The imperial dining hall gleamed with subtle opulence, not the gaudy display of insecure rulers, but the refined elegance of true power comfortable in its own skin. Crystal chandeliers cast warm light over a table of polished wood harvested from a planet whose name none of the Earth visitors recognized. The tableware was simple yet exquisite, each piece crafted with precision that spoke of artistry beyond Earth's technological capabilities. At the head of the table sat Emperor Mark, his imperial regalia replaced by more casual attire that nonetheless carried an unmistakable air of authority. To his right sat Adam Eve, her posture perfect, her eyes constantly drifting to Sukuna with an intensity that bordered on uncomfortable. Sukuna himself sat at the emperor's left, a position of honor that hadn't escaped his notice. Beside him sat his Eve, whose protective proximity was obvious to everyone present. Across from them, looking somewhat out of place but determined not to show it, sat Mark, the version from their original dimension. The meal had progressed through several courses, each more exquisite than the last. Conversation had remained carefully neutral, discussions of the palace architecture, explanations of the exotic foods being served, polite inquiries about everyone's comfort in their assigned quarters. The underlying tensions remained unaddressed, creating an atmosphere that grew increasingly strained beneath its veneer of civility. The cerulean wine is from Altair 7, Emperor Mark explained, gesturing to the pale blue liquid in their glasses with a casual wave. Crazy thing is, the vines grow in zero gravity. Makes the molecular structure impossible to copy anywhere else. The flavor profile is fascinating, Eve commented, her scientific mind taking over despite herself. I'm picking up notes that definitely don't exist on Earth. Because they don't, Adam Eve replied with a small smile, leaning forward slightly. The chemical composition has elements you'd only find in the Altarian system. I could show you the analysis later if you're interested. Sukuna observed the exchange with careful neutrality, his mind cataloging every detail of the conversation, the setting, the subtle power dynamics at play. Though he appeared relaxed, he remained vigilant, still wary despite Mark's assurances about the Emperor's change of heart. Man, it's good to finally sit down together without someone trying to kill someone else or reality literally falling apart, Emperor Mark said with a hint of his old self breaking through the imperial facade, his gaze settling on Sukuna. Yeah, definitely beats interdimensional warfare, Mark agreed with a half-smile, his shoulders visibly relaxing a bit. Right? The Emperor continued, swirling the blue wine in his glass. Plus it gives us a chance to clear up some stuff that got pretty messed up when we first met. And there it was, the shift in conversation Sukuna had been anticipating since they sat down. The careful small talk giving way to the real purpose of this gathering. What kind of stuff? Eve asked sharply, her hand instinctively moving closer to Sukuna's on the table. The elephant in the room, Emperor Mark said directly, setting down his glass with a soft clink. Megumi's identity. The room grew silent, the tension that had been simmering beneath the surface now rising to full boil. I believe we've been quite clear about who we are, Sukuna stated, his voice carrying that unmistakable authority that had made even Viltrumites pause. And who we are not. Have you? Emperor Mark challenged, leaning forward with his elbows on the table. Or did you just shut down the possibility without really thinking about it? Mark, Adam Eve interjected, placing a hand on the Emperor's arm. Maybe we should save this for later. There's not going to be a later that feels right for this, Emperor Mark replied, his gaze never leaving Sukuna's face. We need to talk about it sometime. He leaned back slightly, his expression softening. Look, Megumi, I get why you're fighting this so hard. The idea that you might be both people at once. The person you remember being and the person we knew. It sounds crazy, I know. It is crazy, Sukuna stated flatly. I'm not your Megumi reborn or returned. I am who I am from my own world. Nothing more. And yet, Eve said softly, her scientific detachment cracking, your soul tells us something completely different. Sukuna's eyes narrowed. My soul? This isn't just about alternate versions of people, Emperor Mark explained, gesturing with his hands. If that's all it was, we'd just accept you're another Megumi from another timeline. End of story. But souls don't work that way across dimensions. Eve continued, her voice taking on a passionate edge. They echo each other, they reflect each other, but they're not the same at their core. Each soul is unique. And yours? Emperor Mark said, his voice dropping as emotion crept in. Yours is his. I'd know it anywhere, through any differences, any changes. The essence of who you are. I recognized it the second I saw you. You're seeing what you want to see, Eve snapped, her protective instincts flaring as she leaned forward. You've spent 17 years obsessing over someone you lost, and now you're projecting all of it onto him. Am I? Eve fired back, her composure fully breaking as she met her counterpart's glare. I've spent my entire life studying molecular structures, including the energy patterns that make each consciousness unique. This isn't wishful thinking, it's observable reality. And I've had decades to learn how to recognize souls across lifetimes. Emperor Mark added, his voice rising slightly. Viltrumites are observant enough to see patterns others miss. I've met beings who reminded me of people I used to know who had similar traits or abilities. None of them registered as Megumi. You do. Sukuna remained silent, his expression betraying nothing of his thoughts. The conversation was veering into territory he hadn't anticipated, not simple denial of his identity, but a complex argument about the nature of souls and consciousness across dimensions. This is bullshit, Eve stated bluntly, her normal vocabulary giving way to raw emotion. You seriously expect us to believe Sukuna is somehow your Megumi reincarnated or whatever? The timelines don't even match up. Time doesn't flow the same across dimensions, Emperor Mark countered, tapping his finger on the table for emphasis. What was years here might have been centuries somewhere else, or just a few minutes. The multiverse doesn't play by our rules. Even if that were true, Sukuna finally spoke, his voice cutting through the argument with calm precision. It doesn't change who I am now. My memories, my experiences, my choices, these define me, not some theoretical connection to a person I have never been. Hey, Megumi, Mark suddenly cut in, his casual tone a stark contrast to the intensity of the moment. All eyes turned to him, surprised by his intervention. How can you be so sure they're wrong? Mark asked, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. I mean, could they really be totally off base here? The question hung in the air, simple yet profound in its implications. Sukuna stared at Mark, momentarily caught off guard by the unexpected challenge from the one person he had assumed would unquestioningly support his position. I know who I am, Sukuna stated. Do you? Mark pressed, leaning forward. I don't mean to sound like I know a lot about this stuff, but do we really know enough about souls or multiverse or whatever that this is completely impossible? To just say they're delusional? The observation struck Sukuna with unexpected force. It was true he couldn't completely dismiss it. If one truly thought about it from what he knew with the knowledge of his own consciousness, having had experienced significant discontinuities, it would throw many things into question. As Sukuna, he had no clear memories of his first life. As Megumi, he had remembered nothing of either previous existence until circumstances triggered the return of his first life and Sukuna memories. How could he be absolutely certain that there wasn't another layer to his identity, another set of memories that remained inaccessible? The thought was deeply unsettling, challenging fundamental assumptions about his sense of self that he had never questioned. This is absurd, he finally said, rising abruptly from his chair. The movement was smooth, controlled, but the tension in his body was evident to everyone present. I need some air. Megumi Emperor Mark began, half rising from his seat, his hand reaching out instinctively. Let him go, Eve said softly, placing a restraining hand on the Emperor's arm. He needs space to think. Eve stood as well, her face etched with concern. I'm coming with you, Sukuna shook his head slightly. Alone, he stated, his tone making it clear this wasn't a request. After a moment of hesitation, Eve nodded, though worry remained evident in every line of her body. Sukuna moved toward the balcony doors with measured steps, his posture betraying none of the turmoil churning beneath his composed exterior. As the doors closed behind him, those remaining at the table exchanged glances laden with unspoken concerns and calculations. Outside, under an alien sky filled with unfamiliar stars, the King of Curses stood motionless, his mind grappling with questions of identity and continuity that he had never expected to face. For the first time in any of his existences, Ryaman Sukuna, the unquestioned master of his own destiny, found himself uncertain about the most fundamental aspect of his being, found himself asking a single echoing question. Who exactly was he? The trail of destruction left by Battle Beast wasn't difficult to follow. Broken concrete, shattered asphalt, and the occasional terrified civilian pointing in the direction of the monster led Yuji and Uram to the outskirts of the city, where the urban landscape gave way to an industrial zone of abandoned warehouses and factories. He's not trying to hide, Yuji observed, surveying the path of devastation that stretched before them. It's almost like he wants to be followed. Uram's expression remained impassive. Or he simply does not care if he is. Beings of great power often disregard the concept of stealth. They found Battle Beast in what had once been a steel mill, now long abandoned, its massive furnaces cold and silent. The alien warrior stood amid the rusted machinery, methodically tearing apart a section of the building to create what appeared to be a makeshift shelter or base of operations. He didn't look up when they entered, though Yuji had no doubt Battle Beast had been aware of their approach long before they reached the building. You followed me, Battle Beast stated without turning, his massive hands effortlessly bending a steel beam into a more suitable shape for his purposes. Brave. Foolish, but brave. I thought someone should keep you company, Yuji replied with that characteristic directness. Make sure you're settling in okay. Now Battle Beast did turn, his bestial features arranged in what might have been amusement or contempt. It was difficult to tell with his alien physiology. The human thinks I need companionship, he snorted, the sound echoing through the cavernous space. Amusing. Uram stepped forward, her posture subtly defensive. We are here to observe, not to interfere. Sukuna-sama valued this world. We will ensure it remains protected in his absence. Battle Beast's eyes narrowed as he studied them both, the ice wielder and the vessel. He set down the steel beam with surprising gentleness. You think to follow me? To watch over me like some unruly cub? Something like that, Yuji admitted with a slight shrug. Though I was thinking more like teammates. Battle Beast's laughter was sudden and harsh, like the bark of a predator. Teammates? You presume much human. He stalked forward, his massive frame dwarfing Yuji as he loomed over him. If you wish to follow me, then you will be my subordinate, not my equal. Yuji stood his ground, unflinching despite the intimidating presence before him. I can work with that. Can you? Battle Beast circled him slowly, assessing. To be my subordinate, you must be at least a warrior worthy of a modicum of respect. His lips pulled back in a predatory smile. I will test your mettle, human. If you fail and still attempt to follow me, I will kill you whether the four-armed one values you or not. Uram stepped between them, ice crystals forming in the air around her. Unacceptable. Sukuna-sama specifically ordered me to ensure his well-being. I will not permit you to endanger him. It's okay, Uram, Yuji said, gently moving her aside. I can handle this. You cannot, she replied, her voice carrying unusual emotion. This creature is beyond your capabilities. Even holding back, he could kill you with a single blow. Maybe, Yuji conceded. But sometimes you have to risk something to gain something greater. He met her eyes directly. This will be beneficial for Sukuna when he returns. Having Battle Beast as an ally, having me able to work with him, it's what Sukuna would want. Uram's expression remained conflicted. Sukuna-sama's orders were explicit. And I'm asking you to trust me, Yuji countered. If things get too dangerous, you can step in. But let me try this first. For a long moment, Yuram seemed to wage an internal battle between her duty and Yuji's request. Finally, she stepped back, though ice crystals continued to hover in the air around her. I will not interfere unless your life is in immediate danger. But know that I do this against my better judgment. Battle Beast had watched this exchange with growing impatience. Enough talk. If you wish to prove yourself worthy, human, then face me. He moved to the center of the abandoned mill, clearing debris with casual sweeps of his massive arms. I will restrain myself. Somewhat. Yuji stepped into the makeshift arena, rolling his shoulders and neck to loosen up. Despite his outward calm, his heart hammered in his chest. He had faced cursed spirits, sorcerers, even Sukuna himself. Died instantly, though. But Battle Beast was something else entirely. A being of such raw physical power that could almost feel its weight pressing down on the city, if not the entire world. Just to be clear, Yuji said, settling into a fighting stance. This isn't to the death, right? Battle Beast's smile was all teeth. That depends entirely on your performance, human. Without further warning, Battle Beast charged. Despite his massive size, he moved with shocking speed, covering the distance between them in a heartbeat. Yuji barely managed to dodge the first strike, feeling the wind of the alien's fist as it passed inches from his face. The second blow caught him in the shoulder, sending him tumbling across the concrete floor. Pain bloomed where Battle Beast had struck him, but Yuji forced himself back to his feet, shaking off the impact. Too slow, Battle Beast commented, already closing in for another attack. Too weak. Is this truly all the vessel of the four-armed one can offer? The beast knew of his nature through his ability to identify the soul and the dimensional chaos he after is a warrior cursed to traverse creation for a battle worthy of death. The soul's veil cannot hide from him. Yuji gritted his teeth, focusing his mind the way Gojo had taught him he must calm down. But that was easier said than done. For Battle Beast simply radiated death. Everything about him, every movement felt like certain death accompanied it. Yuji hit his face as he focused once more. He needed to remember what he had in his arsenal. Though he no longer housed Sukuna, the months of training hadn't been wasted. He could still channel cursed energy, still enhance his physical abilities beyond normal human limits. When Battle Beast struck again, Yuji saw his opening. Time seemed to slow as he slipped inside the alien's guard, his body moving with the fluid precision that had been drilled into him through countless brutal training sessions. Yuji's fist drove forward, aimed at Battle Beast's exposed midsection. In that perfect moment of connection, that infinitesimal instant when flesh met flesh, something extraordinary happened. The air around Yuji's knuckles distorted. Cursed energy, which had been flowing through his body like a gentle current, suddenly converged at the exact point of impact. The spiritual and the physical aligned in perfect harmony, creating a phenomenon that sorcerers had revered for centuries. A black flash, reality itself seemed to shudder. A burst of darkness erupted from the point of contact, expanding outward in a perfect sphere of concentrated power. Battle Beast's eyes widened in genuine surprise as the force of the blow, far beyond what the human frame before him should have been capable of generating, sent shockwaves through his massive body. For the first time since the fight began, the alien warrior was forced to acknowledge this was no ordinary human. Battle Beast grunted in surprise, actually taking a step back. Interesting. The human has some power after all. Encouraged, Yuji pressed his advantage, delivering another black flash-enhanced strike to Battle Beast's jaw. The alien warrior's head snapped back, more from surprise than actual damage, but it was enough to create an opening. Yuji capitalized, unleashing a barrage of attacks, each one accompanied by that distinctive black flash, 15 to be specific. Though Battle Beast was clearly holding back, the fight had taken on a serious tone. The alien's movements became more precise, his counterattacks more focused. A particularly powerful blow sent Yuji flying into a support column, the impact knocking the wind from his lungs. As he struggled to breathe, Battle Beast advanced, his expression unreadable. You fight well for a human, he acknowledged. But not well enough. He raised his fist for what would clearly be a devastating blow, even with his restraint. Yuji knew he couldn't dodge in time, couldn't counter with his current level of power. In that moment of desperate need, something shifted within him. A connection that had been dormant since Sukuna's extraction suddenly flared to life. The black flashes that had accompanied his strikes had awakened something, a resonance, a memory of power that had once flowed through his body. Time seemed to slow as Yuji felt a familiar yet different energy surge through him. Not Sukuna's cursed energy, but something that belonged to Yuji himself, a technique inherited from his time as the king's vessel, shaped by his own soul. Dismantle, Yuji whispered, the word coming to his lips without conscious thought. Battle Beast's descending fist met not flesh but an invisible barrier of cutting force. The alien warrior roared in surprise and pain as his own attack was turned against him, fine lacerations appearing across his knuckles and forearm. Yuji stared in disbelief at his own hands, now surrounded by a faint pattern of cursed energy that resembled Sukuna's cutting technique. Not as powerful, not as refined, but unmistakably similar. What is this? Battle Beast demanded, examining his wounded arm, having held too much back to be able to be slightly hurt with a mixture of pain and interest. You did not possess this ability before. I don't know, Yuji admitted, still struggling to comprehend what had happened. It's like I inherited something from Sukuna, a shadow of his technique. Yuram had moved closer, her expression showing rare astonishment. Fascinating, she whispered. He inherited Sukuna-sama's technique. This is either because of his time as a vessel or because he is Sukuna-sama's son in the eyes of heaven. The evidence was undeniable. The cuts on Battle Beast's arm, the distinctive pattern of cursed energy around Yuji's hands somehow. He had awakened a version of Sukuna's shrine technique. Battle Beast studied Yuji with renewed interest, his earlier dismissiveness replaced by something closer to respect. The vessel becomes the wielder, he observed. Magnificent without warning, he attacked again, this time with greater speed and force. Yuji instinctively raised his hands, and once more the invisible cutting force manifested, creating a barrier between them, a different interpretation of the technique, shaping it differently. Battle Beast pressed against it, testing its strength, his expression growing more intrigued as the technique held. Not as powerful as the four-armed ones, Battle Beast noted, but effective nonetheless. He backed away, lowering his guard in a clear signal that the test was over. You have surprised me, human. Few can claim such an achievement. Yuji lowered his hands, the cursed energy pattern fading as his concentration relaxed. He felt drained but exhilarated, the discovery of this new ability overshadowing the exhaustion of the fight. So, did I pass? He asked, unable to keep a slight grin from his face despite the seriousness of the situation. Battle Beast considered him for a long moment, then nodded once. You may follow me as my subordinate. Your power, while limited, shows potential. And your connection to the four-armed one. He paused, seeming to search for the right words. It intrigues me. Yuram approached cautiously, her ice powers still at the ready despite the apparent conclusion of hostilities. You have awakened something unexpected, she said to Yuji, her tone carrying a mixture of concern and curiosity. Sukuna-sama will find this development interesting when he returns. Yuji nodded, but something about it showed a bit of worry and skepticism. He will return, Battle Beast suddenly stated with absolute certainty, surprising both Yuji and Yuram with his conviction. A warrior of his caliber does not simply vanish from existence. The four-armed one will find his way back to this battlefield. Yuram nodded in silent agreement, perhaps the first moment of understanding between the ice wielder and the alien gladiator. Battle Beast turned back to his construction project, his massive hands effortlessly bending steel beams into place. Until that day comes, human, you will assist me in preparing for the Viltrumites' arrival. Your new ability may prove useful. Yuji nodded again, still trying to process everything that had happened. Somehow, through the black flashes, through the desperate moment of need, he had connected with a power that had once belonged solely to Sukuna. A technique that should have been impossible for him to access. Shrine, he whispered, the name just coming to him instinctively, feeling the cursed energy respond to the word, gathering around his hands in that distinctive pattern. It wasn't as powerful as Sukuna's version, far from it. But it was his now different, unknown to him for now. A tool to help protect this world until its rightful guardian returned. As Battle Beast continued his work and Yuram watched with cautious vigilance, Yuji couldn't help but wonder what other surprises awaited him. What other echoes of Sukuna's power might still reside within him, waiting to be awakened. And somewhere, in a dimension ruled by an emperor obsessed with his friend, would Sukuna somehow sense this connection? Would he know that his former vessel now carried a fragment of his power? Only time would tell. But for now, Yuji had passed the beast's trial. He had earned a place at Battle Beast's side, earned the right to help protect what Sukuna had valued. It was a start. And in a world still reeling from dimensional chaos, still recovering from the merger's effects, a start was all anyone could ask for. The world divided. The observation deck of the GDA headquarters offered a panoramic view of what had once been a familiar skyline. Now, that skyline stretched impossibly farther, with duplicate landmarks visible in the distance: a second Empire State Building, another Eiffel Tower, a duplicate of the Great Wall of China, all existing simultaneously on what scientists were now confirming was a planet nearly twice its original size. Original Cecil and alternate Cecil stood side by side, their identical features set in matching expressions of concern as they surveyed the new world below. The merger's reversal was incomplete, Original Cecil stated, his voice carrying that characteristic clinical detachment. While the dimensional barriers have been restored, preventing further incursions, the physical merger of our worlds has become permanent. Two Earths fused into one, alternate Cecil agreed, his tone slightly less rigid than his counterparts. Two versions of every city, every landmark, every person except for those who were pulled through to the Emperor's dimension. Behind them, Nolan Grayson stood with his arms crossed, his imposing figure silhouetted against the morning light. "This is a total mess," he observed. "Two governments, two militaries, two economies, all crammed together overnight. And don't forget the identity crisis," Original Mark added. "People are freaking out, finding their other selves living just a few hundred miles away. The social media meltdown alone is insane." Original Eve approached with her own tablet, her expression grim. "It gets worse," she said. "News outlets from both worlds are sharing everything across what used to be dimensional barriers. Our media's blasting footage of Omni-Man's attack on the Guardians everywhere." "Mark." She glanced at Nolan. "That video's gone viral." Nolan's jaw tightened, but he nodded in acknowledgement. "Was bound to come out eventually," he replied with resignation. "No keeping that buried forever. We need to get ahead of this," Original Cecil decided, turning to face the group. A unified statement, explaining what happened with the dimensional merger and clarifying Nolan's situation. "You mean explaining that in one dimension he's a murderous alien invader, and in another he's supposedly reformed?" Original Mark asked, unable to hide his irritation, that familiar quick temper flaring. "Mark," Nolan began, his tone unexpectedly gentle. "No, he's right," alternate Cecil interrupted. "The distinction is crucial. People from Original Mark's dimension have legitimate reason to fear you, Nolan. Their Omni-Man slaughtered the Guardians and nearly killed his own son. While your Nolan chose a different path," Original Cecil added. "Thanks to Sukuna's intervention. A detail we should emphasize." Original Eve set down her tablet. "We need to come clean about everything," she said suddenly. "Not just what happened, but what's coming. We can't keep the Viltrumite threat classified anymore. Not with duplicate governments all holding pieces of the puzzle. Let's do a press conference," Original Mark suggested. "Broadcast worldwide. Which means something totally different now. We lay it all out. The merger, the variants, Nolan's story in both worlds, and the Viltrumite invasion." The two Cecils exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. "It's risky," Original Cecil cautioned, his perpetual caution evident. Mass panic is a genuine concern. People are already panicking, Original Mark countered, gesturing wildly. At least this way, they'll know why they're freaking out. After a moment of consideration, both Cecils nodded in unison. We'll arrange it, alternate Cecil said. The United Nations, both of them, have established a joint emergency session. That would be the appropriate forum. Tomorrow morning, Original Cecil added. That gives us 24 hours to prepare our statement and coordinate with global leadership, all of them. As the group dispersed to begin preparations, Original Mark found himself standing alone with Nolan. The tension between them remained palpable, the echo of betrayal from another dimension coloring their interaction. This won't be easy for you, Nolan acknowledged, breaking the silence, his speech less formal than usual. Standing up there with me, when another version of me hurt you so badly. Original Mark met his gaze steadily. No, it won't, he replied bluntly. But everyone needs to understand the difference. They need to see that choices matter, that even a Viltrumite can change course. Nolan's expression softened slightly. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for what he did to you. What I might have done, if things had played out differently. I know, Original Mark replied. That's why I'll back you tomorrow. Not because I've forgotten what happened in my dimension, but because I'm not letting it happen in this one. In a modest apartment in Queens, New York, the Rodriguez family gathered around their television in stunned silence. The news had been playing non-stop coverage of what reporters were calling the dimensional fusion event. It's insane, Miguel Rodriguez muttered, shaking his head as satellite imagery showed the expanded Earth from orbit. Two worlds smushed together like clay. His wife, Elena, clutched his hand tightly. And two of everyone. They're saying there's another you, another me, another Sophia somewhere out there. She glanced at their teenage daughter, who was scrolling through her phone with wide eyes. I already found her, I mean me, Sophia announced, turning her phone to show her parents. The other Sophia Rodriguez. She lives in what used to be the other Queens. We've been texting. It's weird. She likes all the same things I do, but she's on the volleyball team instead of debate club. Miguel ran a hand through his hair. This is going to take some getting used to. The television cut to footage that made them all fall silent. Omni-Man, Earth's greatest hero, brutally murdering the guardians of the globe. The anchor's voice was grave. This footage, originally from what experts are now calling Earth 1, shows the hero known as Omni-Man executing the guardians of the globe approximately 8 months ago in that timeline. Government officials from both former Earths are emphasizing that this Omni-Man is not the same individual currently working with the Global Defense Agency in our merged world. How can they be sure? Elena whispered, horror evident in her voice as the sanitized for broadcast footage showed Omni-Man's rampage. If they're the same person, just from different dimensions. Miguel shook his head. They're saying there will be a global address tomorrow morning. Maybe we'll get some answers then. Sophia looked up from her phone, her expression troubled. The other me says her parents are talking about moving. A lot of people are. They're afraid of what happens when two identical people live in the same place for too long. We're not going anywhere, Miguel assured her, though uncertainty lingered in his eyes. This is our home. Both of us, all of us. We'll figure this out. In a high-rise apartment in Tokyo, Dr. Yusuke Sato watched the same news coverage with clinical interest. As a theoretical physicist, he found the dimensional merger fascinating from a scientific perspective, even as he recognized the societal chaos it would cause. Remarkable, he murmured, making notes on his tablet. The conservation of mass and energy on a planetary scale, yet with duplication of matter. It defies our current understanding of physics. A notification pinged on his phone, a message from his department head at the university, calling an emergency meeting of the physics faculty. Apparently, he wasn't the only one seeing research opportunities in this crisis. As he prepared to leave, his gaze fell on a news alert. Omni-Man. Hero or villain? Conflicting histories emerge as worlds collide. Dr. Sato paused, reading the article with growing concern. He had always admired Omni-Man, even modeled some of his theoretical work on observations of the hero's capabilities. The idea that in another reality, that same being had been an advanced scout for an alien invasion was disturbing. Two versions of the same person, making different choices, he mused aloud. The philosophical implications alone. His phone rang his counterpart from the other Tokyo, a man identical to himself in every way except for a few divergent life choices. They had connected almost immediately after the merger, both driven by scientific curiosity. "Are you seeing this, Yusuke?" his doppelganger asked without preamble. "About Omni-Man?" "Yes," Dr. Sato replied. "I'm trying to process the implications. If what they're saying is true, Earth has been under threat of invasion for decades without knowing it." The other Dr. Sato's voice was tense. "And now we have 2 Earths' worth of resources to defend or for them to conquer. We should attend the global address tomorrow," Dr. Sato suggested. "Perhaps together. I believe our perspectives as scientists might be valuable in helping others understand what's happening." Pause on the line. "Agreed. Though I wonder how many other pairs are having this exact conversation right now, across this new double Earth." The question lingered in Dr. Sato's mind long after the call ended. In the Oval Office, one of 2 now existing on the same planet, President Davis rubbed his temples, feeling a headache building as he listened to his advisors debate the implications of the dimensional merger. "Mr. President, we need to address the chain of command issue immediately," the Secretary of Defense insisted. "We now have 2 U.S. militaries, 2 sets of nuclear codes, 2 of everything. The potential for confusion or conflict is unprecedented. Not to mention 2 presidents," the Chief of Staff added. "You and President Wilson have agreed to coordinate for now, but constitutionally speaking, this situation is impossible. We have 2 legitimate governments claiming authority over what are now overlapping territories." President Davis raised a hand, silencing the chorus of concerns. "I spoke with President Wilson an hour ago. We're in agreement that tomorrow's global address must come first. Once the world understands what's happened and what's coming, we can address governance issues." "What's coming, sir?" asked a junior aide, her voice small. The president's expression darkened. "According to the briefing I received from both versions of Cecil Stedman, we're facing a potential alien invasion. The Viltrumites, Omni-Man's people, may be on their way, and they don't have peaceful intentions." Silence fell over the room as the implications sank in. "Is that information being made public tomorrow?" the Secretary of State finally asked. President Davis nodded grimly. "Full disclosure. The dimensional merger has made secrecy impossible. Too many people from the other Earth already know pieces of the truth. Better to present a united front with complete information than allow rumors and panic to spread. The public will be terrified," the Chief of Staff warned. "They should be," the President replied. "I certainly am. But fear can be channeled into preparation. If what the GDA tells me is true, we'll need every resource from both our former worlds to have any chance of survival." In a small fishing village on the coast of Ghana, Kwame Mensah sat with his family and neighbors under the community's single satellite dish, watching the news unfold on a television powered by a generator. "They say the world is twice as big now," his daughter Amma translated for the elders who didn't speak English. "2 Earths have become one. How can this be?" Elder Teta asked, his weathered face creased with concern. "Is it the work of gods or demons?" Kwame shook his head. "They say it was science and magic together. Dimensions collapsing, worlds merging." On screen, shaky phone footage showed what appeared to be 2 identical men embracing in the street of a city, both crying with shock and joy at finding their duplicate. "And there are 2 of everyone?" Elder Kosi asked. "2 of me somewhere?" "They say so," Amma confirmed. "Though some people were lost, pulled into another dimension during the event." The broadcast switched to the disturbing footage of Omni-Man's attack on the Guardians, causing several villagers to gasp or look away. "This hero, he is a villain?" Elder Teta demanded. "In one world, yes," Kwame explained carefully. "In the other, he chose differently. They say he is helping us now, preparing for when his people come." Elder Kosi snorted in disbelief. And we should trust this? A killer who wears a hero's face. There will be an address tomorrow, Amma said, reading the scrolling text at the bottom of the screen. The heroes will explain everything. Heroes, Elder Teta repeated, the word heavy with new skepticism. Let us hope they are what they claim to be. As the elders dispersed, Kwame remained watching the screen, where scientists were attempting to explain the physics of what had occurred. His village had always been remote, largely untouched by the superhero conflicts that dominated news from America and Europe. But this affected everyone everywhere. Father, Amma said quietly, if there are 2 Earths now, does that mean twice as much fish in the sea? The question, so practical and yet so profound, startled a laugh from Kwame. I suppose we'll find out tomorrow, little one. I suppose we'll find out. The preparations for the global address continued through the night. In the GDA's main conference room, Original Mark practiced his speech, with Original Eve and Nolan offering suggestions and revisions. We need to hit the unity angle hard, Original Eve insisted, her practical nature showing through. Yeah, we're now a planet of duplicates, but we've got a common enemy. Without freaking everyone out, Nolan cautioned. The Viltrumite Empire is no joke, but mass panic won't help us get ready. Original Mark tossed his notes down, frustration evident in his gesture. How do I explain that you're not the same guy who murdered the Guardians? He demanded. When you look identical and have the same backstory, how do I make people get that one choice can create such different outcomes? Just tell it straight, Mark, Nolan replied simply. Tell them what went down in your world. Tell them what happened in this one. Let them see that choices matter and come to their own conclusions. Original Mark studied his alternate father's face, searching for any trace of deception. Finding none, he nodded slowly. All right, he said. I'll give them the truth, the whole truth. In a lavish penthouse in Dubai, billionaire tech mogul Rashid Al-Farsi hosted what he was calling a dimensional doppelganger dinner, bringing together himself and his counterpart from the other Dubai, along with several other wealthy duplicate pairs. I propose a toast, Rashid announced, raising his glass, to new opportunities in a doubled world. His counterpart, identical in appearance but wearing a slightly different designer suit, raised his glass as well. And to the fascinating discovery that even with identical genetics and similar upbringings, we've made different investment choices. Laughter rippled around the table, though it held an edge of nervousness. These were people accustomed to being unique, to standing at the pinnacle of their respective industries. Finding an exact duplicate of oneself was unsettling, even for the ultra-wealthy. I've been thinking, the second Rashid continued, setting down his glass. Rather than competing, we should combine our companies. Twice the resources, twice the innovation, and with our identical minds, we'd be unstoppable. The first Rashid's smile tightened slightly. An interesting proposal, though I wonder if identical minds would provide the creative friction necessary for true innovation. Oh, we're not truly identical, his counterpart countered. I chose to invest heavily in renewable energy 5 years ago, while you focused on artificial intelligence. Different choices, different outcomes, but complementary expertise. A waiter approached with a tablet, interrupting their conversation. Excuse me, sirs, but you asked to be notified. There's breaking news about tomorrow's global address. Both Rashids reached for the tablet simultaneously, then shared an uncomfortable laugh as the first Rashid withdrew his hand, allowing his counterpart to take it. It says here the address will confirm rumors of a potential alien invasion. The second Rashid read, his expression growing serious. Apparently, Omni-Man was an advanced scout for a race called Viltrumites, and they may be coming in force. The first Rashid's entrepreneurial mind immediately began calculating. If that's true, defense contracts will be the priority investment moving forward. Military technology, planetary security systems, or evacuation technologies, his counterpart suggested. If Earth, even a doubled Earth, faces an invasion by beings with Omni-Man's capabilities, escape might be the only option for some. The other wealthy duplicates at the table had fallen silent, the reality of their situation suddenly overshadowing the novelty of meeting their doppelgangers. Perhaps, the first Rashid said slowly, our combined resources would be better directed toward planetary defense than corporate competition, after all. His counterpart nodded, the earlier tension between them giving way to shared purpose. Tomorrow's address will tell us more. Until then, let us continue our dinner not as competitors, but as allies in an unexpectedly larger world. Dawn broke over a changed Earth, the sun rising on landscapes that had been rearranged by the dimensional merger. In some places, the transition between the two former worlds was seamless, identical neighborhoods blending into each other without obvious boundaries. In others, the joining was more abrupt, deserts meeting forests, mountains abutting plains where no such geography had existed before. Satellite imagery confirmed what scientists had been calculating throughout the night. Earth's diameter had increased by approximately 1.9 times, with corresponding increases in mass and atmospheric volume. Gravity remained consistent with pre-merger levels, suggesting that fundamental physical constants had adjusted to accommodate the new planetary reality. In homes across this expanded world, people prepared to watch the global address. Schools had been canceled, businesses closed, as humanity collectively held its breath for explanations of what had happened and what might come next. At the United Nations headquarters, now one of two such buildings existing in the same world, Original Mark stood backstage, adjusting his invincible costume. Original Eve approached, her own costume immaculate. The place is packed, Mark, she reported. Every nation from both Earths sent someone. Never seen anything like it. Nothing about this situation is normal. Original Mark replied with that characteristic attempt at humor that often masked his anxiety. Nolan joined them, his Omni-Man costume drawing wary glances from security personnel who had seen the footage from the other dimension. We're good to go, he informed them in that deep voice. Broadcasting worldwide, translated into 137 languages. Any trouble brewing? Original Mark asked, that protective instinct evident in his voice. Nothing specific, Nolan answered carefully. Though security from both Earths is on high alert. Lot of people aren't buying that I'm not a threat. Then we'll have to convince them, Original Mark said, squaring his shoulders as a UN official approached to inform them it was time. The three heroes walked onto the stage together, facing an audience that represented the entirety of human governance doubled. The silence that fell was absolute, the weight of expectation almost palpable as Original Mark stepped to the podium. People of Earth, he began. I'm here today to talk about the crazy situation we're all dealing with. As you've figured out by now, what happened was a dimensional merger, two parallel Earths, with parallel histories and parallel populations, smashed together into one planet. The camera panned across the assembled delegates, capturing expressions of solemn attention. I come from what they're calling Earth One, a world where Omni-Man, he gestured to Nolan, revealed himself to be an advanced scout for the Viltrumite Empire, aliens planning to take over our planet. In my world, he killed the guardians of the globe and nearly killed me, his own son, when I stood up to him. Murmurs spread through the assembly at this direct confirmation of the footage that had been circulating. But the guy standing beside me today isn't that Omni-Man, Original Mark continued, his voice gaining conviction. He's from Earth 2, where something crucial changed his path. In his world, Nolan Grayson chose his family, chose humanity over the mission he was sent to complete. Original Mark paused, allowing the distinction to sink in. The difference between these two versions of the same man came down to one thing: a hero called Sukuna, who confronted Nolan at a critical moment and made him rethink everything. This intervention stopped the tragedy that happened in my world and put Earth 2 on a different track, preparing instead of being conquered. Original Eve stepped forward. As someone with scientific training, she began, her voice more casual than the formal setting might typically demand. I can tell you this merger is permanent. Our planet's now about twice its original size, with doubles of nearly every person, place, and thing from both former Earths. This isn't temporary, this is our new reality. She activated a holographic display, showing the merged planet from orbit. While physically things seem stable, we're facing huge social, political, and economic challenges. Two governments for each country, 2 of each person except for those who got pulled into that other dimension during the final phase. Original Mark took over again. Which brings me to our biggest problem right now. During the dimensional event, 3 people from Earth 2 were pulled into another reality by another version of Yes. There are apparently various versions of me. That is why, and this is addressed to people from Earth 1, there were so many Invincibles that destroyed so much. I know you all probably realize this too, since you have most definitely seen multiples of them together, but to explain, they were from alternate realities and came here to defame me. But that is currently besides the point. Back to these individuals, the ones lost to us currently, they include the Earth 2 versions of myself and Adam Eve, as well as Sukuna, the very person who changed Nolan's path. He looked directly into the cameras, determination evident in his expression. We're working on finding a way to get them back. But meanwhile, we need to prepare for what's coming, the reason Omni-Man was sent to Earth in the first place. Nolan stepped forward, his imposing presence causing a visible tension in the room. When he spoke, his voice was less formal than his usual manner, more direct and personal. I am Nolan, known as Omni-Man. I was born on Viltrum, sent to Earth to scout for eventual conquest. This was my mission in both timelines. The only difference is the choice I made when confronted with what that mission really meant. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. The Viltrumite Empire spans galaxies. My people have strength, speed, and durability, far beyond human capabilities. For thousands of years, they've expanded by conquest, absorbing or wiping out civilizations they encounter. The holographic display shifted to show an artistic rendering of Viltrumite warriors in flight. Earth was marked for conquest decades ago, Nolan continued, his tone resolute but less formal than his counterpart would have used. I was sent to check out your defenses, resources, potential for resistance. In one timeline, I followed orders, taking out the planet's strongest defenders as step 1 toward takeover. In another, I chose to betray those orders, to stand with humanity against my own kind. Nolan's expression remained composed, but his voice carried emotion. That choice was possible because someone helped me see what I'd lose: my wife, my son, the life I'd built here. Now, I'm not here as a conqueror, but as a defender. Because the Viltrumite Empire will come, whether I finish my mission or not. Original Mark returned to the podium. We don't know exactly when the Viltrumites will show up, he said, his practical nature evident. Could be months, could be years. But we know they're coming, and we need to get ready. That means working together, all of us, from both former Earths, to prepare our defenses. Original Eve joined him. The merger has actually given us an unexpected advantage, she noted with practical optimism. Twice the resources, twice the brainpower, twice the potential defenders. If we can get past the integration challenges, we might actually stand a better chance against the Viltrumites than either of our worlds would have separately. This isn't the time to divide ourselves, Original Mark emphasized, his passion evident. Not between countries, not between duplicates. We're one world now, facing one threat, and we'll face it together, or we'll fall together. He took a deep breath, preparing for his conclusion. I know this is a lot to take in. Finding out you have a double somewhere on the planet. Learning that one of Earth's greatest heroes was originally sent to conquer us. Facing an alien invasion. But I also know that humanity across both our former worlds has faced huge challenges before and overcome them. We adapt. We survive. We fight for our home. The chamber remained silent as Original Mark's words hung in the air. Then, slowly, applause began, first from a few delegates, then spreading until the entire assembly was on its feet. As the broadcast concluded, the 3 heroes exited the stage, aware that they had taken only the first step in a long, uncertain journey. That went better than I thought it would, Original Eve observed cautiously, her analytical mind already assessing outcomes. That was the easy part, Nolan replied. Now comes the real challenge, turning words into action. Getting a doubled world to work together against a threat most still can't really grasp. Original Mark nodded, his expression determined. One step at a time. First, we help people adjust to this new reality. Then we build our defenses. And somewhere along the way, We find a path to the Emperor's dimension and bring our friends home. Reactions to the global address varied widely across the merged Earth. In a military base outside what had once been Beijing, now one of two such cities, General Li Wei watched the replay with his counterpart from the other China. Both men wearing identical uniforms with identical expressions of concern. If what they say is true, the first General Li observed, our combined forces would still be insufficient against beings with Omni-Man's capabilities. Perhaps, his counterpart agreed. But we now have twice the manufacturing capacity, twice the research facilities, twice the personnel. And we have something else, knowledge of what's coming. The first General Li nodded slowly. The Central Committee, both of them, will want a unified defense strategy. We should begin coordination immediately. Agreed. Though we must also address the domestic situation. Two identical populations, two identical governments, it creates potential for confusion, even conflict. Then we must ensure there is no confusion, the first General Li stated firmly. As these heroes said, we are one world now. We must act accordingly. In a classroom in Sao Paulo, Brazil, Professor Carvalho had gathered his students despite the official closure of schools, feeling it important to discuss the global address in an educational context. What do you think? He asked after the broadcast ended. Do we trust this Nolan, knowing what his counterpart did in the other world? Hands shot up around the room, opinions clearly divided. I think we have to judge him by his own actions, not his counterparts, argued Maria, a thoughtful student in the front row. If we start holding people responsible for what their duplicates did, where does it end? But they're the same person, countered Joao from the back. Same genetics, same background, same mission. The only difference was this Sukuna person intervening. Without that, he'd have done exactly what the other Omni-Man did. That's the point, though, Maria insisted. One choice, one intervention, changed everything. Proves we're not just our programming or our orders. We can choose differently. Professor Carvalho nodded encouragingly. An excellent philosophical observation. The merger has forced us to confront questions of identity, free will, and moral responsibility in entirely new ways. But what about the practical issues? Asked another student. I found my other self online. We look identical, have the same parents, technically the same parents, just from different dimensions, but she chose different subjects in school. Now we're both here, competing for the same future spots at university or jobs. How is that supposed to work? The professor sighed, recognizing the legitimate concern. That's a question being asked in every school, every workplace across our new world. There are no easy answers yet. But perhaps, as we face this external threat, we'll find ways to turn our duplication from a challenge into a strength. In a small apartment in Moscow, Dmitry Petrov watched the address alone, his counterpart having chosen to remain with his family in the other Moscow. Unlike many duplicates who had immediately sought each other out, Dmitry had kept his distance, unsettled by the very concept of meeting himself. The broadcast left him with mixed emotions. On one hand, the confirmation of an alien threat was terrifying. On the other, it provided a focus beyond the existential crisis of duplication. His phone rang his counterpart, calling for the first time since they'd exchanged contact information. Did you watch? The other Dmitry asked without preamble. Yes, Dmitry replied, still finding it strange to hear his own voice coming from someone else. What did you think? I think we can't afford to stay separate anymore, his counterpart said bluntly. This Viltrumite threat, if it's real, means we need to pool our resources, not maintain two parallel lives. Dmitry considered this. As a software engineer, he had valuable skills that could contribute to planetary defense. So did his counterpart. Together, they might accomplish more than either could separately. You're suggesting we work together? Professionally. To start with, the other Dmitry confirmed. I've already been contacted by representatives from both governments. They're establishing a joint technological defense initiative and seeking specialists. With our combined experience, we'd be more valuable. As a team, Dmitry finished, the logic undeniable despite his personal reservations. Exactly. We can keep separate personal lives if that's more comfortable. But professionally, two minds with identical training but different project experiences, we could be an asset. Dmitri found himself nodding. Send me the details. We'll consider it. As he hung up, he realized he had unconsciously shifted to thinking of himself and his counterpart as a unit, a we, rather than separate individuals. Perhaps that was the first step toward the unity the heroes had called for. In the Oval Office, President Davis concluded a video call with President Wilson, their conversation having covered the immediate steps needed to begin governmental integration. The Joint Chiefs are coordinating now, his chief of staff reported. Both sets of military leadership agree that a unified command structure is essential, especially in light of the Viltrumite threat. And Congress? The president asked. That's more complicated. Constitutional scholars from both former Earths are debating whether we need a merged legislative body or can maintain parallel structures with coordinated voting. President Davis sighed. The legal and governmental challenges are unprecedented, but they pale in comparison to what we'll face if these Viltrumites arrive and find us divided. Public reaction to the address has been surprisingly measured, the press secretary noted, reviewing real-time data. The alien threat seems to have provided context for the merger, a reason beyond random cosmic accident. People need meaning, the president observed. Even in chaos, especially in chaos. The idea that this merger might have a purpose preparing us for an existential threat gives them something to hold on to. He moved to the window, looking out at a Washington, D.C. that now existed alongside another version of itself, separated by a few hundred miles of newly merged geography. Schedule joint cabinet meetings with President Wilson's team, he instructed. Daily to start. And I want direct lines to every major world leader, both versions. If we're going to face this as one planet, we need to start acting like one. As night fell across the merged Earth, the initial shock of the global address began to settle into a new normal. In homes across the expanded planet, families discussed what they had learned, what it might mean for their futures. In the GDA headquarters, Original Mark stood once again at the observation window, watching the lights of the doubled city below. This is just the beginning, Original Eve said, joining him, her practical nature evident in her tone. People are still processing, still adjusting, but at least now they know what's going on. Most of it, Original Mark amended with characteristic directness. We didn't tell them about Battle Beast absorbing his counterpart, or what that might mean for other duplicates. One crisis at a time, she replied pragmatically. They need to get used to the merger before we hit them with complications about what happens when duplicates merge more permanently. Though that is if it happens in a way not like this, we won't tell them otherwise. We don't want people to start eating each other. Original Eve finished with a disgusted expression. Original Mark nodded, his own expression showing his agreement, before turning more calm, his thoughts turning to their missing friends. I wonder how they're doing, our counterparts and Sukuna, stuck in the Emperor's dimension. We'll find them, Original Eve assured him, her voice carrying problem-solving confidence. Just as I said before, the dimensional barriers were broken once. We can break through again. And meanwhile, we get ready, Nolan added, entering the observation deck, his deep voice less formal than his usual manner. The world knows what's coming now. That's a start. Original Mark turned to face his alternate father, still wrestling with the complex emotions his presence stirred up. Do you think they buy it? He asked bluntly. That you're not the same Nolan who betrayed Earth in my dimension? Some will, Nolan replied with the perspective of centuries. Others won't. Trust has to be earned, especially when your other self gave people every reason for suspicion. Especially since we are the same, unlike your variations that everyone could see were completely different than you. He met Original Mark's gaze directly. Still, again, I don't expect everyone to accept me right away. I just want the chance to prove through actions that I've chosen a different path. Original Mark nodded slowly. Fair enough. Actions, not words. As they stood together, watching over a world forever changed by the dimensional merger, the weight of what was to come hung in the air between them, a challenge that would test not just their strength, but the very concept of identity, choice, and redemption that now defined their doubled existence. Why do you deny it? The rain fell in relentless sheets, pounding against the imperial gardens with a rhythm that drowned out all other sounds. Lightning occasionally split the alien sky, illuminating the strange landscape in brief, harsh flashes before darkness reclaimed it. Sukuna stood motionless in the downpour, his black dress shirt and business pants completely soaked, clinging to his form like a second skin. He made no effort to seek shelter, instead lifting his face slightly toward the sky, allowing the water to wash over him. He had been standing there for nearly an hour, the perfect stillness of his posture broken only by the occasional blink to clear water from his eyes. The gardens where deserted sensible beings had retreated indoors at the first sign of the storm, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Or so he believed. "You're getting wet," a voice observed from behind him. Sukuna didn't turn, having sensed her approach long before she spoke. "So are you," he replied simply. Eve moved to stand beside him, her red attire modest yet elegant now darkened and clinging to her form. It was clothing designed to protect her modesty while still being flattering, the kind of outfit she had always worn outside since Megumi's death, never showing more than he would have approved of, even when he was no longer there to see. "You always liked the rain," she said softly, her eyes fixed on the same distant point as his. "Even before your regression." Sukuna didn't correct her use of the term regression. After the dinner conversation and hours of solitary contemplation, he was no longer certain she was wrong. The possibility that he might indeed be their Megumi, reborn or returned, could no longer be dismissed as mere delusion on their part. "It calms me," he admitted after a long moment of silence. The rain had always affected him this way, across all his lives. In his first life it had been a simple pleasure. In his second, as Ryaman Sukuna, it had carried deeper significance. Even as the fallen son of heaven, he had found peace in the rain when the world received its blessing from above. When water sustained life and allowed new growth to emerge from the earth, the spirit of creation was at its purest. It was a connection to heaven that he had never fully severed, no matter how much he might deny taking pleasure in it. They stood in companionable silence, both continuing to get soaked as the storm showed no signs of abating. The palace lights reflected off the water-slick pathways, creating ethereal patterns that shifted with each gust of wind. "Why do you wish to deny it?" Eve asked suddenly, her voice carrying no judgment, only genuine curiosity. "That you've regressed?" Sukuna remained silent for a long moment, considering her question with the seriousness it deserved. "Because I failed then," he finally answered, his voice barely audible above the rain. "What do you mean?" she asked, turning slightly to study his profile. "Since being born," he began carefully, not alluding to his past lives that no one but he knew about, I began to believe in connection, in love having some sort of power that could be harnessed, used to achieve what pleases oneself." He paused, gathering his thoughts. "But what you're telling me is that very love made me blind, made me weak, made me die and cause my child to die and lose all I had built." His voice remained steady, but the pain beneath the words was unmistakable. "Which makes me wonder if I should abandon it entirely." "No!" Eve's response was immediate and forceful, startling in its intensity. She moved to stand in front of him, her hands reaching up to cup his face, turning it toward her with gentle insistence. Catching herself, she softened her voice, though the passion remained evident. "That very love is what made me fall for you," she said, her eyes searching his. "Those months before our loss of you were the best of my entire life. Seeing you smile so much, be so happy, be more expressive, they are things that I rewatch hours upon hours of recordings of each day, just to not forget." Her hands trembled slightly against his skin, whether from emotion or the cold rain, he couldn't tell. "Even if it made you lose him, lose me?" Sukuna asked, for the first time verbally acknowledging the possibility of truth in her words about his regression. Eve fell silent at this, her hands slowly dropping from his face. After a moment, she asked quietly, "Can I hold you for a moment? Can I hug you?" Sukuna tilted his head slightly, curious at the request, but nodded slowly. She stepped forward, wrapping her arms around him with careful gentleness, as if afraid he might shatter or vanish at any moment. Her head rested against his chest, and he could feel her warmth even through their rain-soaked clothing. "Please listen to me for a moment," she whispered, her voice close to his ear. "Even if you don't believe you've regressed, humor me and listen to what happened after you died." Sukuna remained silent, neither embracing her in return nor pushing her away, but allowing the contact as he waited for her to continue. "Mark and I closed off after your death," she began, her voice a soft murmur against the backdrop of the rain. "We became more cold, more distant. We focused entirely on expanding and rebuilding the empire in your image rather than anything else." Her arms tightened slightly around him. I still am loyal to you. I never looked at anyone else, never touched nor let anyone else touch me. But so many tried." A slight tremor ran through her body. So many, in fact, that Mark began to kill them. He issued a law that if anyone approached me with intentions of being with me, they would be executed. She pulled back slightly, looking up at Sukuna's face. "He threatened me too. Told me that I was yours, that I must wait till we found you, and that if I even attempted to be with anyone else, he would kill them. I was furious with him not because I wanted to move on, but because he didn't trust my devotion to you." Tears began to fall from her eyes, warm against the cold rain streaming down her face. "We fought, destroyed many dead planets in our rage. And then, when the fight ended, we finally began to grieve. We cried together on a desolate world, mourning you, mourning mine and your child, mourning everything we had lost." Her voice broke as she pressed her face against his chest again. "I've been waiting for you, been loyal to you, so please don't stop loving. Because I can't bear the thought that you might never love me again." With those words, she burst into full tears, her body shaking with sobs as she clung to him. The intensity of her grief was overwhelming, the pain of 17 years of loneliness pouring out all at once. Sukuna stood frozen for a moment, uncertain how to respond to such raw emotion. Then, slowly, his arms came up to encircle her, holding her as she cried. It wasn't a passionate embrace, but a supportive one offering comfort rather than romance. He held her as her sobs gradually subsided, until finally, her body went limp against his. She had cried herself into unconsciousness, the emotional exhaustion of the moment combined with the physical strain of standing in the cold rain proving too much. As he adjusted his hold to support her weight, Sukuna became aware of another presence nearby. Looking up, he saw his Eve standing a short distance away, watching them with an unreadable expression. "How long have you been there?" he asked, lifting Eve into his arms in a princess carry. "Long enough," Eve replied simply, moving forward to join them. "She needs to get out of the rain." Together, they made their way back to the palace, neither speaking as they navigated the corridors to Sukuna's private chamber's quarters provided by the emperor that were spacious and elegant without being ostentatious. Sukuna laid Eve gently on his bed, her unconscious form still and peaceful despite her soaked clothing. Eve disappeared into the adjoining bathroom, returning with towels. She handed one to Sukuna before using another to carefully dry Eve's hair and face. They worked in silence, removing Eve's shoes and covering her with a blanket to prevent her from catching cold. When they had done what they could, they retreated to the edge of the bed, sitting side by side, both still damp from the rain. The silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken thoughts and questions, until he finally broke it with a single word. "Fine." Sukuna turned to her, confusion evident in his expression. "Fine." Eve nodded, her eyes fixed on Eve's sleeping form. "I've been thinking about you, about my love for you, and your love for me." She took a deep breath, as if steeling herself for what she was about to say. "I've realized that since Eve is another version of myself, she is me, which means I wouldn't be sharing your love with anyone else if you loved her too, because you'd still be loving me, just another version." There was something in her tone, a possessive edge, a calculation that was an obsession that caught Sukuna's attention. This wasn't simple acceptance. It was a carefully reasoned justification that allowed her to maintain her exclusive claim on him. If she's right, Eve continued, her voice taking on a harder quality, and you remember and fall in love with her again, you can be with both of us, but no one else. Her eyes met his, intense and unwavering. Not another woman, because she wouldn't be me. That would mean you were loving someone else entirely. Her fingers twitched slightly, pink energy briefly materializing around them. And if that happened, I would have to kill her, molecularly disassemble her, atom by atom, until nothing remained but dust. I would make it slow, make her feel every particle of her being separating from the others. The casual way she described such brutal violence sent a chill through the room, but Sukuna's expression remained impassive. He had known of Eve's possessive nature, her obsessive tendencies, but this was the first time she had stated them so explicitly. You would have to be with both of us, she continued, her voice softening slightly, and not have your time divided. I refuse to have any moment less with you than she does. Not a single second. Her hand found his on the bed, her fingers intertwining with his. All of this, of course, if the regression situation is truly the case. If you are their Megumi, return to them. She turned to face him fully, her eyes searching his. Are you? Could they be right? Sukuna considered her question carefully. The possibility had been growing in his mind since the dinner conversation, taking root in ways he hadn't anticipated. The gaps in his memory between lives, the strange familiarity he felt with certain aspects of this world, the way his soul resonated with both Emperor Mark and Adam Eve in ways he couldn't easily dismiss. I don't know, he admitted finally, the words costing him more than she could possibly understand. For the first time in my life, I truly don't know. Eve nodded, accepting his uncertainty with surprising grace. Then, with deliberate slowness, she leaned forward, her eyes never leaving his as she pressed her lips against his in a gentle kiss. It wasn't passionate or demanding, but tender, a reaffirmation of connection, of commitment, regardless of what revelations might come. Sukuna returned the kiss with equal gentleness, one hand coming up to cup her face. When they separated, Eve rested her forehead against his. Whatever you discover about yourself, whoever you might have been before, know this. I love you. Not just the you now, not just Megumi, but truly you, the being who exists now with all your complexities. Sukuna didn't respond verbally, but his hand tightened slightly around hers, an acknowledgement of her words and the sentiment behind them. They remained like that for several moments, the only sound in the room the soft breathing of Adam Eve as she slept, unaware of the conversation that had taken place or the kiss that had been shared. Outside, the rain continued to fall, washing away the old and nourishing the new, as it had since the beginning of time. And in that moment of quiet connection, Sukuna found himself losing his regained doubt in the love being a weakness, once more reaffirming for himself that it was a different kind of strength, one he had yet to fully understand or master. The thought, though, was still foreign, still uncomfortable, but no longer entirely unwelcome. And that, in itself, was perhaps the most significant change of all. As Eve eventually drifted to sleep against his shoulder, Sukuna remained awake, watching over both women with thoughtful eyes. The king of curses, the son of heaven, the strategic genius who had helped build an empire spanning 17 galaxies, all of these identities swirled within him, separate yet increasingly connected. If he was indeed all of these things, if his soul had traveled a more complex path than even he had realized, then what did that mean for his future? For his power? For his understanding of his own existence? The questions had no immediate answers, but for once, Sukuna found himself willing to wait for them to reveal themselves in their own time. After all, if there was one thing his multiple existences had taught him, it was that time had a way of bringing truth to light, whether one sought it or not. And so he sat, patient and watchful, as the night deepened around them and the rain continued its relentless drumming against the palace walls, a rhythm as old as the world itself, as constant as the cycle of death and rebirth that perhaps had touched his soul more times than he had ever imagined possible. So it's true. Maharaga sat cross-legged on the floor of Sukuna's private chamber, his massive form dwarfing the furniture around him. The divine generals will spun above his head like a disk of white light, casting strange shadows across the room as it rotated with hypnotic regularity. Before him rested an oversized laptop specially constructed to accommodate his enormous hands on which he typed, his fingers moving across the keyboard with great speed. Sukuna sat nearby in a comfortable armchair, observing the Shikigami's work with careful attention. He had summoned Maharaga shortly after dawn, initiating a process that had continued uninterrupted for nearly 24 hours. The door to the chamber slid open, and Emperor Mark entered, his expression wary as he took in the scene. He wore casual clothing, a simple black t-shirt and jeans that belied his imperial status, but the tension in his shoulders spoke of underlying concern. "So," Emperor Mark began, his eyes fixed on Maharaga. "This has been going on for almost a full day now. Care to fill me in on what exactly is happening here?" Despite his casual tone, Sukuna could detect the Emperor's apprehension. Mark was clearly concerned that this might be preparation for an escape attempt, though to his credit, he made no move to interfere, honoring his promise to give Sukuna and his companions freedom of choice. "Maharaga is adapting," Sukuna explained, gesturing toward the divine general without taking his eyes off the spinning wheel. "It's what he does." "Adapting to what exactly?" Emperor Mark asked, moving closer but maintaining a respectful distance from the working Shikigami. Sukuna turned to face the Emperor fully. "To the possibility you raised. About my identity." Interest immediately replaced wariness in Mark's expression. "You mean, if anyone can determine whether there's truth to your claim that I am your Megumi regressed into another world with memories lost, it's Maharaga," Sukuna confirmed. "He can adapt to any phenomenon including dimensional regression and memory transfer. If it's possible to verify your theory, or even eventually restore those memories, Maharaga will find the way." Emperor Mark's face transformed with shock that quickly gave way to barely contained joy. "You're serious? He can actually do that?" "That's his function," Sukuna explained. "The divine general adapts to any phenomenon he encounters, developing countermeasures or complementary processes. It's why his will spins, it's constantly analyzing, processing, adapting." "Holy shit," Mark breathed, running a hand through his hair. "That's incredible. I mean, that's next level awesome. Why didn't you mention this capability before?" Sukuna noted the Emperor's shift to more informal language, the way his imperial bearing seemed to melt away when discussing Maharaga's abilities. It was as if Mark was falling back into a familiar rhythm, the way he might have spoken with Megumi before losing him. The observation was interesting, another data point in the increasingly complex equation of his identity. "It wasn't relevant until now," Sukuna replied simply. "Not relevant?" Mark laughed, the sound genuine and unrestrained. "Dude, you've got a being that can literally adapt to anything. That's like having a walking, typing universal cheat code." Before Sukuna could respond, Maharaga's will suddenly stopped rotating. The Shikigami's hands paused over the keyboard, his massive head tilting slightly as if listening to some inaudible signal. Then, with deliberate movements, he closed the laptop, reached for a journal and pen that had been placed nearby, and began to write. The scratching of pen on paper was the only sound in the room as both Sukuna and Emperor Mark watched intently. After several moments, Maharaga tore the page from the journal and extended it toward Sukuna with a ceremonial bow of his head. "What's it say?" Mark asked eagerly, moving closer to peer over Sukuna's shoulder as he took the paper. Sukuna was silent for a long moment as he read Maharaga's findings, his expression unreadable. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a complex mixture of emotions: resignation, acceptance, and something almost like relief. "You're right," he said quietly. "I have regressed." Though Sukuna had already begun to believe this possibility since the dinner conversation, having it confirmed so definitively by Maharaga's analysis was still jarring. The implications were enormous, reshaping his understanding of himself in ways he was only beginning to comprehend. Emperor Mark's reaction was immediate and overwhelming. Joy exploded across his features, his entire body seeming to light up from within. With a whoop of pure elation, he turned to Maharaga and, in a display of emotion that would have shocked his imperial court, rushed forward to embrace the divine general. "Thank you," he exclaimed, actually lifting the massive Shikigami slightly off the ground in his enthusiasm. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." "Be careful," Sukuna warned, still studying the paper in his hands. "Maharaga has expended most of his energy adapting to this phenomenon. He's not as durable as he should be right now." Mark immediately set Maharaga down, though his excitement remained undiminished. "Sorry, big guy. Got carried away." He turned back to Sukuna, his expression sobering slightly. "And I owe you an apology too for destroying his wheel before. That was a dick move, even if I thought I was doing the right thing." To Sukuna's mild surprise, the Emperor turned back to Maharaga and bowed deeply, a gesture of genuine contrition that few beings in the universe would ever receive from him. "I'm truly sorry for damaging your wheel," he said formally. "It was done out of fear and misunderstanding, not malice. But that doesn't excuse it." Maharaga tilted his head, considering the apology for a moment before nodding once in acknowledgement. "He accepts your apology," Sukuna translated, setting aside the paper. "Though he suggests you avoid touching his wheel in the future, regardless of circumstances." "Noted. Absolutely noted." Mark agreed fervently. His expression shifted to one of barely contained hope as he turned back to Sukuna. "So, can he make you remember? Can he help you recover your memories of before?" "Potentially," Sukuna replied cautiously. "But it would take time and significant energy from both of us. The process wouldn't be immediate or simple." "Whatever you need," Mark said instantly, his voice intense with sincerity. "Resources, time, space, equipment, anything at all. Just say the word and it happens. I'll move planets, literally if necessary." Sukuna studied the Emperor's eager expression, noting the raw emotion that had replaced his usual imperial control. This was not the calculated manipulation of a ruler, but the desperate hope of someone who had lost something precious and now saw a chance to recover it. "No," Sukuna said finally, stretching his arms above his head to loosen muscles stiff from sitting too long. "It's enough for today. I'm tired." Mark's expression immediately softened, his excitement tempered by concern. "Of course, I'm pushing too hard, aren't I? Sorry about that." As Sukuna dismissed Maharaga, who bowed once more before dissolving into shadow, the Emperor's demeanor shifted to something more considerate. "I know a place," he offered. "Somewhere quiet where you can relax. If you're interested." Sukuna nodded, rising from his chair with fluid grace. "Lead the way." They walked through the palace corridors in comfortable silence, Mark occasionally pointing out features of interest or sharing brief anecdotes about the building's construction. Unlike their previous interactions, there was no tension in the air, no underlying current of suspicion or calculation. The place Mark had in mind turned out to be a small, secluded garden terrace overlooking the capital city. Unlike the grand formal gardens, this space felt intimate, personal, a private retreat, rather than a display of imperial grandeur. "Wait here a sec," Mark said suddenly. "I need to grab something." Before Sukuna could respond, the Emperor had launched himself into the air, disappearing in a blur of movement. Barely a second later, he returned, landing lightly on the terrace with a familiar box in his hands. "Chess," he announced, holding up the elegant wooden case with an almost boyish grin. "We always played, at least once a week, sometimes more." He set the box on a small table between two comfortable chairs. "You never lost. Not once in all the years we played. I came close a few times, or at least I thought I did, but you were always 3 moves ahead." Mark's expression turned mischievous as he opened the box, revealing intricately carved pieces made from what appeared to be some form of alien crystal. "I've been practicing, though, in my free time, for when we'd meet again." Sukuna raised an eyebrow. "You think you stand a chance now?" "Probably not," Mark admitted with a laugh. "But I've got to try, right? It's tradition." As they sat down to play, Sukuna found himself studying the Emperor with new eyes once again. The difference in Mark's demeanor was just so striking. Gone was the imposing ruler of 17 galaxies. replaced by someone much more relaxed, more genuine. It was as if a tremendous weight had been lifted from his shoulders. With Sukuna, Mark didn't need to maintain the facade of imperial strength and control. He didn't need to be the emperor, the unquestioned authority, the fearsome leader. To Mark, Sukuna was family, his brother, his teacher, the one person who had seen him at his most vulnerable and never exploited it, but instead guided him to become stronger. The chess game progressed as they talked, moving from imperial politics to scientific advancements, from philosophical questions to mundane observations about palace life. The conversation flowed naturally, without the careful diplomatic maneuvering that had characterized their previous interactions. Sukuna found himself responding to this more authentic version of Mark with equal openness, though he maintained his awareness throughout. He was still assessing, still calculating, but with less immediate suspicion than before. "Check," Mark announced suddenly, looking up with a triumphant grin. "See? I told you I've improved." Sukuna glanced at the board, quickly analyzing the position. "Improved, yes," he acknowledged, moving his bishop to block the check while simultaneously setting up a counterattack. "But not enough." Mark studied the move, his grin fading as he recognized the trap he'd walked into. "Damn it," he muttered. "I thought I had you there." "You were close," Sukuna offered, which wasn't entirely true, but seemed the appropriate thing to say. "No, I wasn't," Mark laughed, shaking his head. "You're just being nice. Which is weird, by the way. You never used to pull punches in chess. You said it was dishonest to the integrity of the game, or something equally intense." The casual reference to his supposed past self sent a slight jolt through Sukuna, another reminder of the identity confirmation Maharaga had provided, that he for a moment had ignored. Still needing to process it / if the Divine General was correct, which he most definitely was, the Divine General does not make mistakes. That is his status bestowed upon by heaven. Then the person Mark was describing wasn't just someone who looked like him, but an earlier version of himself, one he had no conscious memory of being. They continued playing, the game extending longer than either had anticipated. It was only when Mark glanced up at the sky that they realized how much time had passed. The sun had set, and the night sky above the palace had transformed into a breathtaking display of stars more numerous and vibrant than anything visible from Earth, with nebulae and distant galaxies painting swirls of color across the darkness. "Wow," Mark said softly, his attention drawn away from the chessboard. "I forget sometimes how beautiful it is. Gets easy to take it for granted when you can fly up there whenever you want." Sukuna followed his gaze upward, studying the unfamiliar constellations with quiet appreciation. "This reminds me," Mark continued, a fond smile spreading across his face. "There was this time you were maybe 15, when I was supposed to be helping you with some astronomical calculations for a Viltrumite navigation system. But I kept getting distracted, making up ridiculous names for star patterns instead of using the proper designations." He chuckled at the memory. "You were so serious, trying to get actual work done, and I just kept pointing at random clusters saying stuff like, 'That one's clearly the cosmic chicken,' and 'Look, it's the Grand Imperial nose hair.'" Mark's expression softened. "You tried to stay professional, but I could see you fighting it. Finally, I pointed to this one particular formation and declared it was the Thrag's underwear constellation, complete with detailed explanation of which stars represented what parts." He shook his head, the memory clearly precious to him. "That was it. You completely lost it. First time I ever heard you really laugh, not just a polite chuckle or that little sound you'd make when something amused you, but a full, genuine laugh. Took you like 5 minutes to pull yourself together." Mark's eyes met Sukuna's, his expression open and vulnerable. "After that, I made it my mission to make you laugh at least once a month. Kept a calendar and everything." The story stirred something in Sukuna, not a memory exactly, but a sense of familiarity, as if he could almost see the scene Mark was describing. It was disconcerting yet strangely compelling. "I'm glad you're back," Mark said quietly, his voice thick with emotion. "Even like this, different, changed, with new experiences and memories. You're still you, underneath it all. And that's everything I could have hoped for." The raw sincerity in his voice was unmistakable, the years of grief and longing evident in every word. "This, again still, wasn't the calculated manipulation of an emperor, but the heartfelt gratitude of someone who had lost his closest friend and found him again against all odds. Sukuna didn't respond immediately, unsure what to say in the face of such naked emotion. Finally, he simply nodded, acknowledging Mark's words without committing to any particular response. They sat in comfortable silence after that, the chess game forgotten as they gazed up at the stars, two beings of immense power finding a moment of peace in the simple act of contemplating the universe above them. And if Sukuna felt a strange sense of déjà vu, as if he had sat in this very spot looking at these same stars before, he kept the observation to himself. There would be time enough to explore such feelings later, to determine what they might mean for his understanding of himself and his place in this unexpected new reality. For now, it was enough to sit in quiet companionship, watching the stars while slowly overhead in their ancient, unchanging dance at a day in a Mohawk's life. Mohawk Mark reclined on the massive custom bed, large enough to accommodate 8 people comfortably, as smoke curled from the cigarette between his lips. His eyes wandered lazily over the 7 red-headed women scattered across the silk sheets, each one a carefully selected Eve look-alike, down to the smallest details of their features. The cosplay wasn't just in their hair color, they wore variations of Eve's costume, some more revealing than others, all designed to his exact specifications. It had cost a fortune to find women who matched his requirements so precisely, but being Emperor of Earth and Viltrum meant money was no object. "Get out," he said suddenly, his voice cutting through the post-coital haze that filled the imperial bedroom. The women exchanged confused glances, some still catching their breath from the hours of activity. "Now," he added, a hint of Viltrumite authority entering his tone. They scrambled to comply, gathering discarded clothing and personal items with practiced efficiency. None dared question him. They knew better than to test the patience of a being who could reduce the planet to rubble on a whim. As the door closed behind the last of them, Mohawk Mark exhaled a long stream of smoke toward the ornate ceiling. The cigarette, a custom blend from a planet whose name he couldn't be bothered to remember, did nothing for his Viltrumite physiology. No nicotine rush, no calming effect. Just the ritual, the familiar motion, the momentary distraction from thoughts he'd rather avoid. Thoughts of her. The real Eve. "Fuck," he muttered, crushing the cigarette in his palm without flinching. The ash scattered across the sheets, joining other stains from the night's activities. It had been 5 years since he'd killed her. 5 years of these elaborate charades, these pathetic attempts to fill the Eve-shaped hole in his existence. The cosplayers, the statues erected in her honor across his empire, the laws he'd passed requiring her name to be spoken with reverence, none of it helped. None of it brought her back. He still remembered the look in her eyes when he'd done it. Not fear, not even anger, just disappointment, as if she'd always known he would eventually become this, a tyrant, a conqueror, everything his father had wanted him to be. "You were supposed to be better than this?" she'd said. Her final words before his hand had moved with Viltrumite speed, ending her life in an instant of misguided rage. He hadn't meant to kill her. It was just that she wouldn't stop talking, wouldn't stop trying to save him from what he was becoming, wouldn't accept that his destiny was to rule, not serve. One moment of lost control and she was gone forever. Mohawk Mark rose from the bed, naked and unconcerned with his state as he moved to the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking his capital city. The metropolis sprawled beneath him, a testament to his absolute rule, buildings that would have been considered architectural marvels on the old Earth. Streets free of crime not through justice but through fear, citizens who worshipped him as a living god. All of it meaningless without her. He pressed his forehead against the cool glass, watching his breath fog the surface. "I'm sorry," he whispered. Words he could never say aloud to anyone else. The dimensional communicator chimed from his bedside table, interrupting his moment of weakness. Mohawk Mark composed himself instantly, the vulnerability vanishing behind his customary mask of arrogant indifference. He activated the device, and Astronaut Mark's face materialized in the holographic display. "Progress report," Astronaut Mark stated without preamble, his expression all business. "The dimensional mapping is proceeding on schedule. We've identified 17 potential target realities with minimal resistance capabilities. Boring, Mohawk Mark replied, deliberately projecting disinterest as he reached for another cigarette. Wake me up when you find something worth conquering. Astronaut Mark's expression tightened with barely concealed irritation. This isn't a game. The Alliance requires coordination, planning. The Alliance requires results. Mohawk Mark interrupted, lighting his cigarette with casual disregard. And so far, all I'm seeing is talk. Perhaps if you contributed more than attitude, we'd make faster progress. Astronaut Mark shot back. Mohawk Mark grinned, enjoying the rare display of emotion from his usually controlled counterpart. I contribute exactly what's needed, a reality check. You plan, sinister schemes, Viltrumite postures, and I remind everyone that we're wasting time. Before Astronaut Mark could respond, the hologram shifted, adding Sinister Mark to the communication. His cold eyes took in Mohawk Mark's state of undress with detached amusement. Am I interrupting something? Sinister Mark asked, his tone suggesting he couldn't care less if he was. Just the usual? Astronaut boring me to death with details nobody cares about, Mohawk Mark replied, exhaling smoke toward the hologram. Those details will determine our success or failure, Astronaut Mark insisted. Our timeline has accelerated. Sinister Mark cut in, ignoring their bickering. Sukuna appears to be growing impatient. His recent communications suggest he's developing his own strategies independent of our alliance. This caught Mohawk Mark's attention, though he was careful not to show it. Smart move. Trust no one, especially not us. It complicates matters, Astronaut Mark noted, his tactical mind already recalculating. If he's operating with separate objectives, it means he's planning to betray us, Sinister Mark finished, his expression darkening. Or at least preparing for the possibility that we might betray him. Shocking, Mohawk Mark drawled sarcastically. The ancient Curse King doesn't trust a bunch of alternate versions of the same megalomaniac. Who could have predicted? This isn't a joke, Astronaut Mark snapped. No, it's fucking politics, Mohawk Mark retorted, his casual facade slipping momentarily. Everyone's positioning, everyone's planning their betrayal. It's why I hate working with others. Yet here you are, Sinister Mark observed with a thin smile. Curious, isn't it? Mohawk Mark didn't rise to the bait. The truth was, he needed this alliance not just for the power it promised, but for the possibility it represented. Somewhere in the infinite multiverse, there had to be another Eve. One who would understand him, accept him as he was. One he could protect from himself. We need contingencies, Astronaut Mark said, breaking the tense silence. If Sukuna turns against us, we'll have the firepower to handle it, Sinister Mark stated confidently. Between the three of us and Viltrumite Mark, we can contain any threat he might pose. Mohawk Mark said nothing, keeping his own thoughts to himself. While his counterparts discussed strategies and contingencies, his mind was working on a different angle entirely. The Emperor, that self-righteous version of himself who had conquered 17 galaxies, represented both a threat and an opportunity. His obsession with Megumi made him unpredictable, potentially dangerous, but also potentially useful. If things went south with this alliance, and Mohawk Mark was certain they eventually would, having the Emperor as a backup ally could be the difference between victory and defeat. But he'd keep that card close to his chest for now. No need to let Astronaut and Sinister know he was developing his own contingency plans. The communication ended shortly after, leaving Mohawk Mark alone once more in his Imperial chambers. He stared at the space where the hologram had been, his mind racing with calculations and contingencies of his own. He trusted his counterparts about as far as he could throw a planet, which, while considerable, wasn't nearly far enough. Astronaut Mark's tactical genius made him unpredictable, Sinister Mark's cruelty made him dangerous, and Viltrumite Mark's imperial ambitions made him a competitor rather than an ally. And Sukuna. Sukuna was the wild card. Mohawk Mark had seen enough during the dimensional merger to know that underestimating him would be a fatal mistake. No, he needed his own plan, one that didn't rely on the goodwill or loyalty of beings as duplicitous as himself. The thought that had been forming in his mind since the dimensional merger continued to develop. The original Mark, the one Levi had such a hate boner for, represented an opportunity. Unlike the rest of them, he hadn't yet been corrupted by absolute power. He still had principles, still believed in concepts like redemption and second chances. After all, if he could forgive Nolan, a father who had lied to him his entire life and nearly beaten him to death, then perhaps he could be convinced to aid someone like Mohawk Mark, whose crimes in the original's reality were relatively minor by comparison. And then there was the Thrag situation. Mohawk Mark's path to power had been different from the Emperor's. He hadn't needed to defeat Thrag in single combat. Instead, he had discovered and leveraged his direct lineage to Argal, the greatest of all Viltrumite rulers. That revelation had turned the Viltrumite Empire against Thrag, with Conquest himself leading the charge to depose the Grand Regent in favor of Argal's true heir. It hadn't been easy. Thrag was still the strongest Viltrumite alive, but with the entire empire against him, his defeat had been inevitable. If Mohawk Mark could deliver this information to the original Mark and the Emperor proof of their true heritage as Argal's descendants, it would put them in his debt. A card to be played when the alliance inevitably fractured. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Enter," he called, not bothering to cover himself. Conquest stepped into the room, his massive frame filling the doorway. Unlike the Conquest from the original timeline, this version had become Mohawk Mark's right hand, his most loyal general. The bond between them went beyond mere duty. Conquest had been Argal's closest friend, and in Mohawk Mark, he saw echoes of the greatest leader the Viltrumite Empire had ever known. "Emperor," Conquest acknowledged with a slight bow, "the Regelian delegation has arrived. They await your pleasure in the throne room." Mohawk Mark nodded, finally moving to dress himself. "Let them wait. It builds character." Conquest's lips twitched in what might have been amusement. "As you wish. There is also the matter of the rebellion on Proxima Centauri." "Crush it," Mohawk Mark said dismissively, pulling on his distinctive costume. "Make an example of their leaders. The usual. With respect, Emperor, this rebellion is different," Conquest cautioned. "They've somehow acquired weapons capable of harming Viltrumites. 3 of our soldiers were killed in the initial uprising." This caught Mohawk Mark's attention. He paused in adjusting his costume, fixing Conquest with a sharp look. "Weapons that can kill Viltrumites? That's interesting." "Concerning," Conquest corrected. "If such technology spreads, it won't," Mohawk Mark interrupted, "because we're going to take it for ourselves." A smile spread across his face, the kind that made even hardened generals like Conquest uneasy. "In fact, I think I'll handle this personally. It's been too long since I've had a good fight." "As you wish, Emperor," Conquest replied, though concern remained evident in his expression. "Shall I prepare your ship?" "No need," Mohawk Mark said, moving to the window. "I could use the exercise." With casual strength, he pushed open the window and stepped out into the open air, hovering briefly as he oriented himself toward the stars. Proxima Centauri was close by astronomical standards, a quick jaunt for someone who could fly at faster than light speeds. "Emperor," Conquest called after him. "The Rigelians, tell them I'm dealing with urgent imperial business," Mohawk Mark replied without looking back. "And have someone clean up this room. It's a mess." Without waiting for a response, he shot upward, breaking the sound barrier in an instant as he accelerated toward space. The familiar rush of flight, the one thing that still brought him uncomplicated joy, momentarily pushed aside his darker thoughts. As Earth dwindled behind him and the blackness of space enveloped his form, Mohawk Mark allowed himself a moment of honesty. This alliance with his variants and Sukuna was a means to an end, nothing more. If it succeeded, he might find what he was looking for across the multiverse. If it failed, he had contingencies. And if those contingencies failed, well, there was always Plan B. Find the original Mark, convince him of their shared heritage, and use that connection to gain access to the Emperor and Sukuna. Not out of any sense of kinship or loyalty, but because together, those three represented the only force in the multiverse that might stand against whatever sinister, astronaut, and Viltrumite Mark were truly planning. Plus, he thought with grim amusement as he accelerated beyond light speed, if anyone in the multiverse had a spare Eve they might be willing to part with, it would be one of them, since they aren't the loving type, sinister, astronaut, and Viltrumite. That is, if the fuckers didn't kill her in their worlds too. The stars blurred around him as he flew toward Proxima Centauri, toward violence that might momentarily quiet the guilt that haunted him day and night, toward a distraction from the emptiness that no amount of power, conquest, or lookalikes could ever fill, toward the next step in a plan that even he wasn't sure would work. But it was all he had. That, and the lingering hope that somewhere in the infinite multiverse, there was an Eve who could love the monster he had become. A Yandere Eve with her own plans to possess him would be a nightmare he had to steer clear of though. He thought with a shiver. A Yandere with molecular manipulation powers? That was an end-of-reality scenario he wanted no part of. He still couldn't understand how that Sukuna guy could handle a Eve like that. How the fuck did he control her? Was his dick that mind-blowing or something? He shook his head, deciding he really didn't want to go down that rabbit hole. Those two are insane even by his standards, and he'd rather steer as clear from them as possible, even in his own head. Thank God. Levi told him that about them, otherwise he wouldn't know what hit him. As he left his solar system behind, Mohawk Mark allowed himself one final thought before focusing on the coming battle. In a multiverse of infinite possibilities, the only constant seemed to be that every version of Mark Grayson was, in one way or another, completely batshit crazy. And he wouldn't have it any other fucking way. Can you guys do something for me? Hello everyone. Hope you are enjoyed the story so far. I would like to ask if you guys could do something for me please. Could you review again or for the first time if you haven't? I've noticed that a lot of people just quit before the Invincible War arc and won't even give it a chance, which is kinda bummer for me. Besides that, I've gotten like 3 reviews back to back with nonsensical bad ones for no good reason. Like, why is Eva Yandere? Sukuna won't possess a Viltrumite body? You're stupid. These don't really get to me, but I don't like deleting reviews since then it gives some folks the excuse of saying that a FIC is only with a high rating because the author deletes bad reviews. So yeah, I would very much appreciate it if you could do this for me. Thanks. I hope to see you all later. Bye. Family reunion. The Imperial Gardens stretched endlessly beneath the alien sky, a masterpiece of botanical engineering that blended species from a dozen worlds into harmonious coexistence. Crimson flowers with petals like spun crystal grew alongside azure vines that seemed to pulse with their own inner light. Trees with silver leaves whispered in the gentle breeze, their branches creating dappled patterns on the soft grass below. In a secluded clearing amidst this splendor, a scene of surprising domesticity unfolded. Emperor Mark and his counterpart circled each other on a patch of open ground, their movements fluid and precise as they sparred at a fraction of their true speed. Despite the restraint, each exchange created subtle shockwaves that rustled the nearby foliage. You're telegraphing your left hook? Emperor Mark advised, easily sidestepping the attack. Try dropping your shoulder less. Mark adjusted his stance, frustration evident in his expression. Easy for you to say. You've had decades more practice. True, the Emperor acknowledged with a small smile. But you have the same potential, the same fundamental capabilities. A short distance away, beneath the shade of a massive tree with luminescent bark, Sukuna reclined with his head resting comfortably on Eve's lap. His eyes were closed, his expression more relaxed than it had been in days. The confirmation from Maharaga had changed something in him, not erasing who he was, but adding another dimension to his understanding of himself. Both Eves hovered attentively around him. Eve ran her fingers through his hair with gentle possessiveness, while Adam Eve attempted to feed him grapes from a crystal bowl. You need to try these, Adam Eve insisted, holding a plump purple fruit near his lips. They're from the royal vineyards on Proxima Centauri. Nothing like Earth grapes. He already had 3, Eve pointed out, unable to keep a hint of territorial edge from her voice despite her efforts to be accommodating. Which means he liked them, Adam Eve countered with a smile that was both friendly and challenging. Besides, these are the gold-veined variety. Different flavor profile entirely. Sukuna opened one eye, regarding the offered fruit with mild amusement. "If I eat any more, I'll fall asleep right here," he commented, though he accepted the grape nonetheless. "That wouldn't be the worst outcome," Eve murmured, continuing to stroke his hair with a tenderness that still surprised him, sometimes still not completely used to such gentleness. Standing a respectful distance away, Anissa maintained her guard position, her Viltrumite physique impressive even in the relaxed stance she had adopted. Though officially present as security, the formality of her role had gradually softened over the past days. "The blue ones are better," she commented, breaking her professional silence to contribute to the grape debate. Eve glanced up, offering the bowl. "Want to try one?" Anissa hesitated, protocol warring with temptation, before accepting with a nod. "Thank you, Lady Eve." "Just Eve is fine," Eve replied with a warm smile. "We're at a picnic, not a state function." "Old habits," Anissa said with a small shrug, though the corner of her mouth twitched upward as she sampled the fruit. The easy camaraderie that had developed between them still felt strange to Sukuna. After the initial shock of confirming that he was, indeed, a reincarnation of this world's Megumi Fushiguro, that somewhere in the depths of his being those memories and experiences existed alongside his other lives, he had expected more difficulty in adjusting. Instead, there had been a curious sense of rightness, as if pieces long misaligned had finally clicked into place. The knowledge hadn't erased who he was, the king of curses, Ryuman Sukuna, the first son of heaven, but had added another layer to his already complex identity. And surprisingly, the others had adapted with similar ease. Mark had accepted the situation with characteristic resilience, while Eve had approached it with curiosity alongside her protective instincts. Emperor Mark and Eve had been vindicated in their certainty but had shown unexpected patience as Sukuna processed the implications. Even Toji had been remarkably understanding, treating Sukuna not as a replacement for his lost son but as a continuation, the same soul in a new configuration, with different memories but the same fundamental essence. The sparring match between the Marks concluded with a final exchange that left both slightly winded but grinning. "Not bad," Emperor Mark acknowledged, clapping his counterpart on the shoulder. "You're picking up the techniques faster than I did at your age." "Having a good teacher helps," Mark replied, the initial wariness he had felt toward his imperial counterpart having gradually given way to a cautious respect. They joined the others beneath the tree, Emperor Mark immediately claiming a spot beside Sukuna, while Mark settled next to Eve, his arm casually draping around her shoulders. "The quantum stabilizer adjustments are almost complete," Eve reported, seamlessly shifting from casual conversation to scientific matters. "Another month, maybe less, and we'll have a functioning prototype. Meaning we could theoretically create a stable portal back to our dimension," Eve added, her fingers still absently stroking Sukuna's hair. A moment of silence followed this statement, the unspoken question hanging in the air. Would they choose to return, now that they understood the truth of Sukuna's connection to this world? Emperor Mark's expression tightened almost imperceptibly, though he maintained his casual posture. "No rush on that front," he said, his tone deliberately light. "You've barely seen a fraction of what the Empire has to offer. I'm particularly interested in the libraries on Altair 9, Eve admitted. "The xenobiology research alone could advance Earth science by centuries. And I still need to kick your ass properly in training," Mark added with a grin directed at his counterpart. "Can't leave until I manage that at least once." The tension eased, the decision tacitly postponed for another day. Sukuna remained silent, his thoughts his own as he contemplated the complex web of connections and responsibilities that pulled him in multiple directions. He still, of course, needed to go back to the other world. Uncle Kenji and others were waiting for him. He couldn't simply abandon them, though he mused internally that there must be a way to find an equilibrium between both worlds. His musings were interrupted by Anissa straightening suddenly, her hand moving to the communication device at her belt. "Your Majesty," she said, her tone shifting back to formal. "We have approaching visitors." Emperor Mark raised an eyebrow. "Expected." "Yes, sir. It's Lord Fushiguro, Lady Keiko, and—" Anissa hesitated, something unusual crossing her features. And Lady Debbie. The effect of those names was immediate. Emperor Mark sat up straighter, his casual demeanor replaced by something more guarded, a hint of vulnerability flickering across his features before his imperial mask reasserted itself. Adam Eve's expression softened with sympathy, while she instinctively moved closer to the Emperor, her hand finding his in silent support. "I didn't know they were coming together," Emperor Mark said quietly, a rare uncertainty in his voice. "Toji mentioned they might visit," Adam Eve replied, squeezing his hand. Lady Keiko needed time to prepare herself. Sukuna rose to his feet with fluid grace, his expression revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. Eve stood beside him, her hand slipping into his with silent support. "You okay?" she asked softly, for his ears alone. "Curious," he replied honestly. "This is new territory." 3 figures appeared at the garden's edge, approaching along the winding path that led to their secluded spot. Toji walked with his characteristic confidence, though he'd made the barest concession to formality by wearing something other than his usual combat attire. Still, his shirt remained partially unbuttoned at the collar, as if formal clothing physically pained him. Beside him walked 2 women, each carrying herself with distinct but equally commanding presence. The first, Keiko Fushiguro, moved with natural elegance, her long dark hair streaked with a single dramatic silver strand, pulled back in a simple style that emphasized her fine features. She wore a dress of deep blue that shimmered slightly with her movements, the color bringing out the intensity of eyes that were unmistakably like Sukuna's own. The second woman, Debbie Grayson, had a more approachable warmth about her, though time had etched lines of both laughter and sorrow into her face. Her black hair showed strands of gray, and she wore a simple but elegant outfit in soft earth tones. Her eyes, so like Mark's, held a complex mixture of emotions as they fell upon the Emperor. "Yo, kid," Toji called out, waving casually as if this were nothing more than a routine visit rather than a reunion 17 years in the making. "Finally dragged these 2 out here to see you. Took enough damn convincing." Despite his casual tone, Sukuna could see the tightly controlled emotion in Toji's eyes, the slight tension in his shoulders betraying the significance of the moment. Emperor Mark stepped forward, his imperial bearing returning as he inclined his head respectfully. "Mother, Lady Keiko." Not now, Mark," Keiko interrupted, her voice soft but carrying a quiet authority that halted the Emperor mid-sentence. Her eyes never left Sukuna's face. Debbie, however, moved toward her son, her expression a complex mixture of sorrow, love, and something that might have been disappointment. "Mark," she said simply, reaching up to touch his face, a gesture so maternal that it seemed to momentarily pierce the Emperor's carefully maintained composure. "Mother," he acknowledged, his voice softer than Sukuna had ever heard it. For a brief moment, the Emperor of 17 galaxies looked like nothing more than a son facing his mother's judgment. Meanwhile, Keiko moved closer to Sukuna, each step deliberate, as if approaching something precious and fragile. The others instinctively drew back, creating space for this moment 17 years in the making. Sukuna found himself standing alone as she stopped before him, close enough that he could see the faint lines at the corners of her eyes, the physical markers of years spent in grief. "Megumi," she said simply, the name carrying a weight of emotion that seemed to fill the space between them. For once, Sukuna didn't correct the name. It was his, after all, one of his names in one of his lives. Instead, he nodded slightly, feeling strangely out of place despite the confirmation of his connection to this world. Without warning, Keiko stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him, pulling him into an embrace so fierce it might have hurt someone without his enhanced durability. Her body trembled against his, her face pressed against his shoulder as years of restrained emotion finally found release. Sukuna stood frozen for a moment, caught off guard by the intensity of her reaction. Then, slowly, hesitantly, he returned the embrace, his arms coming around her with careful gentleness. Felt strange, unfamiliar yet somehow known. Yet here was this woman, holding him as if he were the most precious thing in her universe, her tears soaking through the fabric of his shirt as she clung to him with desperate relief. When she finally pulled back, her hands came up to cup his face, her eyes searching his with naked vulnerability. "My son," she whispered, tears streaming freely down her cheeks. "My beautiful boy." "I'm not exactly as you remember," Sukuna said quietly, feeling compelled to offer some caution despite the confirmation of his identity. "Do you think that matters to me?" Keiko asked, her voice breaking slightly. "You're here. That's all that matters." Across the clearing, a different reunion was unfolding. Debbie stood before Emperor Mark, her expression softening as she studied the man her son had become. "You look tired, Mark," she observed, reaching up to brush an invisible speck from his imperial regalia, a mother's instinctive gesture that seemed at odds with the power he wielded. "Ruling an empire will do that," he replied, attempting a lightness that didn't quite reach his eyes. "It's not the empire that is making you tired, Mark," Debbie said softly. "It's the walls you've built. They're very impressive, but they must be so heavy to maintain." Emperor Mark's expression flickered, a brief crack in his imperial facade. "Mother, I remember when you used to smile," she continued, undeterred. "Really smile. Not this careful thing you do now." She glanced toward Sukuna, then back to her son. "When he was with us, you were different. You were weaker," Emperor Mark supplied, a hint of the hardness that had earned him his reputation returning to his voice. "Happier," Debbie corrected gently, "and stronger in ways that matter more than conquest." Toji sauntered over to Sukuna and Keiko, his casual stride at odds with the emotional intensity of the moment. "Told you she'd cry all over you," he said, nudging Sukuna with an elbow. "Been practicing that hug for weeks, I bet." Despite his flippant words, there was a softness in Toji's eyes as he looked at his wife, a protective tenderness that belied his rough exterior. He slung an arm loosely around Keiko's shoulders, his thumb absently stroking her arm in a gesture of comfort. "Couldn't get her to come sooner," he continued, his voice gruffer than usual. "Kept saying she wasn't ready, needed to be sure. Like I'd drag her out here for a fake Megumi. Give me some credit, woman." Keiko leaned into his touch, a small smile breaking through her tears. "You've been wrong before," she reminded him, though there was no heat in her words. "Name one time," Toji challenged, his mock indignation drawing a watery laugh from Keiko. "I'll make you a list," she promised, before turning back to Sukuna. "He's been unbearable since they confirmed it was you. Strutting around like he personally brought you back from the dead. Just saying I was right all along." Toji shrugged, though there was unmistakable pride in his voice. "Told everyone my kid was too stubborn to stay dead. Dimensional barriers, reincarnation, whatever. Just a minor inconvenience for a Fushiguro." Keiko's gaze drifted toward Emperor Mark, her expression cooling noticeably. Sukuna followed her line of sight, observing the subtle shift in her demeanor with interest. "Come," Keiko said, turning back to Sukuna with her warmth returning. "Sit with me. I want to hear everything who you've been, what you've experienced." As they moved back toward the shade of the great tree, Sukuna caught Eve's questioning glance and nodded slightly, indicating she should join them. Keiko noticed the exchange and smiled as her gaze turned towards Adam Eve and extended her hand. "My almost daughter," she said with genuine affection. "You look well, Eve." "It's good to see you, Keiko," Adam Eve replied, accepting the offered hand with a smile of her own. Eve approached more hesitantly, clearly uncertain of her place in this reunion. To everyone's surprise, Keiko embraced her as well, with a warmth that matched what she had shown to Adam Eve. "Both of you," she said, looking between the two Eves. "My son was always too clever for just one brilliant woman in his life." This broke the tension, drawing surprised and somewhat awkward laughter from both Eves and a raised eyebrow from Sukuna. As they settled beneath the tree, Emperor Mark kept a respectful distance, engaged in quiet conversation with his mother while occasionally glancing toward the family group. "Keiko blames herself," Toji explained, dropping down beside Sukuna with none of the ceremony others showed around him. He stretched out his legs, making himself comfortable, for introducing you to Mark way back when. She and Debbie were buddies, which is how you two brats met in the first place. I see, Sukuna replied, understanding dawning. The coldness toward Emperor Mark wasn't just about her son's death. It was about the path that had led to it. A path she felt she had inadvertently set him on. She blames me too, Toji continued matter-of-factly, picking at something under his fingernail. For not sniffing out what Nolan was up to. For training with the guy, sharing beers with him, never spotting he was a psycho alien with a murder streak. Well, more on the family murder streak. Though the last words were meant to sound even, he could hear the cold rage still burning behind them. For Nolan was truly considered family. Toji and him were like brothers in a way, almost similar to Megumi and Mark, but Nolan instead chose his cruel ideals over those he cared for. And yet you're still together, Sukuna observed. Toji's expression softened slightly, though he tried to mask it with a shrug. Grief's a weird thing. Tears some people apart, shoves others together. We had nothing left but each other and a whole lot of guilt. He glanced at Keiko, something vulnerable flickering across his usually guarded features. Eventually, you either drink yourself to death or you figure out how to keep going. Keiko overheard this last part and reached out, her hand finding Toji's with practiced familiarity. We found our way, she said simply. Toji's fingers intertwined with hers automatically, the gesture intimate in its unconscious ease. Yeah? Well, took us long enough, he muttered, though there was no real complaint in his voice. Keiko's gaze drifted once more to Emperor Mark, who was now seated with Debbie at the edge of the clearing. What we couldn't do was reach him, she added softly. After we lost you, he changed. Became someone I barely recognized. The Mad Emperor, Toji supplied, his voice dropping so that only Sukuna could hear. That's what they called him in those early years. Cold as space. Mean as hell. Possessive in ways that scared the crap out of everyone. Even me. He blamed himself, Keiko continued. Took all that guilt and turned it inward, then outward as rage. Pushed everyone away, me, Debbie, even Eve for a time. He was cruel in ways I never thought possible for the boy who had been like a second son to me. Sukuna watched as Debbie placed a hand on Emperor Mark's arm, her expression gentle despite the tension evident in his posture. He made gods kneel, Toji added with a low whistle. Actual gods, or whatever passes for them out there. Beings that could rewrite reality. With a thought. Made him bow and scrape and drown in their own blood when they pissed him off. He shook his head. Burned whole planets when he was in a mood. All while claiming it was for you, for your vision, though anyone who knew you could see it was nothing like what you'd have wanted. And now? Sukuna asked, his gaze still on the Emperor. Now? Keiko sighed. Now I see flashes of the boy I knew, the one who followed you everywhere, who looked at you like you hung the stars. Since you've returned, there's been more of him showing through the cracks in that imperial facade. He's still my son, she added after a moment, in every way that matters. I raised him alongside Debbie, loved him as my own. My disappointment comes from knowing what he could be, what he was, rather than fear of what he became. For the next hour, they talked, Keiko asking questions about Sukuna's experiences, his memories, his life in the other dimension. She listened with complete attention, neither judging nor interrupting as he shared selected aspects of his experiences and abilities, careful to reveal only what was necessary about his powers and his time as Megumi in another world. What struck Sukuna most was her acceptance. There was no fear of the power he wielded, no questioning of his different mannerisms, only a mother's unconditional embrace of who he had become. You always were extraordinary, she said when he finished. Even as a baby, there was something in your eyes, a wisdom that shouldn't have been possible in one so young. You're taking this remarkably well, Sukuna observed. Keiko smiled, though there was sadness in it. 17 years of mourning changes your perspective. When you lose everything that matters, you learn not to question miracles when they happen. She reached out, her fingers lightly touching the markings on his face. Besides, a mother knows her child's soul, regardless of the form it takes. Across the clearing, Debbie had risen to approach their group, leaving Emperor Mark in conversation with Mark and Anissa. As she joined them, Keiko made space beside her, the two women's shoulders touching in a gesture of long-established comfort. "He's trying," Debbie said quietly, her gaze on her imperial son. "It's been so long since he allowed himself to feel anything beyond anger and determination. Having you back." She turned to Sukuna. "It's like watching ice thaw after an endless winter." "He was so lost after you died," she continued. "We all were, but Mark. He couldn't accept it, couldn't process it. He took all that pain and forged it into something terrible and powerful. The Invincible Emperor," Toji added with a snort. "And damn was he ever. Not even Thrag could put a dent in him. But the cost." He shook his head. "Kid paid in pieces of his soul." "He wouldn't let us help him," Keiko said, a hint of the old pain resurfacing. "Pushed us away when we tried. Said we couldn't understand, couldn't possibly know what he'd lost." "As if we hadn't lost you too," Debbie added softly. The conversation gradually expanded to include the others, the initial intensity giving way to something more relaxed. Keiko and Debbie treated both Eves with maternal warmth, drawing them into discussions of their research, their experiences, their relationships with Sukuna and Mark in their respective worlds. Most surprising was Keiko's interaction with Mark. Unlike her coolness toward the Emperor, she showed genuine interest in this younger version, asking about his life on Earth, his family, his friendship with Sukuna. "He's not responsible for what his counterpart did," she explained quietly to Sukuna when she noticed his observation. "And he looks at you the way my son's Mark used to, with friendship rather than possession." As the afternoon progressed, Sukuna found himself increasingly comfortable in this strange family gathering. The initial awkwardness faded, replaced by a curious sense of belonging. Not the belonging of a king to his subjects or a warrior to his battlefield, but something more fundamental, more human. It was unfamiliar territory for someone who had defined himself through power and isolation despite these months being not as isolated as he was in his previous life. Yet there was something undeniably compelling about it, this web of connections, this network of people who saw him not just as Sukuna or Megumi, but as someone worthy of respect and acceptance simply for existing. As the twin suns of this alien world began their slow descent toward the horizon, casting the garden in golden light, Emperor Mark finally approached the group, his imperial bearing somewhat softened after hours in his mother's company. "May I join you?" he asked, the question directed primarily at Keiko, though his gaze briefly met Sukuna's. After a moment's hesitation, Keiko nodded, making space in their circle. Of course. The tension was palpable as Emperor Mark settled beside them, but it was a different quality of tension than before, expectant rather than hostile, cautious rather than cold. "I've been thinking," he said after a moment, his voice carefully measured, "about the quantum stabilizer project." Both Eves looked up with immediate interest. "The current design creates a one-way portal," he continued. "But with some modifications, it might be possible to establish a permanent connection between dimensions. A doorway that remains open, allowing travel in both directions." The implication hung in the air, unspoken but clear. A compromise that would allow Sukuna to maintain connections to both worlds, both lives. That would require significant power, Eve noted, her scientific mind immediately engaging with the problem. "The Empire has resources," Emperor Mark replied simply. Keiko studied her second son, a flicker of something like hope crossing her features. "That's thoughtful of you, Mark." The Emperor shrugged, though the casualness of the gesture was belied by the intensity in his eyes as he looked at Sukuna. "It's a practical solution to a complex problem." "It's more than that," Debbie said softly, reaching out to touch her son's hand. "It's consideration for what others might want, rather than simply imposing your will. It's the Mark I remember." A fleeting expression of vulnerability crossed the Emperor's face before he composed himself once more. But Sukuna had seen it, that brief glimpse of the person Mark had been before grief and rage transformed him into the Mad Emperor. "Don't get all mushy about it," Toji interjected, though his gruff tone couldn't quite hide the approval in his eyes. "He's just being practical. Can't have the kid trapped in one place when he's got people waiting for him back home." Always the romantic, Toji, Keiko said dryly, though her hand found his again, squeezing gently. Hey, I save my romance for where it counts. He replied with a wink that made Keiko roll her eyes, though a smile tugged at her lips. As evening descended and stars began to appear in the alien sky, Sukuna found himself observing the gathered group with new eyes. Emperor Mark and Toji engaged in what appeared to be a good-natured argument about combat techniques, with Debbie occasionally interjecting to temper their competitiveness. The two Eves sat with Keiko, deep in conversation that occasionally erupted in shared laughter. Mark and Anissa compared notes on some aspect of Viltrumite physiology, their initial wariness having given way to professional curiosity. They were all connected to him in different ways, through different circumstances, different experiences, and somehow, impossibly, those connections had brought them together across dimensions, across time itself. Perhaps, Sukuna thought as he watched them, this was what the Megumi of this world, his previous self, had understood all along. That true strength came not from isolation but from connection, not from domination but from belonging, just like he himself now was still beginning to learn. It was a strange thought for the King of Curses, still. But then again, he was more than just the king now. He had evolved beyond his original identity, integrating aspects of his lives into a more complex whole. And as Keiko caught his eye across the gathering, her smile carrying all the love a mother could hold for her child, Sukuna found himself returning it with a genuineness that would have surprised even him. The King of Curses had found his family, and somehow, against all odds, it felt right. No, the Imperial Palace's private gaming room was a study in understated luxury. Unlike the ostentatious grandeur of the public spaces, here the furnishings were chosen for comfort rather than intimidation. Plush chairs surrounding a polished table, soft lighting that created an atmosphere of casual intimacy, and a well-stocked bar discreetly positioned against one wall. Emperor Mark shuffled the deck with practiced precision, his fingers manipulating the cards with the same control he exercised over galaxies. Standard rules, he announced, dealing with fluid motions. 5-card draw, nothing wild. Across the table, Mark examined his cards with a furrowed brow, his expression far too transparent for a game of deception. I still don't get why we're playing with actual cards when you guys have holographic tables that could do this automatically. There's value in tradition, Sukuna replied, arranging his hand with methodical care. Physical cards cannot be hacked, manipulated remotely, or affected by power fluctuations. Plus, Emperor Mark added with a rare smile, it's harder to cheat when everyone can see your hands. Beside Sukuna sat Maharaga, the massive Shikigami, somehow managing to look both incongruous and perfectly at home at the poker table. Its will spun lazily above its head as it held its cards with surprising dexterity for hands that could crush steel. I still don't understand how he's playing, Mark muttered, eyeing the divine general warily. He doesn't even have a face to make expressions with. Maharaga communicates in his own way, Sukuna replied, a hint of amusement coloring his usually measured tone. And he's quite adept at understanding human games. The Shikigamis will spun slightly faster, as if in agreement. 3 cards, Emperor Mark declared, discarding and drawing with smooth efficiency. Mark studied his hand again, his internal debate playing across his features. 2, he finally decided, exchanging cards with a hopeful expression that immediately fell upon seeing his new hand. Sukuna maintained his perfect composure as he requested a single card, his face revealing nothing as he integrated it into his hand. Maharaga simply placed 2 cards face down and accepted replacements, the wheel above its head maintaining its steady rotation. Betting starts with you, Mark, Emperor Mark prompted, his imperial bearing momentarily softened by the casual setting. Mark grimaced at his cards. 10 credits, he said reluctantly, pushing forward a small stack of the iridescent chips that served as currency in the Imperial Palace. Call, Emperor Mark replied, matching the bet with casual indifference. Raise 20, Sukuna stated, his tone giving away nothing of his hand's quality. Maharaga's will spun briefly faster, then slowed as it pushed forward a stack of 30 credits, a raise on Sukuna's raise. That's just showing off, Mark muttered, tossing his cards face down on the table. Fold. Emperor Mark studied the Shikigami thoughtfully, then shook his head. Too rich for my blood tonight. Fold. That left only Sukuna and Maharaga, Master and Shikigami, facing each other across the table. Call. Sukuna decided, matching Maharaga's bet. Show your hand. The divine general laid down its cards with deliberate precision. A straight flush, diamonds from 8 to queen. A murmur of appreciation came from Mark. That's impressive. Sukuna's expression remained unchanged as he revealed his own hand. A royal flush. Spades from 10 to ace. Impossible, Mark exclaimed, leaning forward to examine the cards. How did you beat someone who can adapt to any phenomenon? He should have seen your strategy and countered it. Adaptation requires time, Sukuna explained calmly, collecting his winnings. Maharaga can eventually counter any technique, any strategy, but only after experiencing it first. In a game with finite rounds, the advantage lies with the player who can win before adaptation occurs. Maharaga's will spun in what might have been either acknowledgement or frustration. Only Sukuna could truly interpret the divine general's communications. He says next time will be different, Sukuna translated, a hint of amusement in his voice. This is still bullshit, Mark declared, though his tone was good-natured. I don't believe it. Seriously, again, how can you beat someone who literally adapts to everything? It's like you're cheating at the concept of adaptation itself. Strategy often trumps raw ability, Emperor Mark observed, gathering the cards for another round. Something Megumi taught me long before I could beat Thrag. Still, Mark insisted, it doesn't make sense. If Maharaga adapts to all phenomena, and winning at poker is a phenomenon, then logically he should become unbeatable after losing once. Perhaps he's letting me win, Sukuna suggested with the barest hint of a smile. To maintain harmony within our connection, Maharaga's will spun rapidly, an unmistakable gesture of disagreement that drew a rare chuckle from Sukuna. Or perhaps not, he amended. Emperor Mark began dealing the next hand, his movements fluid and precise. Megumi always did have a way of finding loopholes in seemingly absolute rules. I remember that time with the Thraxian ambassador, when he found that clause in their diplomatic code that let us. The door burst open, interrupting the emperor mid-sentence. Anissa stood in the doorway, her usual composure shattered by evident alarm. Your Majesty, she said, her voice tight with urgency. The imperial tomb has been breached. The cards fell forgotten to the table as all four rose simultaneously, the casual atmosphere evaporating instantly. When? Emperor Mark demanded, his voice shifting from relaxed to imperial command in a heartbeat. Minutes ago, Anissa reported. The security systems were disabled with technology we've never encountered before. By the time the secondary protocols activated, the intruders had already fled. Sukuna's expression darkened, his thoughts immediately turning to the conversation he'd had with Emperor Mark days earlier. He had requested access to the imperial tomb, curious to examine his own corpse's previous self's remains, in hopes that Maharaga might use it to help recover more of his fragmented memories. Was anything taken? He asked, already suspecting the answer. Anissa's gaze shifted to him, her expression grim. Yes, the bodies. Both of them. Without another word, all four, Maharaga dismissed, moved toward the balcony, abandoning the poker game without a second thought. They launched into the air simultaneously. Sukuna, Anissa, and the two marks flew together. The imperial tomb lay at the heart of the capital city, a massive structure of gleaming obsidian and silver that rose like a dark mountain amidst the surrounding architecture. As they approached, the damage became visible. A precise hole cut through the supposedly impenetrable roof, the edges still glowing with residual energy. They descended through the breach, landing in the central chamber where the most significant figures in imperial history were interred. The room was vast, its ceiling lost in shadows despite the bright emergency lighting that had activated during the breach. At the chamber's center stood two empty sarcophagi, their lids shattered, their contents missing. Unlike the other tombs that lined the walls, ornate monuments to past rulers and heroes, these had been simple, elegant in their restraint. Emperor Mark approached the empty tombs that were next to each other slowly, his expression hardening into something terrible to behold. The temperature in the chamber seemed to drop as rage emanated from him in almost palpable waves. "Wait," Mark said, looking between the two desecrated resting places. "If one of them is Megumi's, then whose is the other one?" Emperor Mark's voice, when he answered, was barely recognizable, cold, carrying the weight of 17 years of contained fury. Thrag. In a hidden facility on the outskirts of the merged Viltrum, another Thrag, this one alive and vibrant with newly acquired power, wiped blood from his chin as he regarded the half-consumed corpse before him. The remains of his counterpart lay on a surgical table, the once mighty body of the Viltrumite Grand Regent now partially dismembered as Thrag methodically devoured his own alternate self. A second counterpart of his. "The integration proceeds as expected?" Scarred Levy asked from a respectful distance, his exposed brain pulsing with green energy as he monitored various instruments. "Yes," Thrag replied, his voice deeper, more resonant than before. "The memories, they flow like rivers into an ocean. I experience his life as if it were my own, every battle, every decision, every defeat." "And the Emperor?" Mad Levy pressed, his eyes fever-bright with anticipation. "You see his techniques? His weaknesses?" Thrag's expression darkened. "I see how he killed my counterpart. The precision of his attack, the perfect control of his molecular structure. It was impressive, but not unbeatable," Scarred Levy insisted. "Not now that you're consuming your counterpart's essence, gaining his knowledge and experience." "Perhaps," Thrag acknowledged, wiping his mouth with a cloth. The two Levies exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. They had risked everything to forge this alliance, to steal the bodies from the Imperial tomb, to create a weapon capable of defeating both Sukuna and the Emperor. "The Triolarians provided the dimensional technology as promised," Mad Levy noted, gesturing to the alien devices that hummed quietly in the corners of the room. "Their methods of breaching reality barriers are unparalleled across the multiverse. And in return, they expect me to share the power I gain," Thrag stated, his tone making it clear how unlikely he found that outcome. "What you choose to do after defeating the Emperor is entirely your concern," Scarred Levy replied diplomatically. "Our arrangement extends only to ensuring your enhancement and targeting our mutual enemies." Thrag's gaze shifted to the second table, where another body lay untouched, perfectly preserved despite the years that had passed since its death. Megumi Fushigiro's corpse looked as if he might simply be sleeping, unrotten, his features peaceful, his body unmarked save for the single, precise wound that had ended his life. He was dressed in a black suit, hands folded over his chest, as if prepared for a funeral rather than 17 years of entombment. "Leave," Thrag commanded suddenly, his eyes never leaving Megumi's form. The two Levies hesitated only briefly before complying, recognizing the danger in defying the Viltrumite in his current state. They retreated from the chamber, the door sealing behind them with a pneumatic hiss. Alone with the two corpses, one partially consumed, the other pristine, Thrag moved to stand beside Megumi's table. His massive hand, capable of crushing planets, reached out with unexpected gentleness to brush a strand of hair from the dead boy's forehead. "You look the same," he said quietly, his voice softer than anyone who knew the Grand Regent would have believed possible. 17 years, and you haven't changed at all." He studied the peaceful features, memories, both his own and his two counterparts flooding through his mind. "When I first began to experience the memories, I could not understand what my counterpart saw in you at first," Thrag continued, speaking to the corpse as if it might hear him. "A human child, presuming to advise the Viltrumite Empire on matters of conquest and governance. The arrogance seemed typical of your species." His fingers traced the line of Megumi's jaw, the touch almost tender. "But he came to respect you, to see in you something rare, a mind that could match a Viltrumite's in strategic brilliance, while bringing fresh perspective unbound by our traditions. You were unique. Thrag's expression darkened as newer memories integrated, his counterpart watching as Emperor Mark, guided by Megumi's training, defeated him with a single, perfect strike. You made him strong enough to take my throne, he said, a complex mixture of respect and betrayal in his voice. You showed him how to control his smart atoms at a level no Viltrumite had ever achieved. You gave him the weapon he needed to kill me. He moved away from the table, pacing the length of the chamber as he processed the conflicting emotions surging through him, his own and those of the counterpart he was consuming. And yet, my counterpart couldn't bring himself to hate you for it even in his last moments. Even as your student killed him, he felt a strange pride, because you had created something extraordinary, something worthy of the Viltrumite legacy, even if it meant his own end. Thrag returned to the table, his expression softening once more as he gazed down at Megumi's face. You were the son he never had, he admitted quietly. Not in blood, not in species, but in spirit. The heir to his strategic mind, his vision of empire. Just as I, in my world, never found such a successor. To his own surprise, Thrag felt moisture gathering in his eyes, tears, an alien sensation for a being who had not wept in centuries. The emotional instability was a side effect of the integration process. His counterpart's memories convoluted and the enhanced mixed feelings temporarily overwhelming his usual iron control. You should have been immortal, he whispered, one tear falling to land on Megumi's still cheek. You should have ruled alongside the Emperor for millennia, guiding the Empire's expansion across the universe. Instead, you were cut down by a fool who couldn't see your value beyond his petty prejudices. He wiped the tear that fell from Megumi's face with gentle precision, his massive finger barely touching the preserved skin. In another world, another time, Thrag continued, I might have been the one to recognize your potential, to nurture it, to help you become what you were meant to be, the pinnacle of human achievement, just as I represent the pinnacle of Viltrumite potential. He fell silent for a long moment, contemplating the body before him. Then, with sudden resolve, he lifted Megumi's corpse from the table, holding it with a reverence that would have shocked anyone familiar with the Grand Regent's usual brutality. I cannot give you back your life, he said softly, but I can ensure that a part of you lives on, that your brilliance, your strategic mind, your unique perspective is not lost to the void. With ceremonial slowness, Thrag brought the body to his mouth. Unlike the methodical, almost clinical way he had consumed his counterpart, this was different, a ritual, a sacrament, a final act of respect for what might have been. Join with me, he whispered, and together, we will reclaim what was taken from us both. The first bite was gentle, almost hesitant, so unlike the Viltrumite's usual actions that it seemed to belong to another being entirely. But as the taste of flesh touched his tongue, as the first fragments of whatever essence remained in Megumi's preserved form entered his system, Thrag's hesitation faded. With increasing urgency, he consumed the body that had once housed the strategic genius who had reshaped an empire. Each bite seemed to bring with it not memories, for this was not his counterpart, with shared DNA and experiences, but something more ephemeral, more abstract. Impressions, insights, fragments of a brilliant mind that had somehow been preserved in the flesh that contained it. As the last of Megumi Fushiguro disappeared, Thrag stood motionless in the center of the chamber, his eyes closed, his mind expanding to incorporate what he had taken into himself. Not just flesh and blood, but something more, a piece of the brilliance that had changed the course of an empire, a fragment of the soul that had guided the emperor to greatness. A son, of sorts, forever preserved within the being who might have been his true father in another life. When Thrag's eyes opened, they held a new light, a calculation, a strategic depth that had not been there before. The integration was complete, the consumption finished. And the Grand Regent of the Viltrumite Empire, enhanced by his counterpart's power and Megumi's strategic brilliance, was ready to reclaim what he believed was rightfully his. The universe would tremble before him once more. New world, new stakes, new ways. The penthouse office of Gabriel Moretti gleamed with the trappings of wealth, Italian marble floors, original artwork adorning the walls, floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of what had once been Chicago's financial district, now one of two such districts in the merged world. Moretti himself sat behind a desk of polished mahogany, his tailored suit impeccable as he addressed the assembled lieutenants of his criminal organization. "Let me be absolutely clear," he stated, his voice carrying the calm authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed. "All high-profile operations are suspended indefinitely. No bank heists, no armored car robberies, no assassinations of public figures. Nothing that might attract superhero attention." A murmur of discontent rippled through the room. Vincent Caruso, Moretti's distribution chief, leaned forward with a scowl. "With all due respect, boss, we're looking at a gold mine here. Two versions of every bank, two sets of wealthy marks, two of everything. We should be doubling our operations, not scaling back." Moretti's expression remained impassive as he studied Caruso. "The merged world presents opportunities, yes, but it also presents unprecedented risks. The heroes are on high alert, coordinating across what used to be dimensional barriers. So we be careful," Caruso pressed, his voice taking on an edge of insubordination. "We've always managed to stay under their radar before. What's changed?" "Everything has changed," Moretti replied, his tone hardening slightly. "Or weren't you paying attention to the global address? To the news about what's coming?" Caruso scoffed, waving a dismissive hand. "That alien invasion bullshit? Could be months, years before anything happens. Meanwhile, we're leaving money on the table." The room fell silent as Moretti slowly rose from his chair, his movement deliberate, controlled. He nodded almost imperceptibly to two of his security personnel, who immediately moved to flank Caruso. "Restrain him," Moretti ordered quietly. Before Caruso could react, the men had grabbed his arms, forcing him to remain seated. Moretti circled his desk unhurriedly, approaching the restrained man with measured steps. "Are you a fucking cuck, Vincent?" he asked, his voice deceptively soft. Without waiting for an answer, Moretti slapped Caruso across the face with enough force to snap his head to the side. Blood trickled from the corner of Caruso's mouth as he stared up in shock. "Did you not listen to a single word in those recent announcements?" Moretti continued, his controlled demeanor giving way to genuine anger. "These Viltrumites aren't just invaders. They're a dying species looking for breeding stock." He struck Caruso again, harder this time. "Do you understand what that means? They're coming to take our women, our wives, our daughters, to breed them like animals." Another blow landed, Caruso's head rocking back with the impact. "Is that what you want, Vincent? Some alien freak to come take your wife, your 16-year-old daughter? To fuck them and breed them right in front of your face while you watch?" Helpless, Moretti gestured, and his men forced Caruso to his feet, only to drive a fist into his stomach that sent him crumpling to the floor. Moretti crouched, grabbing a fistful of Caruso's hair to yank his head up. "Is that what gets you off? You into that shit?" he hissed, his face inches from Caruso's. "Maybe I should have some guys bring your wife and daughter here right now. Give the boys some relief. Would you like that, Vincent?" "No," Caruso gasped, blood bubbling on his lips. "Please, boss. Not my family. I'm sorry." Moretti studied him for a moment longer, then released his grip, letting Caruso's head drop to the marble floor. He straightened, adjusting his cuffs before spitting on the prone figure. "Get him out of here," he ordered. "Get him patched up." As his men dragged Caruso from the room, Moretti turned to face the remaining lieutenants, all of whom sat in stunned silence. "Let me be perfectly clear," he said, his voice returning to its previous calm. "Those superpowered heroes are the only ones with a snowball's chance in hell against these Viltrumite bastards. We will not waste their time with our bullshit. We will not distract them from preparing our defenses." He returned to his seat, smoothing his tie as he settled back into his chair. "That said, we're not going out of business. We'll focus on quiet operations, digital theft, insider trading, protection rackets. Nothing flashy, nothing that bleeds. And meanwhile, we'll be making our own preparations. He leaned forward, his gaze sweeping across the assembled criminals. I've already reached out to contacts in weapons development. We're investing heavily in research that might give us something effective against these aliens. If the heroes fail, we need our own contingencies. Moretti's expression hardened once more. Any other objections? The room remained silent, every man present having received the message loud and clear. Good, Moretti concluded. Now get out. We have work to do. The park was relatively quiet given the beautiful weather, most people still adjusting to the new reality of their merged world. Original Mark had chosen this location carefully public enough to feel casual, private enough for the conversation ahead. Beside him walked Nolan, his imposing frame drawing occasional wary glances from passersby who had seen the global address. Despite the recognition, no one approached, whether out of respect or fear was difficult to determine. He should be here any minute, Original Mark said, scanning the sky. I told him to meet us by the fountain. Nolan nodded, his expression betraying a hint of nervousness that seemed out of place on the normally composed Viltrumite. How much does he know about me? I explained the basics, Mark replied. That you're not the same Nolan who left us. That you chose differently. And he still wanted to meet me? Mark smiled slightly. Are you kidding? He's been asking about you nonstop. Oliver's always had this complicated relationship with the idea of his father. Meeting a version of you who actually chose to stay and protect Earth? That's a big deal for him. Before Nolan could respond, a streak of blue and white descended from the sky, landing with practiced precision a few feet away. The figure straightened, revealing a boy who appeared to be around 12 years old, though his serious expression made him seem older. Oliver Grayson, half Viltrumite, half Thraxan, studied Nolan with open curiosity. His eyes, intelligent and analytical, took in every detail of the man before him. You're late, Mark said, though his tone was light. Had to help Mom with something? Oliver replied. His eyes remained fixed on Nolan. So, you're him. Nolan stepped forward, extending his hand. I'm Nolan. Not the one you knew, but... Yes. Oliver ignored the hand, continuing his assessment. You look exactly like him. Oliver, Mark began, a note of warning in his voice. It's all right, Nolan interrupted, lowering his hand. He has every right to be cautious. Oliver's head tilted slightly. Mark says you're different, that you chose Earth over Viltrum. I did, Nolan confirmed. Because of someone who made me see what I would lose if I didn't. The one called Sukuna, Oliver stated. The one who's missing. Nolan nodded. Among other things, he helped me understand that family is more important than empire. Oliver's expression remained skeptical. The other you said similar things. Before he left again. An uncomfortable silence fell between them. Mark shifted his weight, clearly unsure whether to intervene. I can't speak for him, Nolan finally said. I can only tell you who I am, what I've chosen, and hope that in time, you'll judge me by my own actions, not his. Oliver considered this, then suddenly asked, Can you fly faster than Mark? The abrupt change in subject caught both men off guard. Yes, Nolan admitted, glancing at Mark, though he's getting faster all the time. Show me, Oliver demanded. Race me to the lake and back. Mark raised an eyebrow. Oliver, that's not why I'd be happy to, Nolan interrupted, a small smile touching his lips. If that's what you want. Oliver nodded decisively. It is. Without another word, the boy launched himself into the sky, a blur of blue and white against the clouds. After a moment's hesitation, Nolan followed, quickly catching up to the smaller figure. Mark watched them go, shaking his head with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Well, that's one way to break the ice, he muttered, before taking off after them. By the time Mark caught up, Nolan and Oliver were already circling back from the lake, flying side by side. To his surprise, they appeared to be engaged in conversation, Nolan gesturing as he explained something while Oliver listened intently, absorbing every word with the remarkable learning capacity unique to his Thraxan heritage. They landed back at the fountain, Oliver's serious expression now replaced with barely contained excitement. "Mark!" he called out as his brother touched down. "Did you know the atmospheric friction calculations for supersonic flight can be mentally adjusted for varying densities?" Nolan was explaining how to sense the air pressure differences before you hit them. "Was he now?" Mark replied, shooting Nolan a curious look. Nolan shrugged, looking almost embarrassed. "Just some basic flight techniques. Things every Viltrumite learns early on." "Not every Viltrumite," Oliver corrected. "My father never taught me those things." The statement hung in the air, weighted with unspoken meaning. Nolan seemed unsure how to respond, clearly wary of overstepping. "Well," Mark said, breaking the tension, "maybe Nolan could show you some more techniques sometime, if you're interested." Oliver considered this, studying Nolan with renewed assessment. "You would do that?" "Of course," Nolan replied without hesitation. "Any time you want." A small smile, the first since his arrival, tugged at Oliver's lips. "Tomorrow, then. Same time." "I'll be here," Nolan promised. Oliver nodded, apparently satisfied. "Good. I have to go now. Mom needs help with the new apartment. The other one got destroyed during the merger." Before either man could respond, Oliver was airborne again, calling back over his shoulder, "Don't be late tomorrow." As they watched him disappear into the distance, Nolan let out a long breath. "That went better than I expected." "He likes you," Mark observed, "which is saying something. Oliver doesn't warm up to people easily, another version of Dad or not." "He's remarkable," Nolan said, genuine admiration in his voice. "His flight control at that age, his understanding of the principles involved. He's advanced even by Viltrumite standards." Mark nodded. "It's his Thraxan side. They only live about 9 months normally, so they've evolved this incredible ability to learn instantly. Oliver got that, plus the Viltrumite longevity. He was a baby just a few months ago, if you can believe it." "Extraordinary," Nolan murmured. "And he's already grasped complex aerodynamic principles that took me years to master." "Yeah, that's Oliver," Mark said with a hint of pride. "Too smart for his own good sometimes. He absorbs everything you tell him. It's like he has this perfect memory combined with instant comprehension." "Do you think?" Nolan hesitated. "Is it inappropriate for me to spend time with him? I don't want to confuse him, or make things more complicated." Mark considered the question seriously. "I think he needs this," he finally said. "A father figure who actually gives a damn, who'll teach him things instead of just expecting him to figure it out on his own." "And you're okay with it?" Nolan asked, uncertainty evident in his voice. "Me stepping into that role?" "Look," Mark said, turning to face Nolan directly. "This whole situation is weird as hell. You're not my dad, but you're also not my dad. And Oliver's got even more reason to be confused about it all." He ran a hand through his hair, gathering his thoughts. "But I think we could all use a little family right now. Even if it's a weird, dimensionally challenged family." Nolan's expression softened. "I'd like that. Very much." "Then it's settled," Mark declared. "Flying lessons tomorrow. And maybe dinner after? Mom's been asking about you both." "Your mother wants to see me?" Nolan asked, genuine surprise in his voice. Mark grinned. "Well, not my mom specifically. The other Debbie, your Debbie. But yeah, she mentioned having us all over. Said something about needing some normalcy in this crazy new world." "Normalcy?" Nolan repeated, a hint of wonder in his voice. "That sounds perfect." As they began walking back through the park, Mark found himself studying Nolan's profile. The face was identical to his father's, yet somehow different, less burdened, perhaps, or simply shaped by different choices. "Can I ask you something?" Mark said suddenly. "Of course. Do you ever think about him? The other Nolan, I mean. Wonder where he is, what he's doing?" Nolan was silent for a long moment. "All the time," he finally admitted. "He's me in a very real sense. Made different by circumstance, by timing, by the absence of intervention at a critical moment. But still, me. Do you think he regrets it? Leaving Earth? Leaving us? The question hung between them, laden with years of unresolved pain. I can't speak for him, Nolan said carefully. But if he feels anything like I do, then yes, every day. Mark nodded, accepting the answer without further comment. They continued walking in companionable silence, two men from different dimensions finding unexpected common ground in their shared connections. As they reached the park exit, Nolan paused. Thank you, he said simply. For what? For giving me a chance with Oliver. For allowing me to be part of your family, complicated as it may be. Mark shrugged, though his expression was serious. Family's family, even when it comes from another dimension. Nolan smiled, a genuine expression that transformed his usually stern features. I'll see you tomorrow then. I shouldn't be late for Oliver's lesson. No, Mark agreed with a laugh. You definitely shouldn't. As Nolan took to the sky, Mark watched him go, reflecting on the strange turns his life had taken. A merged world, a duplicate father who wasn't quite his father, a half-brother with a complicated relationship to both versions of their shared parent. None of it made sense by any normal standard. And yet, somehow, it felt right, like pieces of a puzzle finally finding their proper arrangement, even if the picture they formed wasn't what anyone had expected. With a small smile, Mark launched himself skyward, heading home to prepare for family dinner. Question, would you guys... Hello everyone, I wish to ask you guys something. Tell me, would you guys read a self-insert fanfic as Mark after maybe this fanfic has been finished? Or maybe even soon, since I'm kinda getting close to the final arc in my mind with how things are going. I know this may feel too soon to some and a bit boring maybe as well, so wish to know if anyone would read it? Since in this case if I do it, Mark will remember his past life as Samuel after Nolan has left Earth and gave him the beating of his life. Gotta change things up, otherwise we'd get the same thing here, which would be a boring. I would focus more on the hero aspect of Mark's life and all that, probably hell as well, just like the show seems to be doing soon. Also, I'm still gonna go with a Yandere Eve like in this one, so for that to work it will again be an AU, so just like this one there will be some significant changes, like Eve never having been with Rex. Since I personally can't imagine a Yandere having had multiple relationships, they fall in love and that's it, that's the one for them. I hope you all still like that. So yeah, do tell me how you find this idea and I hope to see you all later. Bye. I'm probably gonna write the first couple chapters soon so people get a feel for it and announce it here. Hope you guys don't mind. Without their sentinel, the Guardians of the Globe facility hummed with an unusual tension as two versions of the same team faced each other across the conference table. The architectural perfection of the room, all sleek lines and advanced technology, stood in stark contrast to the emotional complexity of its occupants. On one side sat the Guardians from the original timeline. The immortal, his centuries-old eyes reflecting weariness. Black Samson, the only other survivor of Omni-Man's massacre. And the newer members who had joined after the tragedy: Robot, Monster Girl, Rex Splode, Duplicate, and Shrinking Ray. Opposite them were their counterparts from the alternate timeline, the Guardians who had been spared Omni-Man's betrayal thanks to Sukuna's intervention. The same faces, the same powers, but with fundamentally different experiences shaping their perspectives. This is getting us nowhere, Alternate War Woman declared, slamming her fist on the table hard enough to crack its reinforced surface. We've been discussing defensive strategies for 3 hours, and we're still no closer to a unified approach. That's because half of your suggestions involve Sukuna's abilities, Original Rex Splode pointed out. And in case you've forgotten, he's not here. Which is precisely the problem, Alternate Darkwing said, his voice carrying that characteristic gravelly quality. Our entire planetary defense strategy was built around his capabilities. Without him, we're significantly compromised. The immortal, the original timeline's version, leaned forward, his ancient eyes scanning the assembled heroes. We need to adapt. Work with what we have, not what we wish we had. Easy for you to say, Alternate Red Rush countered, his words coming out in the rapid-fire pattern typical of his speech. Your version of Earth never had Sukuna in the first place. You never knew what it was like to have that level of security and then lose it. We lost our entire team, Black Samson reminded him sharply. I think we understand loss quite well. An uncomfortable silence fell over the room. The dimensional merger had forced these two versions of the same team together, creating tensions and alliances that no one had anticipated. Perhaps, alternate robot interjected, his mechanical voice carefully modulated to project calm. We should focus on quantifying exactly what capabilities we're missing without Sukuna, and then determine how to compensate for each one. Original robot nodded in agreement. A logical approach. I've been analyzing the combat footage from the dimensional event. Sukuna demonstrated abilities far beyond what had previously been documented. That's an understatement, alternate Martian man said. Most of us only ever saw him use those cutting techniques dismantle and cleave. None of us knew about the shadow creatures, the adaptation abilities, or whatever that thing was. Or that he could manipulate dimensions themselves, Original Monster Girl added. That's how he reversed the merger, right? The alternate immortal's expression darkened. And now he's trapped in the Emperor's dimension, along with our Mark and Eve, making their retrieval our highest priority. Higher than preparing for the Viltrumite invasion? Alternate Darkwing challenged, his tone skeptical. They're the same priority, the alternate immortal replied firmly. Sukuna is potentially our strongest asset against the Viltrumites. His ability to go toe-to-toe with the strongest Viltrumites makes him invaluable. Not to mention his strategic mind, alternate robot added. His tactical insights have shaped every major operation we've conducted for months. Alternate Rex Splode scoffed. Great, so we're screwed without him. That's real helpful. We're not screwed, Original Rex countered, shooting his alternate self a disapproving look. We're disadvantaged. There's a difference. Tell that to the people out there. Alternate Rex gestured toward the window, where the city sprawled beneath them. Have you seen what they're saying online? They're connecting dots we never wanted connected. On Reddit, the r/dimensional merger subreddit had exploded with activity in the days following the global address. One thread in particular,